The fog over Birmingham is the smoke from the Razor party. 11-year-old Ardle stood by the window of a second-floor room in a manor outside Birmingham, watching the faint haze drift above the city. His voice was quiet, almost solemn. There was a maturity to his expression that didn't belong on a child's face. This was his 11th year since crossing over. His name was Ardle Thomas Shelby, great-grandson of Tommy Shelby, the legendary leader who built and ruled the Razor party. Ardle's middle name, Thomas, was a tribute to that legacy and a reminder of what the family expected from him. They wanted him to revive the glory of the Shelbys. After Tommy's death, the Razor party declined. The family fractured, feuding until only a few branches remained. Ardle's grandfather, Tommy's youngest son, returned to Birmingham, inheriting 2 bars and a small manor. But the Shelby blood was never meant for quiet lives. They were born fighters, gangsters at heart, not businessmen. So his grandfather rebuilt what he could, forming the Little Razor Party, a smaller version of the original gang. It grew fast, drawing hundreds of members and restoring a sliver of the old name. Then came Ardle's father, Freddie Shelby, a man even bolder. He fought harder, ruled smarter, and for a time controlled all of Birmingham's underworld. But Freddie's ambition went too far. His defiance eventually sparked rebellion within and pressure from the law. He was captured, yet even behind bars, his reach still shaped the streets. Despite the chaos, the Little Razor Party remained one of Birmingham's strongest factions. They controlled 2 of the city's busiest districts, running bars, shops, and gray industries hidden behind legitimate fronts. The Shelby family's wealth stretched far beyond the streets now. 5 bars, 2 restaurants, a large mall, several factories, a 120-hectare winery, and even a manor near London. And yet, Freddie often said it wasn't enough. Tommy Shelby's era wasn't about money. It was about power, fear, and respect. The Razor Party had once ruled all of England's underworld. Its name alone carried weight across the country. Every Shelby since then had carried the burden of restoring that legend. And for this generation, all eyes were on Ardle. Ardle looked up at the night sky. "Razor Party, Tommy Shelby," he whispered. Even as a transmigrator, the weight of the name pressed down on him. In his past life, he had been ordinary, educated, yes, but in nothing that could teach him how to revive a fallen crime empire. Still, his insight and calm nature made him stand out among his family. He was young, but his words carried weight far beyond his age. If only he could control the power within him. Ardle's hand tightened. There was a force inside him, wild and unpredictable. It only surfaced when his emotions spiked. Like that day 3 years ago, he and his mother had been eating at a restaurant when gunmen burst in. A bullet meant for him struck her instead. He could still see her fall, and then something inside him snapped. Every glass and plate around him shattered, flying through the air like a storm of blades. The attackers died instantly, but his mother was already gone. Since then, Ardle had tried to understand that power, to control it. He called it his golden finger, his gift from another life, but he still couldn't use it at will. Maybe it was because he was too young, he sighed. If only I could command it, things would be different. Just then, a faint tapping came from the window. He froze. Someone or something was knocking on the glass. Reaching into a drawer, he pulled out a small pistol. Who's there? It wasn't the wind. And this was the 2nd floor, no one could just climb up. Then came a soft cooing sound. Ardle frowned, lowering the gun slightly. That sounded like an owl. He pulled the curtain aside, and sure enough, a gray-brown owl hovered outside, tapping insistently with its beak. In its mouth it held a letter. "Is this a trick? One of the gangs?" Ardle muttered, but the owl didn't look dangerous. No explosives, no tricks, just waiting. He unlatched the window. The owl swooped in, circled the room once, and landed neatly on his desk. The letter floated down, landing softly in his hand. No stamp. Only one line written in deep green ink: West Midlands, Shelby Manor, outskirts of Birmingham, the first room on the left side of the 2nd floor, for Mr. Ardle Thomas Shelby. Ardle stared at the envelope in his hand. His brows lifted slightly, then something clicked in his mind. He turned the envelope over. Sure enough, pressed into red wax was a coat of arms shaped like a shield. 4 creatures marked its corners: a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger. "Harry Potter," he murmured. Relief washed through him as everything began to make sense. That strange, uncontrollable force inside him, the bursts of energy that shattered glass and twisted metal, wasn't some mysterious power. It was magic, his magic. So this really is the world of Harry Potter. The realization left him conflicted. Excitement, nerves, a trace of disappointment, all tangled together. He had once believed that power was his unique golden finger, a gift from crossing worlds. He had imagined mastering it, using it to build the Shelby family into a European empire, becoming the godfather of the underground world. But no, he was simply a wizard, a boy who couldn't yet control his own magic. Even Voldemort had managed to master his powers as a child in an orphanage, while Ardal still fumbled in the dark. "Figures," he muttered. "Travel to another world and still no cheat." He glanced at the window. If this is 1991, then I'll be in the same year as Harry Potter. The owl on his desk tilted its head, watching him expectantly. Ardal realized the bird had probably flown a long way from Hogwarts. He rummaged in a drawer and pulled out a packet of thick-cut smoked jerky. No mice, no raw meat, but it would have to do. "Here," he said, holding out 2 pieces. The owl eyed him, gave a soft hoot, and began to eat. Satisfied, Ardal unfolded the envelope and drew out the parchment letter inside. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards, Dear Mr. Shelby, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of all necessary books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. Please send your owl with a reply no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall." Deputy Headmistress Ardal set the letter down gently. He'd seen the Harry Potter movies in his previous life. There was no doubt this was real. No one in this world could fake the Hogwarts seal, much less invent names like Dumbledore or McGonagall. The owl finished its jerky but remained perched, waiting. Ardal thought for a moment, then pulled out a sheet of paper and began to write, "Dear Professor McGonagall, thank you for your letter. Some things have happened to me that I can't fully explain. I have many questions and hope to ask them in person. I'll prepare fine desserts and afternoon tea and look forward to your visit. Sincerely, Ardal Shelby." He rolled the note, slipped it into the parchment envelope, and handed it to the owl. "Deliver this safely," he said. The owl took the letter, gave a short coo, and soared out into the fading light. Ardal shut the window, turned off the lamp, and sat on the edge of his bed. He knew Hogwarts professors visited Muggle-born children before term began, proof that magic was real, and to help them prepare for the trip to Diagon Alley. Whether he replied or not, someone would come. Still, it wouldn't hurt to leave a good impression. Politeness was a Shelby virtue after all. Power came from reputation, and reputation began with manners. He lay down, staring at the ceiling. Which house would he belong to? He knew himself too well, ambitious, calculating, driven by power. The blood of the Shelbys ran hot in his veins, but his mind was colder than his father's ever was. He didn't fight for thrill, he fought for control. If he were honest, Slytherin suited him best. But he wasn't pure blood, not even half. Would they take him? The thought lingered as his eyes grew heavy. He dreamed that night, a rare, vivid dream, of Harry Voldemort, the castle of Hogwarts, and oddly of Hermione and Luna, probably because he'd always liked them in his past life. Knock, knock, knock. "Master Ardal, it's almost time for breakfast," came a soft voice. His maid, Sophia. "I see, come in." He stretched and sat up, glancing beside his pillow. The Hogwarts letter was still there. He let out a quiet breath of relief. Not a dream after all.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Sophia is a blonde girl, not pretty but very gentle. 18-year-old Sophia came to Shelby Manor when Ardal was 3 years old. In a flash, 8 years have passed. "Good morning, Master Ardal." Sophia entered the room, put the clothes in her hand on the cabinet beside the bed, then walked over to open the curtains one by one, and opened a window in the corner. The sun shines into the house in the early morning of July, the window is green, and everything seems to be alive and full of vitality. "Good morning, Sophia." Ardal greeted her and went to the bathroom to wash up. Sophia prepared for him a fitted white shirt, a fitted gray vest and a matching suit, and the accessory was a delicate gold pocket watch. Because Ardal doesn't need to go out today, Sophia didn't prepare a hat for him. Shelby family hats are always special, with sharp razors sewn into the brim, which is the pride of the family. When Ardal changed clothes, Sophia kept watching. She had nothing to be shy about. She took care of Ardal for 8 years. Sometimes Sophia even regarded Ardal as her own child. After Ardal was dressed, Sophia came to him, put the pocket watch in his suit pocket and dangled one end of the watch chain on the button of the suit, then helped him adjust the collar of his shirt. "Handsome boy, I don't know how many girls will be fascinated when I grow up," Sophia sincerely praised. Even though Ardal is only 11 years old now, Sophia still feels a different charm in him. Handsome, elegant, calm, and noble. It's hard to believe this is a kid who is only 11 years old. Ardal inherited his mother's Roman blood, black hair and black pupils, which is a noble representative in today's British society. After all, the entire history of England originated in Rome, and most Romans have black hair and black pupils, including the famous Julius Caesar. Of course, in Ardal's view, this is actually not much different from his previous life, except that the color of his pupils in the previous life was a little lighter, tending to be dark brown, and now it has become a color that is almost pure black. In general, Ardal is still very satisfied. After all, the familiar black hair and black pupils make him feel that he is still an Oriental. The two left the room and walked towards the restaurant on the first floor. The Shelby family lived in Shelby Manor, besides Ardal, his 2 uncles and an aunt. Of course, they also included a large family of their own. One of his 2 aunts was from a noble family in London, and the other was the daughter of an underground gang leader in Birmingham. In addition to the Shelby family, there are nearly 100 servants living in this incomparably huge manor, including housekeepers, cooks, gardeners, maids, etc. In addition, there are dozens of members of the Little Razor Party, who are responsible for the security of the manor. In addition to these, the Shelby family also kept dozens of hunting dogs, 100 horses on the horse farm, and a lot of cows and hens on the ranch of the manor. After all, the Shelby Manor is 100 acres in size, which is equivalent to 400,000 square meters in a well-understood unit. The Shelby family is used to eating together, which helps to cultivate feelings. The lessons of the predecessors are vividly remembered. There is a relationship between the decline of the Razor Party and the split of the Shelby family that cannot be ignored. Uncle Michael, Uncle Jimmy, Aunt Fiona, Aunt Nancy, Aunt Kate, Cousin Paul. Good morning. At the restaurant, Ardal first said hello to the big family. Thomas, good morning. Everyone replied in unison. Ardal sat down at the table and the maid in the restaurant began to serve them breakfast. The breakfast is almost the same every day. It is roughly bacon, fried eggs, fried mushrooms, fried sausages, and other things. The main food is toast, and it will be accompanied by milk or black tea. After all, the UK is a food desert country, and Ardal never expects anything to surprise him for breakfast. Thomas, after dinner, you're going to a 2-hour class with Paul and Jenny, and shooting practice in the afternoon, and then you can go swimming or play ball after practice. After Freddie went in, Michael took over the Shelby Manor, and he arranged everything for the little Shelbys every day. The Shelby kids wouldn't go to school because the other gangs in Birmingham might assassinate them as a way to beat the Shelbys, as Ardal did. In fact, since that time, little Shelby has basically never left the estate except when necessary. I see. Ardal nodded and ate the food from the plate gracefully. He didn't tell the crowd about Hogwarts because the time had not come, and there were too many people in the restaurant. The Shelby family has a wizard, and this matter will become the top secret of the entire family, and only a few people are qualified to know. After dinner, Ardal went to class with his cousin Paul and cousin Jenny. He also has several cousins, but they are too young to go to class. Ardal is an exception, because he is the future Shelby family leader. So even if he is only 11 years old, he will have to be with two 15-6-year-olds take classes together. Today's course is on philosophy and economics. It is said that the professor is from Oxford. Ardal listens with great interest and asks a few questions from time to time, which amazes the professor. "I can't believe you're only 11 years old, Ardal. You have a great way of thinking about things, and I think you've got a great future ahead of you." After class, Ardal said goodbye to his cousin and went to walk the dog with Sophia. Ardal has a dog of his own, a Doberman Pinscher named Charlie. "Looks like you can't take the dog to Hogwarts." Looking at Charlie, who was eating raw beef, Ardal was lost in thought. Little wizards at Hogwarts can bring a pet when they enter the school. Generally speaking, it is nothing more than a cat, an owl, or a toad. A mouse like Ron's is an alternative. In terms of dogs, apart from the three-headed dog in Ardal's impression, there is only the tooth in Hagrid's hut. It seems that none of the students have dogs at school. Besides, Charlie is still a fierce Doberman Pinscher and has been trained as a hound. Hogwarts may not agree with him taking Charlie to school. Poor little fellow. Ardal patted Charlie on the head and the latter rubbed him affectionately, continuing to gulp down the steak. After walking the dog, Ardal went back to the castle to watch TV for a while. When it was time, he went to lunch. After lunch, he rested for a while. Ardal was going to have today's shooting training. In general, afternoon training is carried out every other day. In addition to shooting, there are equestrian and combat training. Ardal was using a PPK pistol with less recoil, but he was still sore wrists after training. The moving target hits all the time. The fixed target hits the bullseye time after time. Ardal, the Shelbys will be proud of you. In charge of teaching Ardal to shoot is his father Freddie's good brother Jerome, who is also a sharpshooter and has saved Freddie's life several times. Ardal respects him very much. "Thank you for your compliment, Uncle Jerome. If it weren't for your teaching, I don't think I would have achieved such a result." "Ha ha ha." Jerome laughed happily, took 2 gulps from his glass, and told Ardal some stories about how he fought Birmingham with Freddie, and the afternoon training was over. Ardal went straight to his own swimming pool behind the castle, soaked in the pool and ate some cakes, and after afternoon tea, Ardal swam a few laps before returning to the castle. That's it for today's campaign. Ardal turns on the TV. For half a month, Ardal was looking forward to the reply from the owl every day, and finally that night, Ardal's window was knocked again. It was the owl that brought Professor McGonagall's reply. Professor McGonagall said in her letter that she would visit at 3:00 p.m. on July 30. Reading between the lines, she seemed to have a good impression of Ardal. Ardal glanced at the calendar. The 30th was still a week away. "In a week, I will be in touch with the wizarding world." Ardal couldn't help but be fascinated when he thought of the mysterious magic, the incredible power. In order to welcome Professor McGonagall, Ardal went to Michael specifically and told him that a very distinguished guest would come to the door on the afternoon of the 30th, and asked him to inform the servants to prepare the desserts and drinks needed for afternoon tea in advance. In addition, Ardal also asked him to notify the Razorback gunmen who were guarding Shelby Manor in advance. After all, he didn't want Professor McGonagall to walk into the manor and find that there were gang members with guns everywhere. Finally, under Ardal's thoughts, the time came to July 30, 2:50 in the afternoon. Ardal brought Sophia, accompanied by Shelby and many servants, to the gate of the manor. At 2:58, a beautiful silver tabby cat gracefully appeared on the road outside Shelby Manor. Ardal's eyes lit up. He knew that Professor McGonagall was a F***CK Gus. No accident. This tabby cat should be Professor McGonagall. But what surprised him was that the tabby cat didn't come over, but stopped abruptly, and then suddenly got into the woods beside him. In fact, Professor McGonagall did not expect so many people at the gate of Shelby Manor. As a wizard, she couldn't show magic in front of muggles except, of course, at Hogwarts admissions, because she needed to perform some magic to convince the young wizard's muggle parents. But there are indeed too many people coming, not only Ardal and his guardian, but also some unrelated people. Professor McGonagall has no choice but to get into the woods. The time is almost up. Michael took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was 2:59. I'm sure she'll be there on time. Ardal opened his mouth to speak, and his voice only fell. A woman in an emerald green robe came out of the woods abruptly, startling everyone waiting at the gate of the manor. She is a serious-looking woman with a pair of glasses. She is tall and a little thin. She looks like she is in her 60s or 70s. She has some heavy crow's feet, but she is in a good state of mind. Her black hair is tied up high. With a little mystery was looking at Ardal at this time, because Ardal looked surprised when he saw her, and then it even turned into surprise. Of course, Professor McGonagall didn't know, because when he saw Professor McGonagall himself, a sudden voice suddenly appeared in Ardal's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully contacted important plot characters in the Harry Potter world, and the system is turned on. Please host as soon as possible to choose the artifact that needs to be created. Artifact? What artifact? Ardal, who was caught in surprise, didn't have time to think. He only knew that he had a gold finger, and this gold finger could only be triggered after touching the main characters of Harry Potter. Because this is the world of Harry Potter. Mr. Ardal Shelby. Professor McGonagall looked at Shelby and asked curiously, "You look like a bit of a surprise." "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Ardal came to his senses and gave Professor McGonagall a gentleman's salute. "You should understand that in the legends, the images of witches are relatively evil, and they are often accompanied by death and curses. To be honest, before this, I always thought you," Ardal said, smiling embarrassedly. "I really saw you and found that you are completely different from what I imagined. Although it looks serious, I can feel your kindness, which is enough to surprise me." After listening to Ardal's words, Professor McGonagall's face showed a look of astonishment. She looked at Ardal, then smiled. "Thank you, Ardal." The conversation between the two made the people on the side puzzled, and Michael's eyes had a hint of vigilance. He just seemed to hear Ardal talking about a witch. Could this so-called guest be a witch? Poor Ardal must have been deceived by this woman. Michael looked bad. He was about to speak when he heard Ardal invite the woman to the manor's castle. After thinking about it, he still didn't speak, just winked at his brother Jimmy. Jimmy nodded without looking, and the group got into the car bound for the castle in a strange atmosphere. Yes, because Shelby Manor is a bit large, it is generally a scooter from the gate to the castle. Professor McGonagall naturally rides with Ardal in a car, with Michael driving and Jimmy in the co-pilot. "This, Professor McGonagall, do you know which university did you study in?" Jimmy glanced at McGonagall through the rearview mirror and asked. Professor McGonagall didn't answer but looked at Ardal. "They're my uncles. This is Jimmy. This is Michael. My mother died. My father was locked up for some reason. And they're my guardians now." Ardal shrugged. He didn't deceive McGonagall. In the eyes of wizards, Muggle affairs are just trivial problems. Hogwarts dares to accept the children of Death Eaters, let alone a gang member in the Muggle world. Oh, poor boy. McGonagall reached out and touched Ardal's head, then looked at Jimmy and replied, "I'm the vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and a professor of Transfiguration." Jimmy's expression became dull for a moment. He frowned and turned around. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said." "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mr. Jimmy. I'm the vice principal and professor of Transfiguration." Professor McGonagall obviously knew that it was impossible to convince a Muggle with just a few words, so she stopped talking nonsense and became her own F***ck Gus. Watching a big living person turn into a cute tabby cat, the shock in Jimmy and Michael's hearts can be imagined. "Oh, shit!" Jimmy exclaimed, and Michael slammed on the brakes. "Ardal, this." Obviously, what Professor McGonagall said is true. She is a witch, and I received an admission letter from Hogwarts some time ago. I am a little wizard. Ardal explained to his two uncles. Aren't you always curious, how did I survive that assassination? That's why. After all, Michael and Jimmy are the core members of the Shelby family. After the initial shock, they gradually recovered. Michael continued to drive, but his eyes fell on Professor McGonagall through the rearview mirror from time to time. Professor McGonagall changed back to her human appearance and said to the two, "The purpose of my coming here today is to make you believe in the existence of wizards. Ardal needs to go to Hogwarts to learn how to become a wizard. He has magic power in his body, and if it is not controlled, he will die in the future." Michael and Jimmy naturally didn't want Ardal to die, not to mention Ardal is now a wizard. This is the Shelby family's first ever wizard. Their family has a wizard. Michael and Jimmy glanced at each other and laughed excitedly. If Ardal were a wizard. The two men chatted excitedly. Professor McGonagall's face gradually became serious, because the words of the two men in front of her became more and more outrageous. What brought down Birmingham, captured London, took control of England, radiated Europe, etc. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mag interrupted the discussion between Michael and Jimmy and said seriously, "The wizarding world has strict rules. Any wizard who tries to break the rules and do evil will have no good end." Professor McGonagall meant both to warn Michael and Jimmy, and to beat Ardal. Even if she didn't know much about Muggles, Ardal seemed to come from a less-than-friendly family by now. The existence of this family in the Muggle world is likely to be similar to the Dark Wizard family or the Death Eater family in the wizarding world. She wants to teach Ardal as well as possible before he grows up. Oh, of course, of course. Michael smirked and glared at Jimmy. "Uncle Michael, I became a little wizard, and the fact that I am going to Hogwarts school will be a family secret from now on, and no one else can know about it except you, Uncle Jimmy, and my father," Ardal exhorted, and Professor McGonagall looked at him with satisfaction and nodded lightly. "Only the guardians of Ardal have the right to know some things about the wizarding world, so I hope that the two gentlemen will not spread it out. If others find out, they will be cursed." In order to frighten these two guys, Professor McGonagall told a small lie. Michael and Jimmy shuddered, and when they heard the word curse, they realized how evil and terrifying the legendary witch was, so they hurriedly responded. Finally, the car stopped on the lawn in front of the central castle. Everyone got out of the car. Michael respectfully led the way to Professor McGonagall, while Jimmy stopped the others behind. The four entered the reception room and took their seats. The maid brought desserts and drinks and then left respectfully, closing the door gently. "Professor McGonagall, I don't know what you like to eat, so I only prepared some desserts and black tea. Oh, Jimmy, I remember that you have a bottle of brandy that is 100 years old." "No, Mr. Michael," Mag interrupted Michael's words and said with a smile, "black tea is good." All right, all right." Michael nodded, took a sip from the teacup and asked, "I don't know how much your school's tuition is. When will the school start? What do we need to prepare?" "That's exactly what I'm here for." Professor McGonagall looked at Ardal beside him and said, "Hogwarts will start on September 1, and the little wizards need to take their tickets to platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station and take the Hogwarts Express to the school." Professor McGonagall took out a ticket and gave it to Ardal. "There's magic being cast there. Only people with magic powers can pass this platform, and they won't be noticed by Muggles. Well, Muggles are people who don't know magic." Professor McGonagall glanced at Michael and Jimmy and continued, "As for tuition, don't worry. Hogwarts is free and does not require additional tuition, but the little wizard needs to prepare the required textbooks, books, and various props. These things can be bought in Diagon Alley. The currency of the wizarding world is gold galleons, and silver west and copper nat, but as a Muggle little wizard at Hogwarts, you can use British pounds every year at Gringotts Bank. £500 in exchange for 100 galleons. Professor McGonagall's words shocked Michael and Jimmy. How cheap is it to train a little wizard? To be honest, Michael even planned to pay tens of thousands of pounds or even hundreds of gold bars, but in the end he only needed £500. The entrance to Diagon Alley is in Charing Cross Street, London, where there is a Leaky Cauldron pub. which is also enchanted and cannot be seen by muggles. But a little wizard without a wand cannot go through there alone to Diagon Alley, and needs to be guided by a wizard. Just lead. Professor McGonagall paused and looked at Ardal. Tomorrow I'll take you and another little wizard to Diagon Alley to buy what you need. Like you, she comes from a muggle family. Maybe you can take care of each other at school in the future. Ardal didn't know who McGonagall was talking about, and the original book didn't seem to mention it, but he didn't care but asked. Okay, Professor McGonagall, don't know the exact time. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock at Charing Cross Street. Professor McGonagall calculated the time. It also takes time to travel from Birmingham to London. After that, they have to make purchases and then go home, so the best time is noon. Okay, I'll be there on time. After getting Ardal's reply, Professor McGonagall nodded. She took a sip of black tea and said with a smile, "Nice afternoon tea. As long as you like it." There was a pleasing smile on Michael's face. He also wanted to ask his son if he had a chance to go to school, but Professor McGonagall obviously didn't give him a chance. Just disappeared. Michael froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "Jimmy, tomorrow you're driving Ardal to London. I'm going to see Big Brother tonight. Hey, there's a wizard from the Shelby family, and Birmingham can't stop us. The Shelby family will eventually take charge of the glory and rise to the top." Watching the two uncles in the middle school fall into fantasy, Ardal shook his head, then got up to say goodbye to the two and returned to his room. He wants to study his gold finger well. If he heard correctly, he seemed to have heard the word artifact just now. System. Ardal lay on the bed trying to call his system mentally. Then, a light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of him. The light curtain is divided into 3 pieces. On the first light curtain, a bright silver long sword was displayed, which was inserted into a square stone, exuding a majestic aura. On it was written a sentence, "Only the king can wield this sword," pulled out of the rock. The tone of the second light curtain was much darker, like an abyss. In the center was a cluster of bright red flames. Among the flames, a dark golden ring fluctuated in the flames, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. The third light curtain is sea blue, and it seems that in the endless sea, a blue trident is exuding a dazzling light. The moment he saw these 3 light curtains, Ardal knew the origin of these 3 things from the system. The sword in the stone, the Lord of the Rings, the trident of the sea god. From the movies Sword in the Stone, the Lord of the Rings, and Pirates of the Caribbean. And now, Ardal needs to choose one of the 3 of them. These 3 artifacts all symbolize power. The sword in the stone belongs to King Arthur, the Lord of the Rings belongs to Sauron, and the trident belongs to Poseidon. But they are not from mythology, but from the movie world. Considering that this world is the world of Harry Potter, it is self-evident which one to choose. I choose the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Ardal made a choice, and then the light curtain in the middle shook violently, and a dark breath was released, and Ardal seemed to hear an extremely angry shout. "Do not!" The voice seemed to be filled with unparalleled hatred, but then a warm current flowed into Ardal's body, making him completely ignore the influence of that breath. The light curtain disappeared, and a simple ring appeared in front of Ardal, then slowly faded and disappeared. However, Ardal could feel that the ring seemed to be hidden in his body and could be summoned at any time according to his will. Artifact. The Lord of the Rings seal, soul-bound. Introduction. The Supreme Lord of the Rings, which has poured the efforts and most of the power of the demon Lord Sauron, has unparalleled power. Note, Sauron's evil thoughts have been eliminated, and the Supreme Lord of the Rings has been bound to the host's soul. Unblocking progress. 5% unlock abilities. 1. Escape into the underworld. Wearing the Lord of the Rings can enter the underworld dimension and become invisible in the main world. 2. Necromancer. The bearer will have Sauron's super magic talent, especially in dark magic and necromantic magic. He has an unimaginable comprehension power. Unlocked. 3. Dominate all beings. Greatly improve the leader's ability of the bearer and have a natural ability to dominate others, which can easily convince others and take refuge. Ringwraith. Unlocked. 4. Immortal person. The bearer is affected by the power of the Lord of the Rings, the lifespan is greatly increased, and the soul is immortal. After the body dies, the body can be recast by other means. Unlocked. 5. Dark Supreme. The magic power of the bearer will be greatly enhanced, and he can master and use all dark magics proficiently, and can control any other creatures with dark attributes. Unlocked. Ardal closed the introduction panel of the Lord of the Rings and asked the system. So the Supreme Lord of the Rings is still under seal, and only one invisible ability has been unlocked. Then how can I unseal the Supreme Lord of the Rings? The system's voice echoed in Ardal's mind. The host has selected the Supreme Lord of the Rings and has already opened the summoning qualification for the world of the Lord of the Rings. The host can summon characters and items for free once a month. Summoning characters and items related to the Lord of the Rings will greatly improve the unlocking progress. At the same time, the host can obtain world plot points by completing the corresponding tasks. Through the plot points, you can purchase related characters or items from the system to speed up the unlocking progress. After listening to the introduction of the system, Ardal was relieved a lot, and it seemed quite safe. Afterwards, Ardal took a look at his quest, and a main quest has been activated. Main quest. The Path of the Supreme Current Mission Objective. Join Slytherin House. Introduction of the current task. Slytherin is a breeding ground for the Dark Lord, and its name is really not worthy of people's impression of it. Then, let Slytherin be the greatest demon lord of all time. Mission reward. 100 plot points. Seeing the mission goal, Ardal breathed a sigh of relief. The task is not difficult, it can even be said to be simple. In terms of his character, he is basically a must to enter Slytherin. Even if there is any accident, Ardal can use the Lord of the Rings to induce the sorting hat. If this is the case in the future, this level of task, then the accumulation of plot points is still very simple. The Lord of the Rings is a symbol of power, strength, and Sauron's ambition. When Ardal chose it, he was actually ready. Therefore, the main line of the road to the Supreme is actually a reflection of Ardal's heart. Ardal is very satisfied with this. It is perfect that he can achieve his goals and have additional rewards to help him. Asterisk it is not difficult to obtain plot points, so the exchange price of the mall. Ardal opened the system's mall, and rows of exchange lists appeared in front of him. Character, Gandalf. Exchange price. 10,000 story points. Need to have Naya the Ring of Fire, Fencer Glamdrin. World acceptance. Note: the unlocking progress of the Supreme Lord of the Rings can be increased by 20%. Character, Saruman. Exchange price. 10,000 plot points. Requires a crystal ball of true knowledge, a strong orc army of 5,000 people, and world acceptance. Note: the unlocking progress of the Supreme Lord of the Rings can be increased by 20%. Character, Sauron. Redemption price. 50,000 plot points. Need to possess the 9 rings, 7 rings of dwarves, 3 rings of elf, Eye of Sauron. World acceptance. Note: Sauron can increase the unlocking progress of the Supreme Lord of the Rings by 25%. If Sauron cannot be summoned, the Supreme Lord of the Rings can only be unlocked by a maximum of 99%. Note 2. Characters who need world acceptance cannot be summoned when their acceptance is not full. Looking at the rows of characters and items, Ardal let out a weak sigh. The items are okay. As long as they have plot points, they can be exchanged. But the characters are not enough. Most characters need to have bond items to be summoned. In addition to the exchange price required for the bond items, there are still quite a lot of plot points required. Among them, Sauron is the most pitiful and must be summoned. The most powerful dark supreme ability of the Lord of the Rings must be unlocked by 100%, but if Sauron is summoned, it means that Ardal must fight Sauron, because Sauron definitely wanted to take the Supreme Lord of the Rings back. There is also the so-called world acceptance. Ardal also learned about it from the system. Characters who need world acceptance cannot be summoned casually. They can only be summoned after the acceptance is full. And if you want to increase acceptance, you need him to build momentum. In short, Ardal had to let the wizarding world know who Gandalf, Saruman, and Sauron were, and believed that there was such a person before he could summon him. Otherwise, it cannot be summoned. Of course, it doesn't need everyone to believe it, just that most wizards have heard their names and believe they exist. Take your time, it's not in a hurry anyway. Although there are not many plot point rewards, Ardal is very patient. He is only 11 years old, and there are still a few years before Voldemort's resurrection. Before that, Hogwarts was relatively safe, of course, provided he didn't take the initiative to ask for trouble. Besides, I still have 2 free summon opportunities every month. Even if I only unlock 1% or 2% each time, I will save a lot. Ardal was inexplicably excited. System, I want to extract the Lord of the Rings items. Ardal decided to take an item to test the water first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the item, Saruman's experiment notes. A black parchment scroll suddenly appeared in Ardal's hand, looking very old and heavy. This diary is not a bond item of the Lord of the Rings, nor is it Saruman's bond item. Ardal was a little disappointed, but when he opened the diary and looked at it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is Saruman's experimental notes for cultivating strong orcs. It records every step of Saruman's production of strong orcs in detail, as well as what he needs. And Saruman's exchange conditions included having a strong orc army. In addition, the above also records the refining methods of some potions and the incantations of some ancient incantations, as well as casting gestures and related spiritual magic requirements. According to the prompt of the system, the materials needed to make strong orcs and potions are not from this world, but the system has been very considerately modified to the materials owned by this world, and the effect remains the same. The same goes for the ancient spells recorded in the notebooks. After all, Saruman's true identity is a demigod. Most of his mana is reflected in his spiritual power, and he doesn't need any spells to cast spells. The spells on the notebook are also changes made by the system according to Harry's world. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that, through this experiment note, Ardal can learn the ancient magic spells that this world does not have, and can also create strong orcs and the powerful potions recorded above. And if these things are used well, it will be very helpful for me to complete the task in the future, and it will also be very helpful to improve Saruman's acceptance in the world. Ardal had a vague idea in his heart. He took a closer look. There were many things he had never heard of before, but there were also some things he was familiar with. These include centaurs' blood and troll hearts. There are centaurs in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. If there is a troll, Professor Quirrell will get one on Halloween, so you need to plan carefully. Ardal put the notebook into the system space. Although this notebook is not a fettered item, it is very practical. It seems that today's luck is not bad, so he decided to strike while the iron is hot. System, summon the Lord of the Rings characters. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you successfully summoned Smeagol. The unlock rate of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has increased by 15%. Congratulations to the host, the unlocking degree of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has reached 20%, and the ability has been successfully unlocked, Necromancer. Ardal was startled, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable force emerged from his soul, powerful but evil, and Ardal understood that it was the ability of the Necromancer of the Lord of the Rings to be unlocked. Smeagol. Ardal checked through the system and found that this Smeagol was the Hobbit Gollum. He has held the Supreme Lord of the Rings for nearly 500 years. No wonder he can suddenly increase the unlocking degree by 15%. In addition to those main characters, I am afraid that Gollum can add so much. After all, according to the relationship with the Supreme Lord of the Rings, the bond between him and the Supreme Lord of the Rings is even deeper than some members of the Fellowship of the Ring. Good luck. There was a smile on Ardal's face. On the first day of the awakening system, the unlocking progress of the Supreme Lord of the Rings was increased to 20%. What happens if my Supreme Lord of the Rings unlock rate reaches 100%? Ardal suddenly thought of this question. The system will provide 3 higher-level artifacts for the host to choose from. The system didn't hide it and replied directly. Ardal nodded thoughtfully, but he didn't expect too much. Today he was lucky, but he can't be so lucky all the time. Who knows how long it will take to completely unlock the Supreme Lord of the Rings? Where's that Gollum? Where did he go? Ardal looked around. Gollum didn't appear directly like a notebook. Ardal didn't know where the system put him. If he were thrown into the Muggle world, Ardal could imagine the consequences. A strange-looking humanoid creature, not in a normal state of mind, and often muttering in a gloomy tone. "Me precious. My baby. Just thinking about it makes your scalp tingle. Smeagol has not yet extracted. The host can choose any place to put it, only in the wizarding world. Please note that the storage period of Smeagol is 1 month. After the character call is updated, Smeagol will be automatically placed in the surrounding area of the host." The system's answer sounded. Ardal breathed a sigh of relief, and after thinking about it, Gulu didn't seem to be of any use to him in the future. Moreover, the hobbits have no magical ability and Gollum is a lunatic. Drop Gollum into Azkaban. Ardal spoke out about his choice. Ding! Smeagol has been successfully put into Azkaban. Hearing the system prompt, Ardal expressed his satisfaction. But then he thought, as if tomorrow is Harry Potter's birthday, if he throws Gollum in front of Harry Potter at midnight tonight, I don't know what will happen. Harry Potter closed his eyes and made a wish. When he opened his eyes, he found Gollum's big eyes staring at him and then said to him, "My darling." It's fun to think about. Unfortunately, Harry Potter is not in the wizarding world now. Ardal shook his head and smiled without thinking much. He took out the notebook he just put in the space. Originally, he couldn't understand the ancient spells recorded on it, but after unlocking the ability of the Lord of the Rings necromancer, Ardal suddenly could understand. Ardal studied Saruman's notes in the room, far away from the North Sea. An isolated island stands on the icy sea, and a dark castle stands on the cliff of the isolated island. This is the famous Azkaban in the wizarding world. Outside the castle, countless Dementors hovered and danced. In a room on the 3rd floor, a humanoid creature similar to a house elf suddenly appeared here. His 2 eyes were like light bulbs, showing a yellow-green color, matching the head with only a few hairs, and the ugly his face looked very strange. Where is this? Gulu hunched over, carefully looking at this unfamiliar environment. This is a conspiracy. Another sound came out of Gulu's mouth, which sounded sullen. This is Baggins' conspiracy. He's a thief, a vile, shameless thief. He stole our treasure, my treasure. Yes, baby, my darling. Gulu's eyes turned green, exuding a faint light. He turned around a few times in place and sighed fiercely. It must be Baggins. He found the elf and cast a magic spell and locked us here. Gulu was swearing fiercely when a woman's figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision from the darkness in the corner. The woman's hair was messy and looked dirty. At this moment, she was looking straight at him, her eyes showing disgust. Kind eyes. It's amazing, ha 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 ha. The woman stared at Gollum and spoke slowly. Her voice seemed to be the rubbing sound of a corpse that had just crawled out of the grave, and even the dark grunt made her scalp tingle. A house elf? No. The woman came over, stared at Gulu fiercely and shouted, "What the hell are you? A goblin? Or a human with some kind of curse? Who is Baggins? What treasure did he steal? How did you get here?" Gulu stepped back cautiously until there was the icy stone wall of the castle behind him and there was no way to retreat. He squatted down quickly, picked up a sharp gravel and looked at the woman in front of him viciously. "Mine, that's my baby. Your baby, ha ha ha." The woman laughed wildly, took out an old wand from somewhere, suddenly pointed her finger at Gulu, grinned, and her smile became more and more gloomy. "Drill the heart and gouge out the bone." Gollum's pained howls echoed through Azkaban along with Bellatrix's wild laughter, and the man behind it all was trying his magic in the warm room of Shelby Manor Castle. Created by low-level undead. Skull Warrior summons. As Ardal waved his hand lightly, a faint light flashed, and then a skeleton warrior about 2 meters tall appeared in front of Ardal. His bones are very thick, and his 2 pale hand bones are still holding weapons, a rusted iron sword and a log shield. It can be seen that he should have been a powerful warrior in his lifetime. The skeleton warrior's two eye sockets shone with dark green ghosts, and it stood in front of Ardal, motionless. Not bad. Ardal nodded with satisfaction. The skeleton warrior looked quite strong, at least not the tattered skeleton soldier with osteoporosis. Ardal controlled the skeleton warrior for a while. The speed and strength are far beyond ordinary people. A skeleton warrior must have no problem dealing with 4 or 5 muggles at the same time, and although the weapon looks rusty, it is actually quite sharp. With a tetanus bonus, the combat power should not be underestimated. After testing it, Ardal dispelled the magic, and the skeleton warrior disappeared again with a bang. There are many ancient spells recorded in Saruman's notebooks, including a part of necromancy, and the ability of the necromancer did not disappoint Ardal. He just studied it briefly, and he completely mastered the creation of the low-level undead just now, and he can even cast spells without a staff. The more magic wizards, the more skeleton warriors will be summoned. If the magic power is sufficient, it is very simple to summon thousands of them at once. In addition to summoning skeletons, there are also zombies, licks, death knights, bone dragons. Well, it seems quite simple, but my magic power is not enough. Ardal's mastery of necromancy was beyond his imagination, and after simply looking at it for a while, he felt that he had mastered these magics, but his magic power was not enough, so he couldn't test it yet. In addition to undead magic, Saruman's notes also contain some spells about holy light magic, natural magic, and elemental magic. Ardal briefly looked at some of them. Although he could not master it as quickly as necromantic magic, he had a feeling, as long as you study it in depth, you can still quickly grasp it. As expected of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. No, it should be said that it is worthy of the demon Lord Sauron. After all, the necromancer is Sauron's talent. Ardal glanced at the time, put away the notes, sighed, and went downstairs to eat. Waking up the next day, Ardal took the clothes for the day from Sophia. White shirt, brown vest, brown suit, embellished gold pocket watch, and a newsboy cap with razor blades, and a pair of shiny leather shoes. After breakfast, Ardal got into Jimmy's car. They were planning to drive to London, and it would take just over 2 hours to reach their destination. In addition to their car, several gunmen will follow. After all, Ardal is the only little wizard in the Shelby family, and Michael wants to ensure his safety. Originally, Michael wanted to arrange dozens of people to follow them, but Ardal refused. To reassure Michael and Jimmy, Ardal deliberately summoned a skeleton monster in front of them, then let it chop down a big tree in the manor with one sword. The terrifying power of the skeletons shocked the two of them. In the end, they could only follow Ardal's advice and removed most of the gunmen, leaving only a few elites, on the grounds that Jimmy also needed to be protected. The journey was safe and sound, with no attacks or assassinations. It was 10:30 in the morning when Ardal was standing in the streets of Charing Cross. You don't need to be so nervous when you get to London. Jimmy has a lover in London. After talking to Ardal, he left with a few younger brothers, and Ardal wandered the street and soon noticed the leaky cauldron, which was out of tune with the surrounding area. However, Ardal did not go in, but found a bookstore on the corner of the street. It was not until the time was up that Ardal came to the street. It didn't take long before he saw the figure of Professor McGonagall. Behind her, followed by a couple and a little wizard, Ardal showed a slightly surprised look, because that little wizard is Hermione. Professor McGonagall also saw Ardal and waved at him. Ardal walked over calmly. "I told Mr. Granger just now that you must be waiting for us here," Professor McGonagall said to him with a smile. "I've only just arrived, so glad to see you again, Professor McGonagall. This is Mr. Granger, this is his wife, this is Miss Granger, just like you, the little wizard who entered the school this year." Professor McGonagall introduced Ardal, and Ardal nodded to the three. "Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, and of course, lovely Miss Granger. My name is Ardal Shelby." "Mr. Shelby, nice to meet you." Mr. Granger responded with a smile, and Mrs. Granger, who was next to him, nodded and said, "Professor McGonagall told us about you just now. She said you were an elegant little gentleman, and that's true." Hermione was also looking at this little wizard who was the same age as her. With a hint of pride and curiosity in her eyes, she took the initiative to say, "Hi, my name is Hermione." Hearing this, Ardal looked at Hermione. She had brown hair, three-dimensional and delicate facial features, and looked very cute. She was the beautiful Hermione in Ardal's impression. Not bad. For Hermione, Ardal was born with a hint of affection, but that was all, so he just greeted Hermione politely. "Hello, Miss Hermione, nice to meet you." "Okay, let's get down to business. Today's task is still very heavy." Seeing Ardal and they all knew each other, Professor McGonagall spoke softly and brought a few people to the door of the leaky cauldron. Because of Professor McGonagall's magic, even if the Grangers were muggles, they could watch go to the leaky cauldron. I swear, I've never seen this bar before when I've passed by. Mr. Granger was obviously surprised, and his knowledge of magic was a little more profound. "Let's go in." Professor McGonagall took the four people into the bar. There were many wizards in the bar. They smiled and greeted Professor McGonagall. After dealing with everyone, Professor McGonagall took them to the patio behind the bar. "Remember this location, and when you have your own wands, you can come to Diagon Alley alone." Professor McGonagall spoke to Ardal and Hermione, then took out his wand and tapped 3 times on the bricks that were on the trash can. Wow! At Hermione's exclamation, the brick wall transformed into an archway, revealing Diagon Alley behind. "This is Diagon Alley. Now let's go to Gringotts, which is the Goblins' Bank." The British pound in the Muggle world has only a very low value for wizards, so the goblin responsible for exchanging golden galleons did not give Ardal and others a good look. After spending £500 for 100 gold galleons, Professor McGonagall left Gringotts with everyone. Although the Grangers were adults, they also acted like children at this time, full of amazement and curiosity about everything in Diagon Alley. "Let's go shopping for wands first, and I don't think you want to be walking around with cauldrons and brass scales with a pile of books." Professor McGonagall led the group to the door of a small and dilapidated shop. The sign on the door was too broken, but it could still be seen clearly. "Ollivander has been making fine wands since 382 BC. Professional rod making 2000. Ardal murmured in his heart and followed behind Professor McGonagall into the famous wand shop. There was no one in the store, and the space was a bit small. There was a bench in the corner. Professor McGonagall motioned the Grangers to wait on the bench. Not long after, an old man with silver hair came out from behind the counter. "Oh, long time no see, Minerva. Fur, 9½ inches, especially good for transfiguration. Now think about it, time flies. I remember when I was next to my father. He sold you that wand." Ollivander looked at McGonagall with a hint of reminiscence in her eyes, then came back to her senses and looked at Ardal and Hermione behind Professor McGonagall. "The little wizard's going to school this year. Let's see which wand will choose them." Ollivander came out from behind the counter, looked at the two, and asked, "What little wizard wants to have his own wand? Lady first." Ardal took a step back and motioned for Hermione to come first. "Great lad." Ollivander smiled, looked at Hermione, and asked, "So, boy, which hand do you use?" "Right hand." Although this Ollivander looked a little weird, Hermione was not afraid and stretched out her right hand. "Oh well." Ollivander nodded, snapped his fingers, and a tape measure flew out of the corner and automatically measured Hermione's body, not even missing the position between the two nostrils. In midair, there is also a quill and a notebook, recording data in Swish. Ollivander, on the other hand, went back to the back of the cupboard and began to search from the piles of wand boxes. Ardal looked at Professor McGonagall and asked softly, "Why do you need to measure these when you buy a wand?" "It is said that each wand must be a perfect fit for the little wizard." Professor McGonagall obviously has no confidence and can't say clearly. "But the little wizard's body grows every year, and it doesn't even take a year. Maybe these data will be inaccurate after 3 months, and these wands are not made now, they have been made before, and now there is some discretion." "Late, very clever boy." Ollivander came out from behind the counter at some point, a wand box in his hand. "But this sense of ritual is our respect for wands." Ollivander came to Hermione, opened the box in his hand and took out a wand. Grapevine wood, dragon nerve, 9 3/4 inches. Try this, boy. Hermione took the wand and looked at Ollivander. Wait a little like this. Hermione imitated Ollivander's movement and waved, and a genial wind was born out of nowhere, surrounding Hermione, and at the same time, a dazzling light burst out from the tip of the wand. A great combination, this wand has chosen you. Vine wood is suitable for wizards with lofty pursuits and extraordinary foresight. I hope you will make good use of it. After Ollivander finished speaking, he looked at Ardal. Hermione recovered from that wonderful feeling, fondling the wand in her hand, a happy smile on her face. Then let's measure it first. The tape measure flew again and measured it on Ardal's body. The quill pen recorded it in the small notebook. Ardal was a little curious. Did it record the measurements of many wizards from ancient times to the present? After a while, Ollivander came out again and handed Ardal a wand. Holly, unicorn tail hair, 11 inches. Oh, put it down, put it down. Ollivander was still introducing the wand calmly, but when Ardal grabbed the wand crackled. Although Ardal had let go at the first time, it was clear that the wand was still damaged. The holly stick was cracked, and the unicorn tail hair inside was burnt out. The terrifying talent, the evil magic, the tail hair of a unicorn can't even bear. Ollivander took a deep look at Ardal and went back to the back of the cabinet to rummage. Professor McGonagall frowned deeply, but said nothing. It seems that Ardal has an extraordinary talent in black magic, but he is a child after all. As long as he receives a good education at Hogwarts, there should be no problems in the future. Ardal turned around and found that Professor McGonagall and Hermione were looking at him, so he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. It must be a ghost from the Lord of the Rings. The soul binding of the Lord of the Rings and Ardal gave him an unimaginable dark power, and he also unlocked the ability of a necromancer, especially good at black magic and necromancy. Not surprisingly. After a while, Ollivander reappeared. Yew wood, a material that symbolizes death, is very suitable for black magic. The heart of the staff is the hair of the wetland werewolf. It also has an unparalleled affinity for black magic, 12 3/4 inches. Ollivander confidently put the wand in Ardal's hand. Ardal waved it and everyone seemed to hear a wailing. Oh, it looks like it doesn't fit either. Ollivander took his wand back and looked at it carefully. The body of the yew wood stick has not changed, the core of the stick is damaged, and the wetland werewolf can't do it. Let me think about it, let me think about it. Ollivander muttered and left again. He felt a little distressed. The wetland werewolf's hair was not his usual material, and there were only a few wetland werewolf wands in his store. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Ardal said apologetically to Professor McGonagall. It's okay, Ardal, your powers are unique. A wand is a wizard's best friend. We need to be patient. Of course, you need to understand that it doesn't matter what our powers are, but the choices we make. Professor McGonagall said to Ardal with a smile. Ardal nodded, knowing that the performance just now made Professor McGonagall a little worried about him. A student born in a gang family and born to practice black magic. If he joins Slytherin again, I am afraid that Professor McGonagall will worry that he will become bad in his dreams. This one, it must be this one. I have a wonderful premonition. Just thinking about it, Ollivander appeared again. This wand isn't mine, it's from my grandfather, a great attempt. Ollivander smiled mysteriously and took out a simple wand from inside, which also looked yew wood, but there were some complex patterns on it which were very mysterious. This is a special yew tree. It absorbs the blood and toxins of the leopard. The normal core can't even get close to it, so my grandfather made a bold attempt. Ollivander stroked his wand and said slowly, "You would Dementor's nerves." Before Ollivander could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall interrupted him. "What? Ollivander, I don't agree with you giving such a dangerous wand to a little wizard." "Oh, take it easy, Minerva. It's not the wizard who chooses the wand, it's the wand that chooses the wizard. This wand has been silent for hundreds of years, and it's been waiting for today, I think." Ollivander handed the wand over. Ardal looked a little surprised at the wand in front of him. A wand made of Dementor nerves. Ollivander's grandfather is really crazy. By the way, does that thing have nerves? How did you get it off? Ardal reached out and took the wand. A mysterious feeling of throbbing spread throughout the body, and strands of white mist formed out of thin air, with a terrifying chill sweeping the entire Ollivander wand shop. But in the blink of an eye, the entire shop was covered with frost. Perfect combination. Really perfect combination. You, Dementor's nerve, 11 inches, boy, this wand is yours. Ollivander clapped his hands happily, suddenly thought of something and continued. But one thing you need to know, this wand can't cast the Patronus charm, but don't worry too much. The Patronus charm's biggest role is to resist Dementors, and you don't need it, because this wand will protect you from being captured, attacked by ghosts. Ollivander. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and asked solemnly, I wonder if this wand has Dementor properties, such as sucking people's happy emotions into darkness. No, Minerva, our Ollivanders wouldn't make such an evil wand. On the contrary, with the nerves of Dementors, this wand not only protects him from Dementors, but also protects him from Dementors. It can make him more sensitive and yearning for happiness and beautiful things. People who are in the dark yearn for the light more, don't they? After hearing Ollivander's words, McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. If Ollivander says it's true, the wand will be doing Ardal a lot of good. I hope so, but thanks anyway, Ollivander, Professor McGonagall said, and was ready to take everyone away. Of course, Hermione and Ardal paid 7 galleons each. Ardal's wand should be worth well over 7 galleons, but Ollivander didn't increase the price. After leaving the wand shop, Professor McGonagall took them to Mrs. Malkin's robe shop to buy wizard robes, then went to Lishan bookstore to buy textbooks needed for the new semester, and then went to the next door to the cauldron shop to buy alchemy robes, crucible and brass balance for weighing. In addition to the textbooks required for the first grade, Hermione bought a lot of extra books, which made her not have enough money to buy a pet, and Ardal didn't buy a pet because he thought it was too much trouble. In short, after they bought everything they needed, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, that's it, Ardal, MS. Granger, the school starts on September 1st. You have to be at King's Cross Station before 11 o'clock that day to take the Hogwarts Express. Remember to bring your tickets. After Professor McGonagall's instructions, she sent them to the leaky cauldron. She still had things to do. When they were shopping just now, something seemed to happen to Gringotts. Professor McGonagall wanted to take a look. After Professor McGonagall left, the Grangers looked at Ardal, who was holding the cauldron and a pile of things, and asked, Ardal, where does your family live? Why don't you put your stuff in my car first, and we can take you home first? Thank you, Mr. Granger, but no, my family should be waiting for me outside the pub now. Ardal smiled at Mr. Granger's kindness, and then again, Hermione's parents were really nice people, much better than Harry's aunt and uncle. That's good, our family lives in Manchester. I'm a dentist and I have a private practice there. You can come to our house if you have time. Mr. Granger smiled, took out a business card and put it in the pocket of Ardal's suit. I will. Ardal nodded. Manchester is in the northwest of London and Birmingham, not very far away. It only takes 2 or 3 hours by car or train. The four walked out of the leaky cauldron. Ardal looked around. Jimmy and a few razor thugs were waiting at the corner of the street. Jimmy, hey, I'm here. Ardal shouted, and Jimmy, who was smoking, heard the sound, turned his head and looked over, then choked off the cigarette and ran over. Huh, I actually bought so many things. The bodyguards behind Jimmy took the cauldron and the book and left with a wink. Jimmy muttered and looked at Granger and the others. Ardal introduced him. They are the Grangers, and this is my classmate, Hermione Granger, who also goes to Hogwarts. Oh, she's a little witch. Jimmy's otherwise unconcerned expression turned serious, by the way. Asterisk same as me. Ardal nodded, a smile on Jimmy's face, and he took a business card from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Granger. Hello, Mr. Granger. I'm Ardal's uncle. Here's my business card. We're in Birmingham. Ardal coughed softly. Jimmy paused, smiled, and continued. Our family is doing some small business in Birmingham. If you don't mind, you can come to our house at any time. In fact, we have a small estate on the outskirts of Birmingham. Mr. Granger accepted the card and said he would definitely visit if he had the chance. After all, Hermione and Ardell are both little wizards from Muggle families, which is a wonderful fate. Ardell chuckled lightly from the side, and he also wanted to know how Hermione and the others would react when they came to his house. After all, Shelby Manor was not that big. Maybe it was about the same size as Hogwarts. Of course, this is just a little bit of fun. In fact, Ardell didn't feel that being a Shelby family would help him in the wizarding world. After all, for wizards, the power and money in the Muggle world were nothing special. They were easy to obtain. With a single confusion charm, the wealthy in the Muggle world can surrender their lifetime assets and wealth. Then, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, and Hermione, see you later. Ardell said goodbye to the three and led Jimmy to the corner. Mr. Granger looked at this scene and said, I think Ardell should come from a noble family. Yes, his Uncle Jimmy is obviously a big guy too, I can tell from the look in his eyes, but Mrs. Granger glanced at Hermione and laughed. He seemed a little scared of Hermione. Who is not afraid of a witch? Mr. Granger laughed too. They didn't know. Jimmy was scared because Ardell said Hermione was just like him, and Jimmy thought Hermione could summon that terrifying skeleton too. The Shelby family in Birmingham, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. It should be an ancient noble. Mr. Granger muttered and left with Mrs. Granger and Hermione. Hermione didn't feel much about Ardell's identity. She just thought that this boy her age was very elegant and calm, much better than the boys in school who would only be jealous of her good studies. She did care about Ardell's wizarding talent, though. Although in the wand shop, Hermione didn't quite understand what was going on, but she knew that Ardell was a very talented little wizard, at least judging from the performance when buying the wand, much better than her talent. And she learned from Professor McGonagall that in addition to the little Muggle wizards, there are many little wizards from wizard families who have been exposed to magic since childhood and are extremely talented. Compared with the little Muggle wizards, they are born with an advantage, but I'll impress everyone. Hermione held the wand in her arms and glanced back in the direction Ardell had disappeared, her eyes full of confidence. The car sped along the road, and Ardell sat in the back seat, watching the wand in his hand. Voldemort's wand seems to be the nerves of a Dementor. That thing has nerves. I always thought that Dementors were spirits. Ardell stroked the wand, and he could feel the biting chill coming from it. In addition to sucking human emotions, Dementors can also suck human soul, so this wand is very suitable for necromantic magic, and it is a very good wand for Ardell. However, Ardell could also vaguely feel the fear of this wand for himself, presumably because of the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings contained most of Sauron's power, and Sauron was a demigod before his fall, which was indeed too advanced for a wand. Jimmy observed Ardell through the rearview mirror, saw him stroking a thin wooden stick, and asked involuntarily, Ardell, is that your wand? Yes, it allows me to cast magic more easily. Ardell nodded. At this stage, this wand is still very helpful to him. After all, not all his magic can be cast without a wand, and casting spells with a wand is more powerful and can save more magic power. Ardell took out the elementary spell book and looked at it, then pointed his wand at Jimmy and waved it. Clean up. Wow! Jimmy cried out involuntarily. He felt a gust of wind blowing over him, and then he felt relaxed as if he had just taken a shower. You can't hide the smell of perfume on your body, Aunt Nancy. Don't thank me. Ardell said something casually and continued to read the book Elementary Spells. Perhaps Sauron's magical talent was too strong, and Ardell mastered these primary spells without much effort. It seems that I still have the potential to be a scholar. Ardell put the book down, waved his hand, and everything was loaded into the system space by him. He didn't do this before because he didn't want Professor McGonagall and Hermione to find out. Now there is no problem. Jimmy is a Muggle who doesn't understand anything. Even if he sees it, he will only think it is because of magic. And it was true, and Jimmy just sighed a few times about the magic of magic, and then left it behind. Along the way, Jimmy and Ardell have been discussing the future of the Shelby family. He hoped that Ardell could summon an army of undead to help the Resurrects take complete control of Birmingham, and then expand the family business to London. This is also because Professor McGonagall warned them. According to Jimmy's original idea, it is to directly control the high-level personnel in England, and then use this as a foundation to look at Europe. After returning from London, Ardell did not study with his cousins, nor did he train in horsemanship, shooting, and combat, but has been studying magic. He built an underground laboratory in the manor, and usually no one else was allowed to approach it. Only Michael and Jimmy came to visit occasionally. In Saruman's notes, there is an orc potion that can turn animals into orcs. Ardell, the material needed for the potion, is not available. But who gave Ardell the Lord of the Rings? On the third day back in Birmingham, Ardell returned to London, put on the Lord of the Rings, and followed a wizard into Diagon Alley. After that, Ardell entered Nocturne Alley from Diagon Alley, looted all the dark wizard shops there, and obtained a lot of materials for black magic experiments and many precious potion raw materials. Ardell packed everything in the system space. Even Dumbledore couldn't find it. After returning to Birmingham, Ardell began his own experimental project. After several unsuccessful attempts, Ardell has been able to make the orc potion perfectly, and the initial test is a mouse he caught from the basement of the castle. Under the shocked eyes of Michael and Jimmy, the slap-sized mouse turned into a half-human high rat-headed orc in a black mist. Its eyes exude an evil red light, its fangs are sharp, and its claws glow with cold light, which is very ferocious and terrifying. This rat man looks like a race from some game, and it's very different from the disgusting orcs in the Lord of the Rings. And Ardell doesn't remember hearing about similar potions in the Lord of the Rings, so it's most likely the product of a system transformation, and can't be treated as a half-orc in the Lord of the Rings. All in all, the results of this experiment were very successful. The reason why Ardell tried to make an orc potion was because the powerful orcs needed to exchange for Saruman could only be made from the souls of half-orcs. Looking at Michael and Jimmy with nervous expressions, Ardell stretched out his wand towards the rat head. Although he was made by Ardell, when faced with the threat of death, this rat-headed man still bared his teeth subconsciously, although it did not dare to do anything to Ardell. Soul extraction. This is the signature magic of necromancers, and the effect is to extract the souls of other people. Of course, this magic was originally just to collect the souls of the dead, but after an evil necromancer transformation, it became a terrifying black magic that can absorb the magic of living people. The rat-headed man whimpered, and then lost his breath. Its soul, following Ardell's wand, turned into a glowing bead which was collected by Ardell, and its filthy corpse was burnt to ashes by Ardell's flames. After that day anyway, Michael and Jimmy shunned Ardell's lab, and their fear of wizards deepened. In addition to orc potions, Ardell also experimented with animal potions, iron skin potions, and invisibility potions. The animal potion can make the person who drinks the potion become the corresponding animal, and the iron potion can make the person who drinks the potion become copper skin and iron bones, feel no pain, and is immune to some magic. As for the stealth potion, as the name suggests, drink the potion. The person can be invisible for half an hour. These potions are not found in the Harry Potter world, and if any of them is taken out, it will cause an uproar in the wizarding world. For these potions, Ardell intends to make good use of it to see if it can help his future plans. On August 30th, the system's twice-monthly free summons were also updated. However, Ardell did not continue the good luck of the last time. This time, he took a cave troll and a roll of parchment that recorded the weather data. They were all useless, and he had no ties with the Lord of the Rings. He even unlocked it. No degree. The cave troll is a troll-like creature with a disgusting stench on its body. It is huge, thick-skinned, and not very smart. Ardell cast it in the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. Deep down, let it fester on its own. Anyway, after a full month, Ardell took Jimmy's car and came to King's Cross Station. At 10, 4:40 a.m. Ardal got off at King's Cross. He only brought one box of luggage, which contained some changed clothes, textbooks and props needed for school, and other important things were placed in the system space. Platform 9 3/4. Ardal came to the middle of Platform 9 and Platform 10. He didn't rush in but stood on the side and observed. At this time, many young wizards passed through Platform 9 3/4 under the leadership of their parents. Ardal saw a lot of familiar faces: demolition expert Seamus Finnegan, the little black named Dean, and some familiar senior wizards. Ardal. Just when Ardal decided to pit, Hermione's excited voice came from behind. He turned his head to see Hermione waving at him, and the Grangers behind her were smiling at him. Asterisk Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, Hermione, good afternoon. Ardal greeted the trio. Nice to see you, Ardal. Mr. Granger said with a smile. We're worried that Hermione has never been on a train alone. Don't worry, Mr. Granger. Hermione is a very smart girl, and I think we can take care of each other. Ardal blinked at Hermione. Hermione pursed her lips, and her face seemed to be a little red. You are such a good boy. The more Mrs. Granger looked at Ardal, the more she liked it, and Mr. Granger looked at the time and said, Okay, it's almost time. It's time for you to get on the train. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I'll be back at Christmas. Hermione and the Grangers waved goodbye, and Ardal said goodbye to both of them before crossing Platform 9 3/4 with Hermione. There were still many people on the platform at this time. A dark red steam train lay quietly on the tracks, with a sign hanging on the front of the train that said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. There was a lot of noise on the platform. Some little wizards were saying goodbye to their parents, and there were owl calls everywhere, occasionally mixed with a few cat sounds. Ardal and Hermione pushed through the crowd, got in a less traveled car, and sat in a box that wasn't occupied. After Ardal put his suitcase away, he helped Hermione put her suitcase under the seat. Hermione's little head stuck out of the box and observed the little wizards. He didn't think they were anything special, so he went back to take your seat. Ardal, have you read books this month? I read several books at home and tried using magic spells. I have mastered a few magic spells. Hermione looked at Ardal with eagerness in her eyes and a hint of bragging and wanting to compete in her tone. Really? Then you're awesome. Ardal complimented Hermione before saying, I also learned some magic, but some I find difficult, and I should not be able to use it now. Ardal is telling the truth. He cannot use the bone dragon summoning and Lich King summoning in necromancy. In addition, holy light magic and life magic are more difficult to study. Ardal can only master the most basic spells. There are also relatively high-level elemental magic. In conclusion, Ardal is not lying. There are a few spells in the Book of Elementary Spells that are a bit difficult, and I haven't mastered them yet. Maybe we'll know the trick to casting them after class. Hermione comforted Ardal, and then discussed with him some precautions when casting spells. These are too childish for Ardal. Ardal has read the Book of Elementary Spells in 10 minutes and completely mastered it, so when discussing with Hermione, she pointed out a lot of things that were wrong with her. Hermione's mouth was pouting, and at first she looked unhappy, but slowly it turned into surprise, and later, Hermione looked at Ardal with admiration in her eyes. They are also muggle little wizards who are not taught by anyone. How can you be so good? The two chatted, the whistle of the train sounded, and then it started slowly. The door of the box was open, and a chubby little wizard walked in blushing. It was Neville Longbottom. Sorry, there are no other boxes available. It's okay, you sit here. Hermione took the initiative to get up, gave up her seat and sat down beside Ardal blushing. Thank you, my name is Neville Longbottom. Neville put the box away, took a toad out of it and glanced at Hermione and Ardal cautiously, fearing that they wouldn't like their pet. It's called Ralph, and it's a very nice toad. I hope you don't mind. It's okay. My name is Hermione, Hermione Granger. Neville was relieved that Hermione didn't show toad disgust like the other little girls. Ardal Shelby. Ardal nodded to Neville, saying he didn't care about the fat toad either. I think you'd better close the door or the toad might run out. Ardal reminded, and Neville patted his forehead, thanked him, and locked the box door. There was silence in the box for a while, and Hermione suddenly asked, "Are your parents wizards?" Neville looked up and found that Hermione was asking himself, so he nodded. "Yes, they are all wizards." Neville's parents were tortured into madness by the Death Eaters, and are still in the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. He grew up with his grandmother, but he didn't plan to say this. Hermione also found that Neville seemed a little timid and unsociable, so she didn't say anything more, and then grabbed Ardal and discussed with him about Hogwarts. Ardal hadn't read the history of Hogwarts, but he had read the original book and the movie, so he knew a lot of things, but he could chat with Hermione. After the train started moving for a while, a woman pushing a snack cart passed their box. Ardal's eyes lit up, and he quickly stopped her. "Ma'am, I want all these snacks." Ardal doesn't care how Harry Potter can make friends with Ron after he bought all the snacks. Now he desperately needs these snacks to stop Hermione's mouth. This cute little girl is so curious that Ardal needs to keep her quiet for a while. Ardal bought everything in the snack cart for less than 17 silver ticks. He wasn't short of money now. When he ransacked Nocturne Alley before, Ardal took all the money they had stored in the shop in addition to their magic items and ingredients. Now in his system space, Jin Jialong has piled up into a hill. Bibi beans, chocolate frog, bubble gum, licorice wand, crucible cake, pumpkin pie, strawberry milk pudding. Ardal put all the snacks on the table and chairs and clapped his hands. "Hermione, Neville, I'll treat you to a snack." It was noon now, and Hermione was also a little hungry, so she was welcome when she heard the words. She picked up a piece of pudding and ate it. Neville was a little embarrassed. Ardal grabbed a handful of snacks and put it in his arms. He was a little surprised, then blushed and said thank you several times. "Eat, we'll be friends in the future, you're welcome." Ardal looked at him with a smile, and Neville pursed his lips and said thank you before opening a bag of pumpkin tarts and eating. "Wow, it jumps." Hermione opened a box of chocolate frogs, and a chocolate frog jumped out of it, startling her. Hermione grabbed the chocolate frog. It was still struggling in her hand. Hermione was a little afraid to eat and put her hand to Ardal's mouth. "Give you to eat." "Thanks." Ardal rudely opened her mouth, and Hermione flushed and pushed the chocolate frog into Ardal's mouth, her fingers seeming to touch Ardal's lips, making her face even redder. "Here's a card." Hermione dared not look at Ardal but changed the subject and pulled out a card from it. Chocolate frogs come with pictures in the box, and a lot of people buy them to collect pictures, and they are all famous wizards. Neville was a little more courageous and took the initiative to explain to Hermione. Hermione took out a picture of a brown-haired, seemingly knowledgeable male magician. Newt Scamander, fantastic zoologist, author of the best-selling Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, holder of the Order of Merlin Second Class, first wizard to capture Gellert Grindelwald. A look of surprise appeared on Hermione's face. It turns out that he is the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I have read this book a few days ago, and it is very interesting to write. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was one of the little wizarding textbooks requested by Hogwarts, and Hermione had read it in a month. But I seem to have heard the name Grindelwald somewhere. I remembered it. It was the extracurricular books I bought. Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and the 20th Century Important, a Magical Incident. This person was mentioned above. Hermione looked at Ardal and asked, "Do you know who this man is?" "I don't know, but since he was caught by Newt, I think he should be a dark wizard who specializes in bad things." Ardal replied, swallowing all the chocolate in his mouth. "That's right, he's one of the most evil dark wizards of all time. He's done a lot of terrible things, but in the end he was defeated by Dumbledore, you know, the headmaster of Hogwarts." Hermione began to popularize Ardal again. Ardal smacked his lips. The chocolate frog just now was a little too sweet. He searched for it, tore open a bag of Bibi-Duo beans and took out one to taste. "You know a lot. The teachers will definitely like you. It tastes like steak. It's not bad. Would you like to try it?" "Really? I'll try it." Hermione stopped worrying about the science career and took a multi-flavored bean from the bag in Ardle's hand. "No, it's blueberry flavor. I'll try it again." "Bah, what the hell is this flavor?" "Multi-flavor beans have a lot of flavor, and it's said to also smell like snot and earwax." Seeing Hermione's facial features twisted together, Neville wanted to laugh but didn't dare, so he gave her some science. Hermione spit out the multi-flavored beans and took a bite of the pumpkin pie before she recovered. "I'll never eat this again." After she finished speaking, she glared at Ardle, who was mocking her, and snorted, leaving him with a nice white eye. Because of Ardle's reminder and snacks, Neville's Ralph didn't get lost, so Hermione didn't see Harry and Ron. The three were eating snacks in the carriage, and Neville was no longer as prudent as before. The three of them chatted all over the world. Ardle didn't know much about the basics of the wizarding world, so he got a lot of information from Neville's mouth. And Ardle also learned a very interesting thing, that is, Hermione is actually a year older than him. She is 12 years old this year. Because her birthday was in September, she didn't have a birthday before Hogwarts started last year, so she didn't get an admission letter. This also solved a small doubt in Ardle's heart. That is why the twins Cedric and Weasley are obviously students of the same grade, but the former can sign up for the Triwizard Tournament, while the latter two rely on age-enhancing potions. Spotted by the Goblet of Fire. As time passed, the excitement of the little wizards on the train gradually subsided, and they all felt a little sleepy. Neville couldn't hold on at first, and collapsed on the chair with Leif in his arms. Ardle also felt a little bored, yawned, and closed his eyes to squint for a while. Hermione looked out the window and didn't know what to think. After about 10 minutes, she also fell into a deep sleep. A whistle woke Hermione. When she woke up, she found herself leaning on Ardle's shoulder, and Ardle's hand was on her waist, which made her face a little hot, and she sat up quickly. Hermione raised her head cautiously and saw that Ardle was rubbing her eyes as if she had just woken up. "Shoulders are sore." Ardle grunted and rubbed his shoulders. Hermione felt a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Sorry, I was asleep." Ardle moved his body and smiled. "Why do you want to apologize? Actually, I wish you could sleep a little longer." "You, what are you talking about?" Hermione blushed even more. She realized that Ardle was doing it on purpose, so she glared at him, then thought of something and looked across, which made her relieved that Neville was gone. "Neville went to the toilet, and I think we should hurry up and get to Hogwarts." Ardle said something, stood up and started undressing. You. Hermione was too scared to speak. "Oh, we need to change into wizard robes." Ardle put the suit jacket aside, took the wizard robe from the box and put it on, then put the suit in the box. Hermione didn't speak. She took off her coat, put on a wizard's robe, and sat down beside Ardle again. "Your hat." After a while, Hermione finally couldn't take it anymore. "Sorry, I forgot about it." Ardle took off his hat. Hermione seemed to see a cold light flashing at the brim of the hat and was startled and asked, "There seems to be something on your hat." Ardle said nonchalantly, "Well, there are 2 blades sewn into the brim of the hat. It's a family tradition." "What a strange tradition." Hermione didn't know why, so she mumbled. The door was opened and Neville came back. "They say it's almost time for Hogwarts." Neville was a little excited, seeing that Ardle and Hermione had changed into their wizard robes and quickly changed them. "Where's your toad?" Ardle took a look but didn't see Neville hugging Ralph. Neville, who was changing his clothes, froze for a moment, and his speed increased a lot. After changing his clothes, he ran out. "Oops, I left it in the bathroom." Can his memory really remember spells? Hermione was skeptical and Ardle shrugged, saying he didn't know. Fortunately, Ardle's reminder was timely, and when Neville arrived, Leif didn't run too far, and when he brought Leif back, the train also came in. "This platform is dark and small, and I don't know who designed it." The three got out of the car. Hermione pulled the box with one hand, then pursed her lips and gently pulled Ardle's sleeve with the other hand. She looked around. It was pitch black, only this platform was a little bright. First-year freshman here." A light came on in the darkness, and Ardle saw Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper and keykeeper of giant blood. "Hagrid." A surprised voice came from the front. It was Harry Potter. Hagrid, with a smile on his bearded face, waved at Harry and continued, "First-year freshmen come here. My God, he must be at least 3 meters tall." Hermione also saw Hagrid's face clearly, exclaimed, and gripped Ardle's sleeve even tighter. The first-year freshmen followed behind Hagrid and walked towards the darkness in the distance. They were walking on a path with trees on both sides, which was dark and gloomy. Ardle originally wanted to make a fluorescent light, but the little girl Hermione seemed to be a little scared and kept dragging him tightly and followed him closely. Ardle didn't want to illuminate. After walking like this for more than 10 minutes, Hagrid's voice came from the front. "Turn that corner and we'll see Hogwarts." Everyone quickened their pace, and after turning a corner, they all exclaimed, "In front of it is a huge lake. I don't know if it is because of the dark sky. The whole lake looks pitch black. On the other side of the lake is a hillside, and a majestic castle stands on the hillside. From a distance, the lights are brilliant, the stars are covered, and it is very beautiful." "Is that Hogwarts?" Hermione asked quietly. "Well, relax." Ardle nodded and dragged Hermione forward. "There can be no more than 4 people on each boat. This is a rule passed down a long time ago. First-year students have to take a boat through the Black Lake because the 4 great wizards who founded Hogwarts were like this." Hagrid told everyone, but everyone got on the boat without saying a word. On Ardle's boat, he, Hermione, Neville, and a little girl he didn't know looked familiar. Hermione asked, knowing that her name was Lavender Brown. The boat was enchanted to move forward automatically. They took them on the lake for about 20 minutes, passed through the ivy curtain, passed through a dark underground tunnel, and finally came to the underground entrance of a castle. Hagrid took everyone off the ship, checked them, and handed them over to Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting for a long time. Professor McGonagall saw Ardle and Hermione in the crowd with a smile on her face, but then turned serious again. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said to the little wizards. Her voice was very cold, and there was an inexplicable feeling that she was very strict. "The opening banquet is about to begin. Before you enter the auditorium and take your seats, you still have one thing to do, and that is the sorting ceremony. After the sorting ceremony, you can take your seats at your own college." After Professor McGonagall told them some basic information about the 4 academies, as well as some rules they need to abide by and the guidelines for deducting points, Shishirin turned around and tapped lightly with his wand. The gate of the castle opened automatically, and the braziers inside automatically burned one by one. The entire passage is brightly lit. This is a spiral staircase leading upstairs. Professor McGonagall walked in with everyone, followed the steps upstairs, and finally stopped in front of the entrance of the auditorium. "Now, form a single line and keep quiet." Professor McGonagall said something. Everyone lined up as she asked, and then Professor McGonagall opened the door, and everyone followed her footsteps through the foyer and into the auditorium. "Wow, wow, my God!" Exclamations like that sounded in Ardle's ears. Even Hermione tugged at his wizard robe harder, stunned by the magnificent castle hall in front of him. In fact, even Ardle was a little shocked. Although he has seen the movie, to be honest, the castle in the movie is much worse than the one in front of him. There were 4 oversized long tables in the auditorium, and the senior Hogwarts seniors sat at the tables and looked at them with interest. Tens of thousands of candles were floating in the air of the auditorium. The warm candlelight illuminated every corner and saw less than the slightest shadow. The table was filled with gold plates and goblets, as well as matching silver cutlery, and there was also a long table in front of the auditorium, where the professors of Hogwarts sat. Ardle saw many familiar faces, including the kind-faced headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape at Sundir, and Quirrell in a hood. Through the candles, you can see that the sky of the auditorium is like the Milky Way. The stars twinkle, the silver ribbons dance, and there are meteors passing by from time to time, which is beautiful. The little wizards were stunned, until Professor McGonagall called them a few times, brought them to the front of the auditorium, and stopped in front of a chair. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall put a pointed wizard hat on the chair, which looked worn with patches and stains in some places. Everyone in the auditorium was looking at the hat, and Hermione wanted to speak, but felt Ardal tugged at her sleeve. Then, in the surprised eyes of the little wizards, the hat seemed to be stretched and moved, and then began to sing. After Ardal listened with a stiff expression, the hat began to salute everyone in the auditorium. The seniors and professors began to applaud, as did the little wizards. After the applause stopped, Professor McGonagall walked up with a roll of parchment and said, "Now, the freshman whose name I read comes up, sits in a chair, puts on a hat, and waits for the sorting." Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment. Hannah Abbott. Ardal looked at the girl. It was a girl with blonde hair. Her face was a little red. She took a deep breath and walked up cautiously. Hannah put on her hat, and after a while Ardal heard the hat shout, "Hufflepuffs." The little girl seemed relieved, and there was applause and cheers from Hufflepuff's table, and she put down her hat and walked over there. "Susan Burns." Professor McGonagall continued to shout. The little wizards were assigned to their own academies, and soon it was Hermione's turn. She glanced at Ardal first, then took a deep breath and walked up. The sorting hat was silent for a while, and seemed to be communicating with Hermione, but Ardal couldn't hear him. Only the hat moved twice and shouted, "Gryffindor." There were cheers from the Gryffindor table. Hermione put down the swordies, looked at Ardal with a hint of hope in her eyes, and ran to the Gryffindor table. After Hermione, Ron and Harry were also assigned to Gryffindor. Soon, it was Ardal's turn. Ardal Shelby. Professor McGonagall looked at him with encouragement in his eyes, and even Dumbledore, who was sitting behind him, straightened up a little. Obviously, he had heard about Ardal from Professor McGonagall. Ardal stepped forward, put on the sorting hat, and sat down in the chair. "Well, what a powerful talent, an evil and dark force, a natural dark wizard. I have never seen a wizard with such a terrible talent, surpassing the four founders, surpassing Merlin, surpassing Dumbledore." The voice of the sorting hat rang in Ardal's ear. Hidden in the depths of his heart is an amazing ambition, but he knows how to hide himself, a perfect Slytherin. The sorting hat muttered in Ardal's ear, then changed his voice. If I were a wizard, I think I should send you to Azkaban. Trust me, child, Azkaban is your final destination. The sorting hat doesn't seem to be joking, but I'm just a hat Godric Gryffindor told me to cherish every student. The sorting hat fell silent, its voice ringing in Ardal's ear. "I think you'll do a lot in Slytherin. Maybe when people want to send you to Azkaban, they can't." The sorting hat made its decision, and its voice echoed throughout the auditorium. "Slytherin." Cheers sounded, and Ardal calmly put down the sorting hat. At the last moment, he used the Lord of the Rings to induce the sorting hat. The sorting hat would not tell Dumbledore the truth about him. Ardal left his seat. He saw some loss in Professor McGonagall's eyes, but more worry. Hermione's expression was a little annoyed. Her mouth was closed and she looked unhappy. It seemed that she was sad that the two of them were not in the same academy. Ardal walked to the Slytherin table and sat down, and some seniors and sisters came to greet him. Draco moved closer to Ardal and said, "My name is Draco Malfoy. You should have heard my name. At least you should have heard of Malfoy. You seem to be called Shelby, right? I don't remember which wizarding family had that name. I'm a Muggle wizard. As for what you said about Malfoy, sorry, never heard of it." Ardal looked at Decola and didn't give him a good look. This guy is full of pure blood supremacy, and he is very discriminatory against Muggles and mixed blood. This cannot be changed. There is no need for him to be friendly with him. Malfoy's face became a little ugly, but thinking that it was in the auditorium, it was not easy to do anything, just snorted. Ardal left him alone, and if Malfoy applied his so-called pure blood supremacy to himself, he wouldn't mind letting Malfoy know what Shelby was. From the rise of the Shelby family to the present, they were killed with razors and bullets, paved the way with the blood of the enemy, forged glory with the bones of the enemy, and died on the way of Shelby's rise. Voldemort murdered tens of thousands of Muggles in order to form the Inferi army in the first years of his fortune, and now the Inferi are still guarding the Slytherin locket in the Inferi Lake. Ardal pretended to watch the sorting ceremony, but actually put his mind on the system. Ding! The host successfully joined Slytherin, completed the current main quest, and received a reward of 100 plot points. Main quest update. Current mission. Rise to fame mission objective. The reputation of the Dark Lord will start from Slytherin. At least add 150 points to Slytherin this semester and win the Academy Cup. Quest reward. Gandalf's spell notes, 1,500 plot points. Note, when the mission is settled, every time the host adds 1 point to Slytherin, he can get 10 plot points as a reward. If you don't get 150 points, the mission will fail and there will be no reward. So, if I can add 1,000 points, I can directly get 10,000 plot points. Ardal thought about it and thought it was unlikely. Even if he killed Voldemort, Dumbledore wouldn't give him 1,000 points. And according to the original plot, Gryffindor won this year's Academy Cup. When the period ends, Dumbledore will definitely find an excuse to give Gryffindor extra points. I have to find a way to make Harry and Rondo deduct some more. Just divide. Have to turn more grands into less grands. Ardal glanced at Harry and the others pityingly, and then at Hermione, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, dear Hermione, I'm going to backstab you, Gryffindor. I just hope that Hermione, who worked hard at the end, doesn't cry. The sorting ceremony was over soon, and the Lavender Brown, who was on the boat with them, also entered Gryffindor. She was one of the few girls who entered Gryffindor and should be roommates with Hermione. Realizing this, Ardal remembered that this familiar little wizard was Ron's ex-girlfriend. Hermione was also jealous because of her. Ardal glanced at Hermione and saw that she was looking straight at him, pursing her lips, looking a little aggrieved. Ardal smiled slightly and winked at her. Hermione pouted, sprawled on the table, and turned her head to the side. To be honest, Ardal doesn't remember having such a deep relationship with Hermione. After thinking about it, it may be because of the short time on the train, and Hogwarts is a strange place for Hermione. And most people are used to being with familiar people in unfamiliar places. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore told the little wizards some precautions. Barabara said a lot, and then he clapped his hands, and the 4 long tables immediately appeared full of food. The dinner party begins. Ardal wiped his hands with a napkin, took a piece of steak gracefully, and ate it slowly. Hermione looked at him across the table, not very happy, but she was hungry all afternoon, so she picked up a cream pudding. Beside her, Ron ate a chicken leg in one hand and ate it in big mouthfuls. His mouth was full of oil, and he made a humming sound. Hermione frowned and looked at him, and then looked at the elegantly cutting Ardal. The steak, sighed helplessly. I want to go to Slytherin. After eating, Dumbledore led everyone to sing the school song, and then told all the students that they were not allowed to go to the corridor on the right on the 4th floor, and then announced the end of the dinner. Under the leadership of the prefect, the freshmen headed to the dormitory of their academy, one after another. Hermione took the opportunity to sneak up to Ardal's side, told him to have dinner with him the next morning, and then ran away with a snort. Ardal followed the Slytherin students all the way down, and finally came to the entrance of the Slytherin lounge in the basement. Along the way, Prefect Gemma Farley has been introducing Slytherin, first introducing the symbol of the serpent, and then denying some rumors, such as Slytherin is a dark wizard reserve, Slytherin likes to study black magic, Slytherin only recruits pure blood, and so on. According to him, these are all the jealousy and slander of Slytherin by other academies. Of course, he does not deny that Slytherin has a tendency to recruit descendants of famous wizards, but in fact, although Slytherin has recruited a lot of pure-blood wizards, there are also a lot of mixed blood and muggle wizards. After entering the lounge, the prefect assigned the freshman dormitories. Men and women are separated, and Ardal's roommates are Malfoy and his 2 younger brothers, Crabbe and Goyle, which makes him feel a little interesting. After Gemma finished dividing the dormitory, she specifically told the little wizards to help each other, putting Slytherin's honor first, and Balabara said it for a while before letting everyone go to rest. Ardal took the lead in the dormitory, choosing the bed with the best location. Malfoy, who was a step late, snorted and gave Crabbe and Goyle a look. The 3 of them came over and looked at him maliciously. Malfoy looked at Ardal proudly and said, Shelby, right. Listen clearly. Everything in this dorm will be obeyed by me. Haven't you heard of the Malfoy family? Trust me, you will know in the future. I'm sorry, I already know what Malfoy is, that Death Eater family. I heard your father was the #1 Death Eater. I wonder why he wasn't put in Azkaban." Ardal looked at Malfoy playfully, then glanced at Crabbe and Goyle beside him and asked curiously, "What, are the three of you planning to form a small group of Death Eaters at Hogwarts?" "What did you say?" Malfoy shivered a little and said to the two tall and fat little brothers, "Beat him. Let this mudblood who has lived in the Muggle world since he was a child see the power of a wizarding family." Crabbe and Goyle rushed forward obediently, while Malfoy took a step back, pulled out his wand and prepared to chant. Ardal sneered and didn't say much, just pulled out his wand and faced the three of Malfoy. Dementor's Kiss. This is a skill that Ardal unlocks unintentionally. The core of his wand is the nerve of the Dementor, and he draws the power of the Dementor through the necromantic soul, forming a kind of magic similar to the Dementor's Kiss. As Ardal's staff flashed a cool white light, a huge Dementor appeared in the bedroom. The entire dormitory slowly began to form frost, and the Dementor floated in front of the three of Malfoy, revealing its hideous mouthparts, and began to suck their emotions. Ardal watched the three of them turn pale and withdrew the magic. With a thud, the three of them fell to the ground in unison, shivering constantly. The expressions on their faces were very subtle, and their eyes were empty as if they were dead and alive. In short, like a mental retardation. Now should you know what a Shelby is? For the sake of roommates, I have a piece of life advice for you. Never mess with a Shelby. Also, I don't want to hear the words mudblood in the future. Ardal sneered as he looked at Malfoy lying on the ground, his face pale, and took off his clothes and went to bed. The next morning, Malfoy and the others slowly opened their eyes. After the Dementors disappeared last night, they didn't have the strength to get up and finally fell asleep on the ground in a daze. Even after a night, they still felt a little weak in their legs and feet. "Malfoy, remember what I said. I'll be the boss in this bedroom from now on. Of course, as long as you don't provoke me, I generally don't care about you." Ardal got dressed and put his wand around his waist, ready to go out to dinner. Malfoy shivered and he opened his mouth, not daring to say anything. He will never forget how he felt last night. "It seems that I will never be happy again, surrounded by endless darkness and cold, unable to think, unable to struggle, only to feel hope that a little bit will leave me." Watching Ardal leave, Crabbe seemed to be drowning and suddenly breathed in fresh air. After taking a sharp breath, he said with a trembling voice, "I think it's a Dementor." Malfoy's body trembled, glared at Crabbe, and said viciously, "No, no little wizard can control a Dementor." Gore swallowed his saliva, looked at the two of them carefully, and suggested, "Maybe some kind of horrible black magic. I think we should tell the teacher." "Tell the teacher? Are you trying to embarrass me? I don't believe there are Dementors. And how could he, a Muggle-born wizard, use black magic?" Malfoy clenched his fists, but remembering the experience last night, he couldn't control his chills. "Is it really a Dementor?" Malfoy thought he was crazy, and he planned to go back at Christmas and tell his father that it was better not to provoke this dangerous guy until then. "Don't provoke him for now," Malfoy instructed the two little brothers, then looked at the time and snorted. "Now let's change clothes first and then go to dinner. No one is allowed to say this to the outside world, or I want him to look good." Ardal left the dormitory and saw a girl of his age in the Slytherin common room. Tan hair with a hint of arrogance looks okay, but the eyes are a little uncomfortable. Ardal knew about this girl. Her name was Pansy Parkinson, who seemed to be having an affair with Draco for a while, but was unable to marry him in the end. This girl was a staunch supporter of Draco. Pansy was waiting for Malfoy when he heard someone come downstairs. He raised his head happily, and when he saw it was Ardal, he showed a look of disgust. Although the prefect said that Slytherin does not only recruit pure-blood wizards, but in the opinion of many people, some people do not deserve to be here. "That's right, I think so too, especially those little bitchy who think they're superior." Ardal replied without looking at her and left the lounge. Pansy's face flushed, and she didn't know what to say for a while. The swear words she had been exposed to since she was a child were nothing but despicable, filthy mudbloods. She had never heard the word bitch-shy, but without Ardell explaining it, she naturally knew the meaning of the word. "I won't let you go." Pansy endured for a long time, but finally she couldn't hold back and screamed. Ardell had left the basement at this time and came to the auditorium to prepare breakfast. He sat down at the long table in Slytherin, and several senior snakes saw him and smiled politely. Of course, most people just gave him a cold look, and the little Slytherin wizard, who was also a first year, just glanced at him. No one greeted him, and no one came over. After all, everyone was unfamiliar. Of course, Ardell wouldn't care about it. Living at Shelby Manor since he was a child, he had few friends. "Breakfast!" Ardell shouted at the plate in front of him, and various breakfasts appeared in front of Ardell. He chose a piece of toast, a boiled potato, a glass of hot milk, and 2 fried eggs. "It's so convenient here." Ardell took a sip of milk and sighed, and since the house elf was good at cooking, the taste of these breakfasts was still very much in line with his taste. A simple boiled potato. Ardell has a different flavor. Ardell was eating breakfast when Hermione walked into the Great Hall. The wizards in Gryffindor greeted her enthusiastically, and several first-year wizards also waved to her to go eat together. But Hermione saw Ardell alone. She paused in her footsteps, then smiled apologetically at the other little wizards and sat down beside Ardell. "Breakfast." Hermione tapped the table and some breakfast appeared in front of her. "It doesn't look like you should be sitting here." Ardell turned to look at Hermione. The little girl seemed to be in good spirits, and Ardell could see her excitement and nervousness. "I like," Hermione said stubbornly, picked up a piece of toast and ate it quietly. Since Hermione is willing to accompany her, Ardell will not refuse, but before he can speak, Pansy, who is diagonally opposite, speaks yin and yang. "Humph, you can as long as you like it. This is Slytherin's place. Why are you a Gryffindor here? You don't understand politeness at all. No wonder you are with that mudblood." Pansy didn't finish his sentence. Ardell had raised his hand and pointed his wand at her. Lock tongue and throat. A ray of light flashed, and the expression on Pansy's face changed from consternation to panic. Her tongue stuck to her upper jaw, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. The little wizards around were in an uproar and jumped up in fear. With a face full of headaches, Gemma Level hurried over. "It's just too much." Gemma murmured and threw a spell with her wand to stop, but unfortunately it didn't work. "This is a curse. How could you, a first-year wizard?" Gemma looked at Ardell in amazement. He didn't expect that he couldn't unravel the spell of a first-year wizard, which made him feel a little humiliated as a prefect. What happened here quickly caught the attention of the professors, and Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall all came over. Snape glanced at the cursed Pansy with a strange expression on his face, and then with a tap of his wand, Pansy found that his tongue had recovered. "Ah, you muddy," Pansy yelled, but was reprimanded by Snape. "Shut up, Miss Pansy Parkinson. I don't want to hear that word again, or you'll be punished severely for it." Snape stared at Pansy, startling her, and said nothing more. Then Snape looked at Ardell and asked, "Where did you learn this curse from?" "Lock tongue and throat is a spell he invented when he was in school, and it has not been passed down. I researched it myself." Ardell didn't lie. He only knew Snape's spells. He only knew that spells would not work to cast spells. However, Ardell had Sauron's talent anyway, especially in black magic and evil spells, which was even more amazing. In this world, Ardell is second. No one dares to be first. So he just thought about it a little, and he recovered the entire spell and was able to cast it successfully, which was easier for him than drinking water. You have to reach for the water, and the healing spell only needs to think about it. Snape's face was suspicious, but he was also a little shocked. As a legilimency master, he naturally saw that Ardell was not lying. He glanced at Mag and remembered what she had said before. A new perception. And Professor McGonagall's face at this time is very ugly. She was always worried that Ardell would go bad. Especially since Ardell was sorted into Slytherin yesterday, the worry kept her up all night, and it happened this morning. "On the first day of school, I used a curse on my classmates, although not a very aggressive spell. But this thing, Miss Granger, I think you can tell us what happened." McGonagall looked at Hermione with a serious expression on her face. It seems that the cause of this conflict was Hermione. After all, a little lion ran to the little snake's place to eat. If there was anything, she would definitely not take care of it. Hermione was a little nervous. She glanced at Ardell and truthfully said what had just happened. Hermione still didn't know what mudblood meant, but she guessed from Snape's attitude that it was not a good word, so she deliberately repeated what Pansy had just said. Sure enough, the faces of the professors changed a little. Even so, you shouldn't point your wand at classmate Ardell. I think you should be able to make a better choice. Professor McGonagall looked at Ardell and sighed slightly. No one can insult Shelby, Professor McGonagall. Ardell looked at her and said, although I am from the Muggle world, my family is my honor, and she should be thankful that this is in the school if it is in the Muggle world. Someone insults the Shelby family in front of a Shelby. Ardell turned to look at Pansy with a stern smile. Then she's dead. Ardell's tone was steady, without any emotional fluctuations, as if he was just stating a fact. Ardell has lived in this world for 11 years. He didn't know this was the world of Harry Potter before. For all these years, Ardell has been living as the heir to the Shelby family, the heir to a gang family that has taken control of the underground forces in Birmingham. Ardell has been in contact with gang members since childhood, such as gangsters, gunmen, and killers. Therefore, Ardell said these words very naturally and with certainty. Everyone around didn't think Ardell was joking, and even subconsciously chose to believe it. The little wizards nearby took a deep breath, and Malfoy and the others shivered even more, thinking about what happened last night and feeling even more fortunate. Pansy's face was pale, and she took 2 steps back in confusion. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, feeling a little headache too. He obviously knew what the Shelby family was doing. Hogwarts had such a little wizard and Slytherin. The key was his extraordinary talent, which was what gave him a headache. Besides, she was the one who provoked it first. I don't think there's anything wrong with Hermione eating here. Ardell turned his head, looked at Dumbledore, and continued. This is Hogwarts. Hermione is a student at Hogwarts. She certainly deserves to eat here. The relationship between the 4 houses should be friendly, cooperative, and competition, not antagonistic, with clear boundaries of. Well said, Ardell. Dumbledore looked at him with a smile and heaved a sigh of relief. To be able to say such things, perhaps this Ardell is not a bad boy. It's just that the education he received from an early age is a little different from others, but these are not problems. He believes that Ardell can go to the right path in the future study and life of Hogwarts. You're right. Of course Hermione can eat here. Hogwarts is the home of each of your little wizards. You are all family and friends. But the way you treat Miss Parkinson is a bit too aggressive. Of course, Miss Parkinson is indeed reticent. I think you should all recognize your own mistakes, so if you can forgive each other, then this matter will be over. How about it? Dumbledore had a kind smile on his face, and he wanted to see how Ardell would answer. I think she has been punished, and she should not say such things to others easily in the future. Of course, I am willing to apologize for my reckless behavior. After all, she is a girl, and a gentleman should not be so rude to girls. Ardell looked at Pansy with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Pansy was a little scared. She didn't feel Ardell's apology to her. She could only force a smile and said cautiously, I forgive you too. I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Apologize to Miss Granger. Pansy looked like she was about to cry, but Ardell didn't feel anything for this stupid woman. Okay, then this matter is over, but if there is another time, I will punish you accordingly. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he turned and left. Snape didn't say anything, took a deep look at his little snake, and turned to leave. On the contrary, Professor McGonagall hesitated. She reached out and touched Ardell's head and said, if you want, you can come to Gryffindor for dinner in the future, and I think they will be willing to be your friends. Professor McGonagall felt that the atmosphere in Slytherin was a little indifferent. If Ardell could feel the enthusiasm of the little lions, it might be helpful to him. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Well, let's eat quickly. There will be class in a while. Professor McGonagall smiled and went back to eat. When the other little wizards saw this, they all returned to their own positions, but they still whispered and glanced at them from time to time. Ardle sat there and continued to eat, glanced at Hermione, who was beside him, and asked, "Are we going to class together soon?" "Huh. Oh, yes. There's a class of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration this morning, which our two academies attended together. But the history of magic in the afternoon, our two academies are not together. It's Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but spells tomorrow and potions on Thursday, and defense against the dark arts on Friday, and 3 times a week greenhouse herbal class. Both of our colleges take it together." Hermione said that the two academies have a lot of classes together, and there are not many first-year junior wizard courses. Apart from classes, they can meet at other times. "No flying lessons. I'm kinda interested in those brooms." Ardle asked curiously. He remembered that the flying class was also taken by the two colleges together, and Harry was also discovered by Professor McGonagall because of the conflict with Malfoy. "Flying lessons don't start until the second week, not this week." Hermione flipped through the class schedule, clipped it into her book, glanced around, and sighed softly. "I'm sorry I caused you trouble. It's none of your business. I wanted to teach her a lesson. That little B****ch from Pansy was mad at him in the morning, and Ardle wanted to deal with her then. You don't need to comfort me. If I hadn't come to eat here, you wouldn't. Fortunately, the principal didn't punish you, otherwise I would really regret it." Hermione's tone was faint, still annoyed by what had just happened. She didn't expect that she would cause Ardle trouble, but then again, the little wizards at Slytherin were really unfriendly. If only you were in Gryffindor, the atmosphere in Slytherin is really not very good. Look at Gryffindor, everyone is very friendly. Hermione glanced at Gryffindor's twin brother and whispered, "And I heard them say that Slytherin is a dark wizard reserve, which specializes in training dark wizards." Ardle ate the potatoes and laughed when he heard the words. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Every academy has produced dark wizards, but there are more Slytherins. You must know that Merlin is also a Slytherin wizard. The academy doesn't mean everything. The most important thing is the wizard's own choice. I chose Slytherin, not Slytherin who chose me, that matters." Hermione was a little surprised even though she didn't understand, and she felt like Ardle was glowing when she spoke. Seems to be more handsome than usual. Hermione's cheeks turned red. She smiled shyly, tilted her head to look at Ardle, and said nothing. "Do you eat that much in the morning?" Ardle glanced at it, and there was nothing left on Hermione's plate like a slice of toast and a glass of milk. "I'm not used to eating too much in the morning. You should learn from him." Ardle pointed to Ron behind him, the kid munching on steak. "This Weasley, who doesn't usually eat good food, is eating in revenge. After a few days of eating a lot of meat, the situation should improve. His appetite looks really good. His name is Ron Weasley, and the twin over there is his brother, and that one, our prefect, is also his brother, and they're all Gryffindors." Hermione introduced Ardle, then pointed to Harry Potter beside Ron and said, "His name is Harry Potter. He's a celebrity, and I've actually seen his name in several books and heard he's done some amazing things." "Looks like you've made a lot of new friends." Ardle knew all the people Hermione had introduced. Hearing him say this, Hermione pouted and said, "Actually, they're not friends. They just got to know each other at dinner last night. Neville told me yesterday that he wants you to come to Gryffindor too. That's such a pity." Ardle took out his pocket watch and checked the time. There were still more than 40 minutes before class. He looked at Hermione, who was doing nothing, and leaned into her ear. "If you're bored, the first session of Transfiguration is about how to turn a match into a needle. Maybe you can try it earlier." Ardle sat up straight and continued eating his omelet, Hermione's face flushing red, not daring to look at him. How did you know?" "I dreamed about it last night, and I think I am a genius of prophecy." Ardle pretended to be mysterious. Hermione didn't quite believe it, but she took out the book and studied it. After Ardle finished eating, he and Hermione left the Great Hall, ready to go to the Transfiguration classroom. On the other side, Neville, who had been waiting in Gryffindor for a long time, also quickly followed and complained to Ardle on the way, saying that some Gryffindor students had just seen them clash with Pansy, and some people slandered them. Ardell and Hermione or something. Some people even say that the two of them fell in love in the Muggle world. Ardell didn't feel anything, but Hermione was shy. When they got to the classroom, there were already some students waiting for class. Professor McGonagall's tabby cat was sitting on the podium, and Ardell walked over and saluted her. Hermione and Neville followed Ardell, not sure why he did it, but saluted the tabby at the gesture of Ardell's eyes. The other students whispered. Ardell found a seat in the front. Hermione sat next to him. Neville looked at it and sat down on the empty seat on the other side of Ardell. As the time for class is getting closer, more and more people are in the classroom. Soon, it's time for class. There were already students whispering about Professor McGonagall's late arrival. Ardell calmly looked at the Transfiguration textbook, while Hermione was still working out how to turn a match into a needle. After about 5 minutes, the door to the classroom was pushed open, and the noisy classroom fell silent. Everyone turned around and found that it was Ron and Harry who came in, so the classroom was lively again. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall is late too. Ron let out a happy bark and pulled Harry to find a seat, but he only took a few steps when he saw the cat on the desk jump down and become Professor McGonagall. Wow! Ron shook his head with a wry smile and praised. This one is really clever. Sorry. Harry wanted to apologize, but was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. Maybe I should turn the two of you into pocket watches so at least one of you can come to class on time. Sorry, we got lost those stairs. Then I think you should be turned into a map. Now go to your seats. Professor McGonagall said solemnly, returned to the podium, nodded to Ardell, Hermione, and Neville, and then began to lecture. To Hermione's surprise, today's class really turned matches into needles. Professor McGonagall explained a lot of theories and precautions, and began to let the little wizards try. This is really what you dreamed of. Do you really know how to predict? It wasn't that Professor McGonagall told you in advance, right? Also, how do you know it's Professor McGonagall? Hermione took the opportunity to ask Ardell a question. Of course, I said I can do prophecy. Professor McGonagall turned into an identical cat when she went to my house, which startled my uncle. Isn't that how she made your parents believe in magic? Hermione suddenly realized, then shook her head and said, Professor McGonagall turned my dad's dental equipment into a little pig. Cough. A cough came from the side, and Professor McGonagall looked at Ardell and said, Mr. Shelby, Miss Granger, seeing you chatting so happily, maybe you two have been able to successfully cast Transfiguration. Certainly. Ardell nodded, tapping his wand on the match. The small match immediately began to deform and finally turned into a hollow gold needle that looked very delicate and precious. Unbelievable. Professor McGonagall opened his mouth and finally could only sigh. Ardell, maybe you are more talented in Transfiguration. The style of this golden needle is really beautiful. In that case, Slytherin will add 10 points. The Slytherin students applauded, and even Malfoy's face unconsciously showed a smile. Of course, this smile disappeared immediately and turned into a sense of powerlessness. So, Miss Granger, how about you? Hermione nodded nervously. She had been studying for more than half an hour at breakfast time, and Ardell had explained some points to her, so she was still a little confident. And under everyone's attention, Hermione pointed her wand at the match. The match turns into a needle. The spell of the Transfiguration spell is not explicitly stated. There should be a lot of them. The spell of the mouse that turns into a snuff box is Maisto snuff boxes in the final exam question of the first grade. So the author guesses that the spell of the Transfiguration spell should be X to Y. Hermione's wand glowed a little, and the match began to change shape, culminating in a bright silver needle. Great, Hermione, you've earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall looked at her approvingly. Hermione smiled happily, and she gave Ardell a delighted look. Ardell was thinking at this moment how to get Harry and Ron to take the 5 points back. This is the end of a Transfiguration class. Except for Ardell and Hermione, no one has managed to turn a match into a needle. Demolitionist Seamus also blew up a desk, but Professor McGonagall did not deduct his points. After the morning class was over, Hermione took Ardal to the library. She found a book with about a few hundred pages and read it with relish, while Ardal looked at the library and had a vague idea in her heart. He figured out how to build momentum for the characters of the Lord of the Rings. Soon it was time for lunch, and Ardal and Hermione went to the Great Hall. There were already quite a few people enjoying their lunch. Ardal sat in Gryffindor's seat this time. After all, Professor McGonagall spoke in person, and it was the same wherever he ate. Harry and Ron greeted Ardal cordially. Even though he is a little snake, smart people can see that Professor McGonagall likes him very much. Ardal's lunch was pork chops, fried sausage, and bacon pie and pasta, while Hermione's lunch was a pumpkin pie, a green salad, and a fruit sandwich. In front of Ron and Harry was a large plate of grilled chicken wings, which Ardal found they were happy to eat. While eating, there were a few owl calls from outside, and then a group of owls flew in with all kinds of parchment letters. "The mail is here." Ron looked happy because he saw his own owl. Hermione looked at these owls and suddenly said, "I think I should also buy an owl so I can write to you during the holidays. You can also come to my house as a guest. It's only a 2-hour drive away. My house is quite big." Ardal thought of a line inexplicably. "My bed is big and comfortable. That's settled." Hermione nodded happily. The school had just started, and she was already thinking about visiting Ardal's house on vacation. Ron on the opposite side received a daily prophet. He looked at it. His face showed an expression of emotion and said to Harry on the side, "It's terrifying. Harry, you see, first Gringotts was broken into, then Nocturne Alley was ransacked, and now there's news that someone has quietly infiltrated Azkaban. Look, the wizarding world is not peaceful." Ron said confidently. Harry took the newspaper, looked at it carefully, took a breath and said, "This vault in Gringotts, the contents were taken by Hagrid. He said it was a top secret at Hogwarts. After he took it, someone broke into it." Ron ate the chicken legs and said inarticulately, "Could it be the gang who ransacked Nocturne Alley?" Harry asked curiously, "How do you know it's a group of people?" "Nocturne Alley is a place where dark wizards gather. You think someone can loot Nocturne Alley alone?" Ron's twin brother also came over and started to discuss. Hermione leaned over to Ardal and asked in a low voice, "You don't seem to be interested in these things." "Because I don't want to trouble myself. After all, I'm just an 11-year-old wizard. Will the Ministry of Magic let me investigate this matter?" Ardal looked at Hermione, who was approaching. Her eyes were beautiful and her features were exquisite. Seeing Ardal staring into her eyes, Hermione felt inexplicably shy and immediately turned her head away. Ron and Harry looked at each other and Ron whispered, "I swear, there must be something between them. I think the two of them are a good match." Harry replied and Ron grunted twice and said, "Isn't it? They were all born in muggles and they are all academic masters." After lunch, Ardal and Hermione separated. Hermione was going to the history of magic, and Ardal had no class, and his history of magic was tomorrow afternoon. Ardal returned to the underground Slytherin lounge. To be honest, Ardal didn't appreciate the lounge. The silver and green serpent signs all over the place made it look eerie, and there was no light outside the window. It was pitch black, and from time to time some strange fish could be seen swimming past the window. That's right, Black Lake is right outside Slytherin's bedroom. Ardal returned to his dormitory. Malfoy and the others didn't know where they were going. Maybe they knew that Ardal was going back to the dormitory, so they didn't dare to come back. No one is better. Ardal opens the system mall. After completing the quest to join Hogwarts, Ardal got 100 plot points. Although these 100 plot points cannot be exchanged for the Lord of the Rings, the Holy Sword of Nasir, or the Silmarillion and other good things, but some gadgets from the Lord of the Rings world, but it can be exchanged. Ardal exchanged 20 story points for an ancient quill. This feather pen has a characteristic, that is, the handwriting it writes will become old and obsolete, and at the same time will have magic power, as if it has been handed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Ardal took out the parchment he had summoned to record the weather. This thing should belong to some elf. He used to record the effect of weather on plant growth. The parchment looked old and had a magical power that Ardal couldn't tell. Ardal stretched out his wand, erased the original writing on the parchment, and took control of the quill with his mind. The quill would write on its own, leaving a handwriting in that ancient font, different from the handwriting of Ardal itself. Recorded on January 25, 3019 of the Third Age of Middle-earth. On January 15th, we escorted that thing to Moria, where we encountered a terrifying dark creature, the Balrog. From Gandalf's perspective, Ardal wrote a diary of his encounter with the Balrog, and finally defeating the Balrog in 10 days. At the end of the diary, Ardal used Gandalf's tone to explain that someone in the escort was injured, and the flames of the Balrog contained terrifying black magic power, which could not be cured by ordinary spells, so he created a spell of his own. In the back of the diary, Ardal left behind a high-level healing spell in holy light magic, Aura of Light. This magic Ardal can't perform either, because Sauron's dark talent repels holy light magic, and second, because this magic requires more magic power. Of course, Ardal not only mentioned the Balrog, he also carefully mentioned a creature that lives in the Moria cave, the cave troll. The troll was in the Forbidden Forest, and he was discovered by Hagrid at some point. Hagrid would definitely report to Dumbledore when he discovered a new magical creature. At that time, with the evidence of Area of Light and trolls, the record on this parchment will appear much more real. Little by little, Ardal intends to let the story of the Lord of the Rings spread through the wizarding world. In this way, he can solve the world acceptance of most summoned characters. And in the future, he must summon Sauron and kill him. So why don't you take this opportunity to create a legend? Sauron is a demon king that is 10,000 times more terrifying than Voldemort. He has been immortal and has been dormant for tens of thousands of years, waiting to return. And Ardal will also build momentum for him, trolls, strong orcs, Balrogs, Nazgul. In short, when Sauron is summoned by him, the wizarding world will find that Voldemort is actually just a small character, and Harry Potter is not the savior. At this time, Ardal appeared. Fame, power, and power are all there, and the main line of the Supreme Road is perfectly completed. Ardal smiled, put away this quaint and mysterious parchment, intending to find a suitable opportunity to stuff it into a book in the library, and then read Saruman's experimental notes with gusto. When the time was almost up, Ardal left the bedroom and went to the auditorium. He was going to have afternoon tea, a habit developed in the Shelby family over the years. Gryffindor's afternoon lesson in the history of magic was over while Ardal was eating pudding and drinking tea in the Great Hall. Hermione ran into the Great Hall in a hurry, and a smile appeared on her face when she saw Ardal. "God, Ardal, I don't think you'll like history of magic. I think Professor Binns is even chanting some hypnotic spells." Hermione sat next to Ardal and told him about the ghost Professor Binns. Neville nodded in agreement, his face still printed with textbook marks. Harry and Ron looked in good spirits, probably getting enough sleep in class. Ardal patted the table, ordered another cup of Darjeeling tea and handed it to Hermione, then looked at Harry and the others. "You want a cup of afternoon tea? That's a great idea." Ron patted the table like Ardal did and said, "I need cheesecake, chocolate muffins, pineapple buns, fruit puffs, and 2 Earl Grey teas." Hermione looked at him speechlessly, put the teacup in her hand on the table, looked at Ardal and said to him, "Come out with me. I need some energy. It is good." Ardal nodded, got up and left with Hermione. Watching the two leave, Ron took a bite of the pineapple bun and said inarticulately, "I bet, Harry, the two of them are in a relationship." "They're just friends, Ron." Harry rolled his eyes. Their first-year wizard was only 11 years old. What kind of love was there? But he also felt that Hermione and Ardal were getting too close. One of them was Gryffindor and the other was Slytherin. In addition to what happened this morning, many Gryffindor seniors had a different impression of Hermione. Very good. Maybe because they are all from Muggle families. Harry pursed his lips. Although his parents were wizards, he actually lived in a Muggle family since he was a child, but for some reason, he felt that Ardal always had a sense of alienation from him. Ardal and Hermione left the castle, and out of the castle gate there was a flat grass, and a few hundred meters opposite was Hagrid's hut, blocking the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Looking from the grass in the distance, you can see the Quidditch pitch and a corner of the Black Lake not far away. There are people training on the Quidditch pitch, and the uniforms they are wearing should be from the Hufflepuff Academy. Ardal and Hermione walked on the grass for a while, with the warm wind blowing and breathing in the fresh smell unique to the grass. Hermione looked much better. The two found a clean lawn and sat down. I don't think there is anything special about the little wizards who have lived in wizarding families since childhood. To be honest, I was quite afraid before. Hermione smiled embarrassedly, and when she spoke, there was strong confidence and pride in her eyes. Our Hermione is the best. Ardal smiled and stroked her hair. Having said that, Hermione's hair volume is really amazing, and I don't know how many bold girls would die of envy. You're talking like my dad. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ardal, but her expression was rather pleased. I know, your talent is much better than mine. You should have mastered some middle-level magic spells, right? Humph, but only magic spells are not enough. Although I don't like the history of magic course, today Professor Binns still 5 points for me. Hermione raised her head and said proudly, because only I know of Gaspard, the inventor of the self-stirring cauldron. Another 5 points. The corner of Ardal's mouth ticked. Add it as much as you like. In a few days Harry and Ron will start to die. You don't know Gaspard, do you? Hermione Tsundere looked at Ardal. Ardal shook his head and smiled. I really don't know this person. After all, I don't like reading books. But to thank you for telling me this name, I'll teach you a magic trick. Really? Is it an intermediate spell? Speaking of magic, Hermione's studious side reappeared. She looked at Ardal with piercing eyes, a look of excitement on her face. Forget it, but it's not in normal books. This is what I saw in an ancient notebook. It was created by a great wizard. His name is Sauron. Ardal took out his wand and tapped it on the lawn. Thorns twine. Under Hermione's astonished gaze, the grass on the lawn in front of Ardal began to grow wildly and even changed its species from ordinary grass to a kind of barbed thorn. These thorns continued to spread for more than 10 meters before they stopped growing, but they were still crawling and wriggling on the ground, as if they wanted to grab something. The most amazing thing is that these vines flashed a green light from time to time, which looked a little weird. These vines can entangle the enemy and then inject a paralyzing toxin into them, making the opponent unable to control their own body, and at the same time absorb the opponent's vitality to feed back the wizard. Ardal introduced to Hermione, and these vines have magical protection, and ordinary spells and weapons can't damage them. All in all, it's a great magic. But this magic has a limit. Ardal looked at Hermione but did not take the initiative to explain, but Hermione thought for a while and Tsundere snorted. I see, this magic requires the cooperation of plants. Yes, this magic requires plants to be cast. Although any plants can be used, there are always places where there are no plants at all. Ardal nodded, and it wasn't surprising that Hermione was so smart. But it's not impossible to solve it, think about it. Hermione frowned for a moment, then looked at Ardal uncertainly. Transfiguration. That's right. Ardal's wand stretched out again, and Hermione saw that a small pebble in front of Ardal had turned into a grass, and then a light flashed on the wand, and the grass turned into a thorny vine and began to grow wildly. In places where there are no plants, transfiguration can work wonders. Let's try it. The spell is thorns, and you need to pay attention. After listening carefully, Hermione took out her wand and tried a few times before she could successfully cast it. However, her magic power is not enough. She can only convert a thorn vine and let it spread to a length of about 5 meters. It's been great. Neville would have taken a year to grow the grass an inch. Don't make fun of others behind their backs. Hermione put away her wand and glanced at Ardal angrily. Did you say that the wizard who created this spell is called Sauron? I don't seem to have heard of this name. Maybe I should look for it in the library. With a wave of Ardal's wand, all the thorns and vines turned into grass. The two lay on the grass and chatted for a while. Hermione felt that it was a waste of life, so she took Ardal to the library. After dinner in the Great Hall, Ardal said goodbye to Hermione and went back to the bedroom alone. Malfoy and the others were happily chatting in the dormitory, but after Ardal came in, the whole dormitory immediately became quiet. Malfoy seemed to have something to say, so he gave the two younger brothers a look, and the three quietly left the dormitory and went to the public rest. The room continued to speak. The next day, Ardal woke up refreshed after a night's rest. After getting dressed and freshening up, Ardal took out his wand, cast a spell on Goyle, and left the dormitory. Malfoy and Crabbe watched Ardal leave in horror. After he left, they hurried to Goyle's bed and pushed him hard. Goyle stretched and woke up from his coma. It was a good night's sleep. "Good morning, Malfoy." Crabbe. "Oh my God, I thought you wouldn't wake up." Malfoy looked at Goyle and said with a look of fear, "Did you know that Ardal cast a spell on you last night?" he said. "He said you were purring too loudly, and he took out his wand and clicked on you, and then you were silent." Crabbe nodded hastily and said, "Yeah, it's like you're dead. Suddenly there's no movement. We're terrified, but we don't dare to go to anyone else." Crabbe was a little embarrassed. They didn't dare to look for someone. In fact, they didn't even dare to move. "But I don't feel anything." Goyle felt it carefully and didn't find anything unusual about him, and he slept well last night. "Maybe it's a silent spell. I heard my father mention it." Malfoy thought of a possibility which made him relieved, but Malfoy was still a little scared, looking at the door and shouting angrily. How dare he cast a spell on his classmates at school? Dumbledore only said about him yesterday, "I'm going to tell my father, he's the school manager, and I'll ask Dumbledore to expel him. Don't forget the Dementor that night. If you fire him." Goyle's words made Malfoy's face froze. Thinking of how he felt that night, Malfoy's face turned pale, shook his head, and muttered in a low voice, "Forget it. Noble Malfoy doesn't care about him now. Let's pack up and go to the Great Hall for dinner. We have a spell class this morning." While Ardal was eating in the Great Hall, Hermione came running again. Compared with yesterday, Hermione was much calmer today, and she snorted as she watched Pansy. Although Pansy didn't say anything, she couldn't hide the anger in her eyes. Being humiliated by Hermione, whom she looked down on, made Pansy want to go crazy, but she didn't dare to do anything, because Ardal did freak her out yesterday, and for some unknown reason, Pansy was also jealous of Hermione. She felt that she should be sitting next to Ardal. Ardal was a little snake, and she was also a little snake. Hermione was just a muggle wizard at the lion's house. Ardal naturally ignored Pansy. Although the other party always peeked at her, she could watch it if she liked it, and she wouldn't lose any meat. After having breakfast with Hermione, the two came to the classroom of the spell class ahead of time. The teacher of the charms class, Flitwick, was of goblin blood. He was a short, gray-haired old man who had to stand on a stack of books when he taught Ardal and the others. In the first spell class, Flitwick taught you some theoretical things. In addition, he also taught a very simple spell, the wand lighting spell. The mantra is fluorescent flashes. Asterisk fluorescent flickering is a relatively simple spell, but you need to concentrate when you release it, otherwise you will easily set your wand on fire. Under the guidance of Professor Flitwick, many young wizards in Slytherin and Gryffindor have mastered this spell. Although the fluorescence of many people's wands is as weak as that of fireflies, Professor Flitwick is still very happy. In order to get extra points, Ardal showed the ability to cast spells without spells, and in front of Professor Flitwick, he adjusted the intensity of the fluorescence of his wand at will, even making people unable to open their eyes when it was brightest. Professor Flitwick also gave Ardal 10 points generously. Although Hermione's performance was also amazing, she was still much worse than Ardal, so Professor Flitwick did not give her any extra points. There was nothing Hermione could do about it. If she had thought about competing with Ardal in the spell class before, but after going through the Transfiguration class and learning the Thorns entanglement spell, Hermione has deeply realized the gap between herself and Ardal, so I don't have the mind to compare. Of course, only in terms of spells and transfiguration. As for the other courses, because Ardal was reluctant to read books, Hermione thought she still had a big advantage. After the charms class, Gryffindor had no class, and Slytherin had a history of magic class in the afternoon. After dinner in the Great Hall, Hermione went to the library alone to read, and Ardal went to the history of magic class. He finally knew why Hermione was so sleepy as a student who loved to read. Ardal persisted for 20 minutes and finally fell asleep amid Professor Binns' slow, emotionless hypnotic lecture. By the time he woke up, the get out of class was over. A chance for extra points wasted. Ardal looked at the back of Professor Binns leaving, feeling a little speechless. Professor Binns's class even made him feel like he was back in a previous life. It seems that he was the same way when he took a philosophy class before, and he fell asleep listening to it. Hermione had been in the library all afternoon. Harry and Ron had no idea where they were going. The school has just started, and the Audio Technica has not yet formed. But now that Ardal has a foot in it, there will be an Audio Technica in the future. After all, what really formed the Iron Triangle was the Halloween Troll event. Ron spoke ill of Hermione behind her back because of the levitating spell and was heard by her. Then Hermione hid in the toilet and did not attend the Halloween party. After Quirrell released the troll, Harry and Ron rescued Hermione. The relationship between the three became intimate. But now that Ardal is around, these things may not happen again. Today is Wednesday. After dinner, the little wizards will go to the astronomical tower to observe the starry sky with telescopes and learn the names of various stars in the sky and their motion trajectories. According to ancient astrology, the motion trajectories of these stars always foreshadow something. But most of the little wizards didn't have this in mind. They just gathered on the astronomical tower to watch the night scene. Even Hermione took Ardal to a corner and told him something about her childhood while watching the stars. After returning to the dormitory at night, the three of Malfoy and the others sat by the bed, neither daring to speak nor do anything. They could only stare at each other with big eyes and small eyes, occasionally glancing at Ardal. Ardal glanced at them, and the three little wizards shuddered. "Why don't you sleep?" Ardal changed into his pajamas and looked at the three of them. He wasn't used to being stared at while he was sleeping, and it made him feel uncomfortable. "We, not sleepy." There was a smile on Goyle's face that was uglier than crying. "If you're not sleepy, just do something. Read, play chess, chat. Don't be so restrained." Ardal looked at the three guys in front of him, wondering how to use them for his own use. The talents of these three guys are actually not bad. Malfoy will not talk about it. This kid can even hand over Dumbledore's wand. Although it is not ruled out that Dumbledore did it on purpose, if Malfoy is a waste, Deng Brido's doing so might arouse suspicion. Since Voldemort has approved it, it shows that this Malfoy is still a bit capable. As for Goyle, it's not bad. Later, he mastered the fiery fire spell, and even burned down the entire room of requirement. We are afraid of disturbing you." Crabbe's chubby, rounded face stared cautiously at Ardal. "I'll cast spells around the bed, and it won't affect me even if you have a dance in the dorm." Ardal stretched his hand around his bed. A light curtain flashed by, and then Malfoy and the others were surprised to find that they could not see Ardal's bed. "But I still advise you to go to bed early. Tomorrow we have potions class and the professor is our Dean Snape." Ardal said something softly, looking at Malfoy. "Good night." Good night, good night." Malfoy was terrified by the good night and broke into a cold sweat. When he came to his senses, Ardal had disappeared, and he knew that Ardal was back in his bed, which was blocked by his spell. "You said he—" Malfoy looked at his two younger brothers and saw them slumped on the ground with cold sweat on their faces. Crabbe wiped his forehead and whispered, "He seems to be fine too. Last time we were the first to do it, and the spell he cast on Gore didn't hurt him but made him sleep soundly. Then we. Everyone is Slytherin after all, we are still roommates. I don't think we need to be so afraid of him." Yes, according to those in Gryffindor, Ardal is a very elegant gentleman, and Professor McGonagall likes him very much. Goyle and Crabbe were talking one after another. Malfoy wanted to say he was a little muggle wizard, but was afraid of being known by Ardal, so he didn't speak. "Forget it, let's go to bed too. At least one thing he said is right. Tomorrow's potions class will be taught by Professor Snape. Malfoy and the others packed up and prepared to go to bed. Although they were still afraid of Ardal, they weren't as frightened as before. The next morning, after Ardal woke up, the three of them carefully greeted him, and Ardal smiled back. His principle has always been that people do not offend me, and I do not offend others. Not to mention that they are only 3 11-year-old little wizards, and he taught them a lesson so that there will be less trouble in the future. There was a potions class this morning, Gryffindor and Slytherin together. Ardal and Hermione finished their meal and left the great hall together. The other little wizards were so accustomed to the pairing that many first-year wizards even thought the two were in love. For this kind of rumor, Hermione didn't explain it, and Ardal didn't bother to explain it. He's used to being alone, but it's nice to have a follower behind him, especially since this follower is a pretty version of Hermione. The potions classroom is in the Hogwarts dungeon. The entire classroom is very cold and dimly lit. On the shelves on both sides of the classroom, there are glass bottles filled with solutions, soaked in all kinds of things that make people shudder. This dark and terrifying atmosphere will make people feel tense subconsciously, and there have been rumors in the school that Professor Snape's temperament is eccentric, which makes the little wizards even more uneasy. There were still about 10 minutes before class, and all the students came to the classroom. Although Snape was not there, no one dared to speak aloud. Even Hermione was affected by this atmosphere and unconsciously lowered her voice when speaking to Ardal. It was time for class, and Snape entered the classroom on time. He was wearing a black robe with no expression on his face, and his dark eyes were full of indifference. Glancing at all the little wizards in the classroom, Snape took out a booklet and started to call him. When he clicked on Harry Potter, Snape paused and looked at Harry Potter with an indifferent expression. Look at a dead man. Ardal was amazed in his heart. Obviously Snape cared about Harry very much, but he couldn't show it at all. No wonder Harry had always regarded Snape as a bad guy before. After the call was made, Snape made his opening remarks. With me you can learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of potion preparation. And since you don't need to wave your wand stupidly, many of you don't think it's magic. I don't expect you to really understand. But to the few top students, those with real intentions, I can teach you how to cast spells on the mind, how to confuse the senses, how to store fame, brew glory, and even prevent death. Snape's tone was cadence, and the little wizards below fell silent. There was a smile on Malfoy's mouth, thinking that Snape was talking about him, but he looked closely and found that Snape's eyes were on Ardal. On the other side, Harry took notes seriously and wrote down Snape's nonsense. Snape's eyes moved from Ardal to Harry, stopped his voice, took a step forward, and asked suddenly, "Mr. Potter, our famous man." Snape's voice was more like a whisper. He stared at Harry, or rather stared at Harry's eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Tell me, what would happen if I added narcissus root powder to the absinthe stem liquid?" Harry was stared at by Snape. His cheeks felt a little hot. He shook his head and then lowered his head slowly. He didn't know the answer to that question. Hermione next to Ardal raised her hand, almost missing Ardal. "I don't know. Then let's look at other things. If I want Bezoar, where do I go to find it?" Harry lowered his head and shook his head again, and now he could not wait to escape this terrifying classroom. He could feel the cold, pitying look in Snape's gaze upon him, the mocking and disdain of Malfoy's nasty fellow. Hermione continued to raise her arms high with excitement in her eyes. Seeing her hard-working face, she almost stood up and told everyone that she knew the answer to the question. Too bad Snape didn't look at her. "So, what's the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf-poison aconite?" Snape continued to ask. Hermione raised her arms higher when she heard the question. Harry looked up at her, pursed his lips, and shook his head. "I don't know, teacher." Hermione glanced at Harry helplessly, as if she didn't understand why Harry didn't know such a simple question. She glanced at Ardal again, with grievances in her eyes, apparently protesting with Ardal that Snape didn't ask her to answer questions. The corners of Ardal's mouth twitched, and Hermione looked somewhat cute now. Unfortunately, it's clear that fame is not enough. Snape sneered and turned back to the podium. Malfoy and his entourage laughed. Harry didn't speak, but the expression on his face was even more ugly. Snape glanced at Hermione, who was still raising her hand, and said, "Ardal, you answer my question." Ardal stood up. Hermione pursed her lips, but then looked at Ardal with anticipation in her eyes. "Okay, Professor Snape, mixing narcissus root powder with wormwood can make a decoction of living hell, which is the water of life and death. It is a powerful sleeping pill. Bezoar can be found in the stomach of goats and is a powerful detoxification material, and there is no difference between Aconitum aconidiformis and Aconitum vulgaris. They are a kind of plant, collectively called Aconitum." Ardal sat back in his chair, and Snape looked at him with satisfaction, a look of admiration in his eyes. Ardal's answer is absolutely correct. Slytherin gets 10 points. After Snape finished speaking, he looked at Hermione again. "Maybe Miss Granger knows the answer too, but you should learn from Ardal sitting next to you. Don't be so eager to express yourself." Hermione opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Ardal pulled her gently under the table, and Hermione didn't say anything in the end. Snape didn't say more after seeing this and turned to class. "This lesson teaches the preparation of a simple potion for boils, using only dried nettles, crushed snake tooth powder, and simple ingredients like slugs and porcupine quills." While the students were making potions from their textbooks, Snape walked around the classroom in his black robe like a black bat, and from time to time, Snape would stop behind the Gryffindor students, standing there silently staring at each other, until they were so frightened that they would be scolded when they made a mistake, then leave gracefully. At the end of the potions class, Ardal gave Slytherin another 10 points for making the potion perfectly, and Malfoy got 5 points for cooking the slugs perfectly, and Gryffindor was deducted 30 points, of which, except for Neville's clumsiness, which resulted in the deduction of 10 points from Friar, the rest were all mistakes that were scared by Snape. As for Hermione, although the potion was successfully concocted, Snape found out several faults and deficiencies in her, so she didn't get any extra points. No wonder Slytherin has won the House Cup in the past. Ardal can be considered to have seen Snape's methods, and under his reputation, there is no falsehood. Snape is already worthy of the legends circulating in Hogwarts. "I hate Professor Snape." After leaving the classroom, Hermione spoke to Ardal. "He's just unreasonable. Don't you think he's targeting Griffin?" "Maybe, but he's the headmaster of Slytherin after all." Ardal still liked Snape very much, not for anything else, just what he did for Lily. That sentence of always loving deserved respect for him. "I think you must like him very much. With his help, you will definitely get more college points than me." Hermione snorted and dragged Ardal towards the library. "Go to the book again." Ardal feels a little overwhelmed. "You don't want to go?" Hermione turned her head to look at him with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. "To be honest, I don't want to." Ardal nodded. Going to the library was a waste of time. He might as well find a place to refine a potion or go back to his bedroom to study Saruman's experimental notes. Hermione looked at Ardal, and after a while she sighed softly. Okay, I know you don't like reading, then I'll go by myself." Hermione let go of Ardal's sleeves and walked towards the stairs of the library. Ardal looked at the back of Hermione's departure and shouted softly, "Let's have lunch together." "I know." When Hermione heard the invitation, she waved her hand happily and walked away. Ardal swaggered back to the dormitory, then put on the Lord of the Rings, and followed them out of the common room while the other Slytherins left the dormitory. The invisible Ardal came all the way to Snape's office in the basement, where he squatted and guarded. Finally, after about half an hour, Snape came out of the office, and Ardal got into the office while he was closing the door. Snape's private storage room was in his office, where he kept many of Snape's private storage of potion ingredients. There are many precious materials among them, which are valuable and have no market. If they are brought to Nocturne Alley, it may cause some dark wizards to fight. After entering the office, Ardal glanced at the entire office and found the entrance to this private storage room. Although the wooden door at the entrance was locked by a spell, it didn't bother Ardal. Hermione had sneaked in when she was in second grade to steal the ingredients for the compound potion, as well as Barty, JR, and Dobby, who had all sneaked in. Arajo Cave is open. A simple lock-picking spell opened the door to this storeroom full of precious materials, and Ardell himself was a little surprised. Looks like I should warn Professor Snape. This time I'll sweep the place, and then Professor Snape can come to his senses and lock the storage room in a special way, so that other people can't sneak in and steal things. I've helped Snape grow, too. Sorry, Professor. Ardell looked at the dazzling array of magic materials in the storage room, and to be honest, there was more stuff here than in some store warehouses in Nocturne Alley. After all, Snape was a well-known potionist in the wizarding world, and he even collected many superb potion materials that were extinct in the wizarding world. Ardell was not polite, and everything he could see was included in the system space. After making sure that nothing was left behind, Ardell used the cleaning, whirlwind, and other magics on the storage room to clean up his breath, footprints, and other things. After all, he remembered that there were some tracking spells in Fantastic Beasts too, which could make footprints appear, and could find traces through things such as hair flakes. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. This time he had emptied Snape's storage room. This potion master has collected things for so many years, although not all of them are in the storage room, but this is definitely most of them. Maybe Snape never thought that someone would loot most of his collection at Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. Ardell gently opened Snape's office and slipped out. Although I am a little embarrassed, it does require a lot of magic materials to create a strong orc army. Last time he ransacked Nocturne Alley, he only collected a small part. The big deal is to help Snape kill Voldemort so he doesn't have to die. Thinking of this, Ardell felt a lot better. He returned to the Slytherin lounge and waited for a while before finding a chance to sneak in. After returning to the bedroom, Ardell took off the Supreme Lord of the Rings, checked the time, and went to the auditorium for lunch. In the afternoon, I heard from the seniors that Professor Snape rarely came to class. Later, for some unknown reason, the whole castle began to circulate, saying that some people saw Professor Snape crying and laughing in the corridor, babbling, whispering for a while, roaring hysterically for a while, but it was not normal. Ardell's face didn't change when he heard the news, but he was thinking to himself, would it be too cruel to attack himself? Snape couldn't accept it for a while. Wouldn't it be really crazy? During dinner in the evening, Dumbledore announced in the auditorium that Snape was ill and could not find a suitable professor for the time being, so the professor of potions was temporarily replaced by Sprout. Sprout was the teacher of the herbal class and the head of Hufflepuff, a squat witch. Obviously, she also had a certain understanding of potions, so there was no big problem with substituting the class. Not only that, Professor McGonagall also announced that students in the third year and above would be led by the prefects of each college to interview the deans of each college one by one. Due to Snape's hospitalization, Slytherin was directly in charge of Dumbledore. The seniors in the senior year didn't know what happened, and they were all in a panic. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, seemed very excited because the annoying Snape was sick and no one would deduct points for them in potions. Ardell still looks like he's hanging up a notch, even though he's the one who started it. The Academy checked it several times and couldn't find out who stole Snape's lifelong collection. The Weasley twins were originally the main suspects, but Professor McGonagall checked it several times, but he still couldn't find it. This made Professor McGonagall breathe a sigh of relief, but also more confused. Later, second and first-year wizards were also included in the cross-examination targets, and Ardell was also questioned by Dumbledore. This was the first time Ardell had come face-to-face with Dumbledore so closely. Although the other party is a master of legilimency, Ardell is not afraid. In the depths of his soul is the Supreme Lord Ring, an artifact built by the demigod Sauron to dominate the world. With the Supreme Lord Ring, Dumbledore cannot read his real thoughts. It is even possible to be deceived by the Supreme Lord of the Rings. After all, If Dumbledore can't read Ardle's thoughts, it will arouse suspicion from the other party, so the Lord of the Rings should allow him to read some false thoughts, such as caring for classmates, respecting teachers, benefiting the society, maintaining world peace, advocating fairness and justice, etc. And it is indeed the case. When Ardle communicated with Dumbledore, the other party kept looking into his eyes. Dumbledore's eyes were calm but full of wisdom. After talking to Ardle, Dumbledore smiled kindly and let him go. Looking at the back of Ardle leaving, Dumbledore couldn't help nodding, saying something like, "A really good boy." "What did Headmaster Dumbledore ask you? Where were you, and who were you around 10 o'clock today?" Back in the Great Hall, Hermione asked in a low voice beside Ardle. Ardle nodded and responded, "Yes, that's what Professor McGonagall asked you too. Looks like something must have happened at that time." "Yes, but I was in the library with my roommate," Hermione replied, glancing at Harry across from him, her voice lower. "Harry said it was the thing Hagrid took from Gringotts and lost it at Hogwarts." "Maybe, but I think it might have something to do with Professor Snape's illness." Ardle glanced at the empty space on the professor's desk and prayed for Professor Snape, while Hermione followed and nodded in agreement. "I think so too." The professors didn't find anything in the end, and they could only ask the prefect to take everyone back to the dormitory to sleep. Before leaving, Dumbledore also specially warned the students to obey the discipline and not allow them to travel at night. All kinds of rumors flooded Hogwarts, and the whole house seemed to be shrouded in a cloud. Friday is what the first-year wizards look forward to the most, because there is a defense against the dark arts class this morning. Everyone wants to learn some knowledge about duels, how to resist dark magic and deal with magical creatures. After the class, all the little wizards were disappointed. "No way, Professor Quirrell is so rude." This guy stammered when he spoke, and even if a classmate reached out to ask a question, he would be startled, and he was dressed very strangely, and he had a pungent garlic smell. Everyone said that the circle of cloth wrapped around his head was covered in garlic. After a muddled defense against the dark arts class, it was the afternoon greenhouse herbs class, where they helped Professor Sprout weed, fill, and deworm her magical herbs. Nothing unusual. After a day of classes, everyone gathered in the auditorium for lunch, and the atmosphere of the entire auditorium was still eerie. The original bright starry sky on the roof of the auditorium did not know why, but turned into a dark cloud with lightning and thunder. The professors didn't look very good, because in their opinion, since it wasn't the students who stole Snape's potion materials, it was someone who got into Hogwarts. It's shocking that this happened only a week into the school year, and Dumbledore suspected that it was the Death Eaters, including the looting of Knockturn Alley, and they also wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and then use Snape's medicinal materials and Philosopher's Stone to refine the elixir to resurrect Voldemort. Professor McGonagall and others took this seriously, and they instructed the prefects to be optimistic about the students, and they must not walk around. Some new regulations were promulgated. For example, students should usually go to class in groups and not be alone. Category. And Professor Quirrell also showed the panic that a person should have. Of course, he was really panicked. After all, what Dumbledore said made a lot of sense, but in fact, Voldemort was hiding behind his head right now. Does this mean that there is another group of people who want to steal the Philosopher's Stone? That group of people can loot Knockturn Alley, sneak into Hogwarts without knowing it, and steal Snape's collection. Is it easy to steal the Philosopher's Stone? What will he do? Without the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort would not spare him. All in all, under the influence of the professors, the atmosphere at Hogwarts became more and more tense. It was in this eerie atmosphere that the 2-day holiday weekend ended. Ardle didn't do anything else for the past 2 days, just strolled around the castle with Hermione, and when she went to the library to read, Ardle went to the room of requirement on the 8th floor to find a place to make a potion. After all, he needs to gather a strong orc army of 5,000 people, which means that he needs 5,000 copies of the orc potion. After the weekend is over, the little wizards will start their classes again. Different from the first week, this week, The first-year wizards have started flying lessons. The professor is Mrs. Hooch, with short gray hair and yellow eyes. Most of the young wizards from wizarding families have been exposed to broomsticks. Only Neville has not, because his grandmother did not allow him to contact such dangerous things. Hermione was unusually nervous. She found a book called The Magic of Quidditch in the library on weekends and learned some flying skills in it. Ardell wasn't nervous, just curious about broomsticks. Neville still couldn't control his broom due to nervousness and flew out before Mrs. Hooch counted the seconds, and Ardell was right next to him and directly controlled him with a floating spell and then let him fall slowly down. Neville was so frightened that Mrs. Hooch asked him to rest for a while. Because of Ardell's intervention, there was no conflict between Malfoy and Harry. Although Harry still showed superb flying talent, it was a pity and was not seen by Professor McGonagall. After the flight class, there was another herbal medicine class in the afternoon. The herbal medicine class had 3 classes a week, which was the most they had to do. During lunch, Ardell saw Professor Snape. His spirits seemed to have recovered a little, but his face was still very bad, and a pair of indifferent eyes revealed a little tiredness. I heard that Professor Snape applied to come back to teach, but was rejected by Dumbledore. They said Professor Snape wasn't in good spirits, and he was seen talking to himself there alone yesterday. The Weasley brothers were on a night out and saw Professor Snape casting a spell outside his office. The crowd murmured, and Ardell ate his lunch gracefully as he listened. No one could see that he had anything to do with it. The herbal class in the afternoon was still very boring. Sprout introduced them to a herb called Baxian, and then the soil filling and deworming package. Ardell suspected that Sprout was legally using child labor to grow herbs for her. 2 days later that night, Ardell suddenly heard Malfoy and his 2 little brothers talking about Harry Potter. "You mean, you have an appointment with Harry Potter for a duel at midnight tonight?" A ray of light flashed in Ardell's eyes. "If I remember correctly tonight, Harry and the others will see the 3-headed dog in the secret room on the 4th floor. Yes, that arrogant guy. I really don't understand why he's so famous. In my opinion, he is far worse than you." Malfoy gave Ardell a small flattery. Malfoy has been bugging Harry since a little friction with Harry on the train, but because Hermione and Ardell are so close, Malfoy only dares to go when they're not around. "See, actually I'm just lying to him. I'm not going to duel him. I've told Filch that Filch will be there for him tonight. Just wait and see. Tomorrow Harry's going to be embarrassed." Malfoy snorted twice, then suddenly looked at Ardell, hesitated, and asked, "Your relationship with Harry?" Malfoy knew that Ardell was very close to a little witch named Hermione in Gryffindor, and would always be at Gryffindor's side when eating, as if it was very close to where Harry Potter was sitting. So Malfoy some worry. "I don't care about your business." Ardell left those words and went back to the bed. Hearing Ardell say this, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. A smug smile appeared on his face again, and Crabbe, Goyle, and the others laughed again. Ardell closed his eyes and rested on the bed until it was almost time. Then he put on the Supreme Lord of the Rings and sneaked out of the bedroom. He cast a spell beside his bed. Malfoy and the others couldn't see the situation on the bed. Even if someone suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, they didn't know he had left. Ardell quietly left the Slytherin lounge. In the middle of the night, most of the murals and ghosts in Hogwarts were resting. Ardell didn't know where Malfoy asked Harry to duel, but he knew that Harry in the end, it will definitely go to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Ardell came all the way to the 4th floor, and after waiting for a while, he heard the sound of rapid footsteps. Soon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione appeared in Ardell's sight. Hermione's appearance was expected by Ardell. In the original book, Hermione used the unlocking spell to open the secret room about Mau Mau. Without her, Harry and Ron might not be able to open the secret room, and the reason why she appeared here was because she heard Harry and Ron say that they were going to run out for a duel at night, and Hermione was afraid that they would be caught, which would lead to deduction of college points. You know, Hermione is still counting on to compete with Ardell in the academy points. The 3 of them ran to the 4th floor nervously, and a long-haired cat gracefully followed behind them. "Mrs. Norris, I said you shouldn't come out. If Filch finds out, you two will deduct Gryffindor's house points. It's 3 now. Ron muttered, then his expression changed and said, "This seems to be the forbidden place that Headmaster Dumbledore said. Maybe we shouldn't be here." "No way, go find a room inside and hide." Hermione was also speechless and glanced at Mrs. Norris at the stairs. "This cat is here and Filch will come over soon." The 3 of them ran all the way to the innermost position on the 4th floor and were blocked by a thick wooden door. Harry tried to pull it several times but could not open the door. "Locked!" he shouted anxiously, and at the corner of the 4th floor behind him, Filch's voice came. "Mrs. Norris, what are you doing here? Step aside." Hermione couldn't care any more at this time and pushed Harry away, holding her wand at the wooden door. "Arajo Cave is open. Pat." The lock on the wooden door snapped open and Hermione pulled the wooden door open. Without her having to say anything, Ron and Harry rushed in. Hermione also ran in and then closed the wooden door. "Hey, Mrs. Norris, so you're here." As soon as the 3 of them hid in, Filch came to the 4th floor. He picked up Mrs. Norris and looked into the dark depths of the 4th floor. "Headmaster Dumbledore said this is a forbidden place and I think we should leave quickly." Ardal was standing beside Filch at this moment, and when he saw that he was leaving, he grinned silently, then stretched out his hand and pointed his finger at Mrs. Norris. Consciousness manipulation, originating from a necromancer's spiritual control magic. It can forcefully control some intelligent creatures whose mental power is not as good as one's own. "Oh!" Along with a scream, Mrs. Norris's whole body suddenly exploded, then jumped out of Filch's arms with a rub, and under Ardal's control suddenly jumped to the deepest part of the 4th floor. "Oh, Mrs. Norris!" Filch was stunned by the sudden change, and he had never seen Mrs. Norris like this. "Wait for me." Filch was stunned for a moment and quickly followed. Mrs. Norris ran to the innermost room before stopping, then arched her back high, and her whole body froze up, making the whole cat look bigger. "What's in here?" Filch saw that Mrs. Norris looked like she was facing a great enemy, and suddenly noticed that the lock on the wooden door had been opened, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in her heart. What? Before Filch could check, he heard the screams of children coming from the room, and then the door was slammed open, and 3 little wizards ran out of it with panicked faces. Behind them were 3 adult-sized dog heads, sharp fangs, and scarlet eyes. Just one glance made Filch, the squib who had been at Hogwarts for many years, distracted. 3 three-headed dogs. Filch let out a loud cry, and Mrs. Norris at his feet was not as brave as before. With a loud bark, the whole cat flew up, 4 feet, slipped on the ground a few times, and turned her head. Just ran away. Close the door. Hermione was the first to react. She held the wooden door firmly. Fortunately, the 3-headed dog was chained and could not leave the room. With the help of Harry and Ron, they finally closed the wooden door. "Call." The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then they noticed that Mr. Filch, who was standing behind them with a gloomy face, changed his face greatly, winked at each other, and planned to sneak away. "Stop! I know the 3 of you, first-year little wizards in Gryffindor," Filch shouted with a grim expression on her face. Mrs. Norris was so frightened that she didn't know whether she would get sick or not. These had to be counted on their heads. "Meet Professor McGonagall with me. You 3 will pay for your actions." Filch snorted coldly and turned away. Hermione looked annoyed and looked at Harry and Ron with a bad look. "This time it's really over. I don't know how many points will be deducted." Hermione was a little aggrieved, thinking that she would never care about these 2 guys again. She snorted and followed Filch's footsteps. Harry and Ron looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Ardal didn't know what happened next. After watching Filch and the 3 of Harry Potter go to Professor McGonagall, he went straight back to his dormitory. The 3 of Malfoy slept like piglets, especially Goyle and Crabbe. These 2 guys usually eat sweets the most. They are not fat and they are snoring loudly. Ardal didn't know how Malfoy fell asleep either. After returning to his bed, Ardal's ears were completely clean. Thinking that at least 30 points were deducted from Gryffindor today, Ardal was in a good mood and fell asleep after a while. The next day, Ardal came to the auditorium early. Before Hermione came, Ardal took a seat at the Slytherin table, knocked on the plate twice, and an exquisite breakfast appeared in front of Ardal. "Yo, why didn't you go to Gryffindor's place today? Got into trouble with your little girlfriend?" There was a yin and yang strange voice not far away, and Ardal turned his head to see that it was Pansy's little B***ch. She stared at Ardal with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Ardal rolled his eyes, ignored her, and continued to fight the fried egg. "This woman is sick. Since I taught her a lesson last time, I don't know what happened, but this woman pays more attention to him. Is there something wrong with the properties?" "Humph!" Pansy saw Ardal ignore her, clenched his fist and snorted, stabbed a piece of fried sausage with his fork, and ate it in his mouth angrily. It didn't take long for Hermione to rush into the auditorium in a hurry, glanced at it, and found that Ardal was on Slytherin's side, didn't say anything, and sat directly next to him. "I'm furious." These were Hermione's first words when she sat down. "I'll never bother with them again." Hermione looked a little tired. She probably hadn't slept well last night. Ardal gave her a glass of milk, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and asked, "What's wrong?" Hermione snorted, old Gow's mouth pouted, and the circles of his eyes suddenly turned red. "I gave Gryffindor 50 points last night. Woohoo!" Ardal's hand trembled, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he hid it immediately. The corner of his mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and touched Hermione's head. "Why? You went out for night tour last night." Pansy on the other side saw this scene, threw the fork on the table with a clatter, and didn't eat the meal, snorted coldly, turned his head and left. "Nervous disease, don't eat and don't affect others," Ardal muttered, wiping Hermione's tears away. "Woo-woo." Hermione sobbed twice before saying, I heard Harry and Ron say last night that they were going out to fight Malfoy at night, so I wanted to stop them, but the two of them ran out anyway, and I was afraid that something would go wrong, so I went with them already. It turned out that Malfoy was a lie. He didn't come. Instead, he told Filch that we heard Filch's voice and ran away. We ended up running to the 4th floor. In order to avoid Filch, we got into the room. Hermione's face showed a look of fear. She lightly grabbed Ardal's arm and whispered, "There was a huge 3-headed dog in that room. It was fierce. After we ran out, we happened to meet Filch outside the door, so he was caught." Professor McGonagall said that we not only traveled at night, but also broke into the forbidden area, which requires heavy punishment, so each person deducted 50 points from the academy. In addition, we have to be locked up. Harry and Ron are going to clean Filch's trophy, and I'm going to the library to help Pin sort out those old books. Listening to Hermione's narration, Ardal's expression gradually brightened. He originally thought that Hermione and the others would be deducted 30 points at most, but he didn't expect Professor McGonagall to be so strict with his students, and each of them deducted 50 points. This time it was 150 points less, and Gryffindor really became less grand score. Ardal wouldn't have to live if the term ended with them still winning the Academy Cup. It's okay, no problem. While Ardal was happy, he couldn't show it. Anyway, you also added a lot of points for Gryffindor. Although this time you have deducted a bit more, there is still so much time in this semester, so you can add them back slowly. Even so, I deducted 50 points from Gryffindor. Hermione was clutching her hair with both hands, with an expression of hopelessness. She couldn't even imagine what her roommate and Gryffindor classmates would say to her when they found out about it. Of course, what saddened her the most was that Professor McGonagall told her very seriously last night that he had disappointed her. Instead of regretting it here, let's think about how to add points back. Today's potions class is Professor Sprout's substitute. Maybe you can get extra points. I hope so. Hermione nodded. At Ardal's strong request, Hermione still ate a slice of bread and an omelet. She had been sitting beside Ardal and was a little embarrassed to go back to Gryffindor. Harry and Ron were different. They yawned into the auditorium and ate breakfast with relish. Although they were told that they had been deducted 50 points, they only blushed and said sorry. The matter is over. Harry thought that the 3-headed dog was guarding what Hagrid had brought out of Gringotts. After discussing it with Ron, the two agreed that someone had sneaked into Hogwarts and was ready to attack the thing. Professor Snape was ill. The school was suddenly under martial law, and the professors became inexplicably serious, which must have something to do with it. Of course, Ardell didn't care what Harry thought of the two of them. After a boring potions class, Hermione was going to read a book in the library, and Ardell said goodbye to her and went back to the bedroom, and then sneaked out of the bedroom with the One Ring. Ardell first went to the library, and Hermione was helping the librarian Ms. Pince sort out the old books in the afternoon, which was a good opportunity. Hogwarts has been established for thousands of years. There are countless books in the library. Some of them are not suitable for little wizards to read in the forbidden book area, but there are also some old and worn books stacked in the old book area. Some not so good books. When Ms. Pince is free, she will sort it out, pick out the useful ones and put them in the borrowing area, and put the dangerous ones in the forbidden book area. Ardell sifts through old books and finds a battered-looking book about a wizarding war more than 1,000 years ago. Ardell put the parchment paper prepared earlier in it, and then performed a little magic to ensure that it could attract Hermione, and then she sure and left. After that, Ardell went to the Forbidden Forest. This is the first time he has come to the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts is actually very big. There are many magical creatures living in it. Many races are very large in scale, like centaurs and eight-eyed spiders. Ardell is here to find the centaurs this time. He has prepared almost all the materials needed for the potion of the powerful orcs. Although the quantity is not large, he can make 300 or 400 bottles. After all, it was Professor Snape who generously donated half his life savings, and it would be unreasonable to make it together. Now only centaurs, blood, and troll hearts are left. There are no trolls in the Forbidden Forest, but there are tribes of centaurs. Ardell didn't wander around in the Forbidden Forest. The place was so big that if he wanted to find the centaurs himself, he would have to work hard. At this time, he had to rely on the power of magic, created by low-level undead. Skull bones. Ardell came to a clearing, and with a wave of his wand, the magic poured out. The ground in front of him vibrated gently, and there were earth bags everywhere, and then, one by one, broken skeletons burrowed out of the ground. The skeleton is different from the skeleton warrior that Ardell summoned last time. The strength of the skeleton warrior itself is relatively strong, and the skeleton is just a group of movable skeletons, and the strength is not good. But the only good thing is that there are enough of them. Soon, 300 skeletons gathered in front of Ardell, and with the wave of Ardell's wand, the 300 skeletons scattered. The throat bones of the skeleton rubbed together, making a piercing sound that spread out little by little. Ardell closed his eyes and felt it quietly. Soon, Ardell felt that many skeletons were attacked, most of which were from magical creatures, but some coming. Ardell withdrew his mental power and looked east. The skeletons here were killed by spears and bows and arrows. No doubt they were centaurs. Soon, Ardell arrived at the scene of the incident. The arrows of the centaurs were very powerful, and the skeleton bones were impacted by the huge force of the arrows, and now they have fallen apart, and the two centaurs were studying there curiously. It's the undead. Since the mysterious man disappeared, few people will use this method to control the corpse. There is an evil dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest. I think this matter should be told to Hagrid and let him inform Hogwarts. The two centaurs muttered, completely unaware that Ardell was behind them. Passed out. Ardell didn't kill them. The blood collected by the dead centaurs would lead to poor quality potions. Ardell had always kept in mind. The two centaurs were completely unprepared and fell asleep after being cursed. Ardell thought for a moment, then tapped the two again with his wand. Consciousness control. Ardell took control of their consciousness and made them have a sweet dream. Maybe happy emotions will make the blood quality better. This topic can be studied in the future. Thinking to himself, Ardell took out a huge collection bucket from the system space. This thing came from the potions classroom. There used to be a specimen in it. It seemed to be some kind of magical animal, but he let Ardell throw it away. In the Black Lake. Wind blade. Using a simple elemental magic, Ardell cut a slit in the centaur and began collecting blood. The two centaurs were sleeping at the moment. their consciousness being manipulated by Ardal, and they didn't feel the slightest pain. After about 10 minutes, the centaur's blood was drained, and Ardal put the collection bucket back into the system space. Looking at the two centaurs who had lost their breath, Ardal summoned a few skeletons and asked them to carry the two centaurs, following the direction the spiders were heading towards the gathering place of the eight-eyed spiders. On the way, Ardal cleaned himself a few times, because the smell of blood on his body was a little heavy. When we got back to Hogwarts, it was just in time for lunch. However, Ardal, who had just collected blood, had a low appetite, so he only ate a few desserts. Hermione thought he was sick and looked around and worried for a long time. After dinner, Hermione went to help Madame Pince sort out the books, and Ardal went to the room of requirement to continue refining ordinary orc potions. He now has Professor Snape's self-stirring crucible, which makes it a lot easier to make medicines. Ardal is only responsible for adding materials. When the crucible is stirring by itself, he can also study notes and practice magic. When it was time for dinner, Ardal saw Hermione in high spirits. Done. Seeing Hermione like this, Ardal knew she had the parchment she prepared. Sure enough, while eating, Hermione mysteriously took out the parchment. "Ardal, come and see what I found." "What is this?" Ardal looked curious, thinking he should get an Oscar or something. "I went to sort out old books this afternoon and found them in an ancient book. I didn't know why at the time, but I thought that book was particularly attractive to me. After opening it, I found this parchment. This is a diary, written by a great wizard named Gandalf. You can't believe it." Hermione told him vividly the stories that Ardal had written. Ardal cooperated, showing a worried and nervous expression when he heard the thrilling place. Later, Gandalf remembered that most of the Balrogs who died before were killed by falls, so he led the Balrogs to the top of a giant mountain, and then used magic to knock it down, and finally it was killed by the fall. Already, other members of the escort team were injured by the fierce fire of the Balrog, and ordinary spells and potions could not be cured, so he created a holy light magic called Area of Light. Hermione's eyes showed excitement. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Area of Light can dispel any damage and curse caused by black magic. Do you know what that means?" Ardal shook his head and said he didn't know. He really didn't know that at that time. He only used the magic of Area of Light to make this diary more real. This is a high-level holy light magic, and Ardal would not use it. Theoretically, this magic can cure lycosis or even the blood curse. This means that those werewolves in the wizarding world can be rescued, as well as those wizarding families who are cursed by the blood demon. Hermione had seen an introduction to werewolves in a book about creatures of dark magic, and an introduction to the blood curse in another book about Dumbledore and Grindelwald's war. It is said that this is a terrible blood curse. Even Dumbledore can do nothing. The blood-cursed orc Nagini who helped Dumbledore and the Dark Lord fight, Dumbledore was unable to save her. Ardal was stunned by Hermione's words. He really hadn't thought about that, but what Hermione said seemed to make sense. In theory, Area of Light could heal and clear most curses. "I think you can try it." I tried it. This magic is too profound, and it is not something I can perform now. Hermione put the parchment in front of Ardal. She thought that with Ardal's talent, she might be able to learn this magic in a short time. "I'll try my best, but I may have to learn such a powerful magic for a long time. Maybe you can give it to Professor McGonagall." Ardal knew that he would not be able to successfully learn the Area of Light in a short period of time, but since this magic was so useful, spreading it out might be able to spread the name Gandalf in the wizarding world in a short period of time. It also helps his future plans. Maybe you're right. Hermione thought about it and said happily, "If this spell is really that powerful, maybe Professor McGonagall will forgive me." Thinking of this, Hermione happily ate 2 steaks in a row. Later, when Professor McGonagall went to the office after dinner, she said hello to Ardal and followed quickly. "The value of the Area of Light is greater than I imagined. In this way, the authenticity of the parchment is guaranteed, plus the evidence of the cave troll. Gandalf's people are set up, and Saruman has to keep up, strong orcs." The corners of Ardle's mouth twitched slightly. The next few days were normal. After Hermione secretly wrote down the area of light, she handed the parchment to Professor McGonagall. Although Professor McGonagall didn't believe the story recorded in the parchment, he could sense that the area of light was an extremely powerful magic. In order to encourage Hermione, he specially gave her 20 points. After getting the parchment, Professor McGonagall went to Dumbledore. Dumbledore is worthy of being the greatest white wizard of all time. He cast the area of light just for the first time, but he obviously did not expect how much magic power was consumed by this magic, so that the old man spent the next week all the time sick. And the effect of the area of light is also surprisingly good. It actually made Phoenix Fox, who was about to nirvana, burst into an amazing vitality and return to its peak state without nirvana. According to Dumbledore's speculation, this spell is likely to be able to cure the wolf-like disease and the blood curse, but it needs to be tested first. In addition to the area of light, Dumbledore carefully studied the parchment and the stories written on it. The conclusion is that the parchment is very old, at least thousands of years old, but the above story. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall have the same view. It should be the evil taste of the wizard Gandalf, who studied the magic of the area of light. After all, a fantasy story background can make the spell spread more widely and become more famous. Of course, Dumbledore was not guessing. He went to see his student Newt Scamander, and learned from him that there seems to be no magical creature that can correspond to the immortal Balrog, and the so-called cave trolls may be mutants of trolls. This was Newt's conclusion, and Dumbledore was convinced of it. And just like that, another week passed. After a week of training, Snape's mental state was much better, basically the same as before, but the Gryffindor students thought that Snape seemed to have become even more emotional. In fact, Snape couldn't accept it except for the first 2 days, and then he was relieved. The reason for his nervousness was to let the people behind the scenes relax their vigilance. But now, after a week, I couldn't find any clues. The people behind the scenes seemed to have disappeared, and they didn't attack the Philosopher's Stone, so Snape and Dumbledore discussed it and decided to continue the class. After all, it's not a problem to always live in the school doctor's office. Again, Snape missed Harry too. I heard from the third-year students that Professor Snape started to come back to class yesterday, and the Weasley twins were deducted a full 20 points in class. Harry heard from Hagrid that something terrible seemed to have happened in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It was said to be an inferi. By the way, it seems that the Centaur tribe and the Eight-Eyed Spider tribe went to war. The Daily Prophet has no idea where the gossip came from saying that the man who broke into Azkaban was taken to the Ministry of Magic for questioning, and he was said to have been tortured insane by the dark wizards there, and kept saying they took it away his baby. At breakfast, Hermione whispered to Ardle the news she had heard in Gryffindor. Ardle listened quietly, and after eating he took out an exquisite small box from his arms. "Give it to you." "What?" Hermione froze for a moment, then blushed. Ardle smiled, reaching out to squeeze Hermione's cheek. "Is it your birthday today? This is a birthday present." "Thanks." Hermione took the gift, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. She pursed her lips and gave Ardle a sneaking glance. This was the first birthday present she received from a boy. A strange feeling spread from the bottom of my heart to my whole body, and Ardle didn't even notice when she pinched her cheek. "How do you know today is my birthday?" "You said it yourself. The last time you said your birthday was in September, so last year. You didn't receive the notice, and you only entered school when you were 12. "I remember." It dawned on Hermione, but at that time she just said something casually, and Ardle remembered it unexpectedly. In the past, the Grangers would prepare cakes and gifts for her every birthday. Although there was no cake this year, Hermione still felt very happy with Ardle's gift. There is an inexplicable feeling in my heart. It is sweet, like eating a strawberry cream ice cream. "Can I open it?" "If you don't want to be noticed, then go back to the bedroom and then open it." Ardle replied in a low voice. Hermione thought about it and smiled. "Then I'll go back to the bedroom and open it again." Hermione put the small box up, leaned her chin, and looked at Ardell, lost for a moment. Ardell felt that Hermione's eyes were a little different, and it seemed to be different from before, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Thank you, Ardell, I'm happy." Hermione whispered, turned her head, and whispered softly in a place where Ardell couldn't see, "I think I came to Hogwarts. The most fortunate thing is to meet you." 12-year-old Hermione seemed to have grown up a bit. She didn't know what love was, but Hermione knew that she seemed to be inseparable from Ardell. In just 1 month, the boy named Ardell has left an indelible influence in his heart. In today's class, Hermione was rarely absent-minded and often looked at Ardell in a daze. Fortunately, the elementary spells taught in the spells class were very simple, and Hermione had already learned them, so Hermione was not punished. This is the 3rd week of the semester, and the encouraging bonus points that the professors had at the beginning of the semester are gone. Sometimes some simple tasks, even if the class is perfectly completed, will not get bonus points. Therefore, Ardell's great cause of bonus points has also fallen into a bottleneck. He has only received 60 bonus points so far, and since Hermione was deducted 50 points, he has only handed in the parchment and added 20 points in the history of magic class. 5 points added. After class, Hermione didn't go to the library, but hurried back to the bedroom. Their little Gryffindor wizards had no classes in the afternoon, and Ardell was going to a history of magic in the afternoon. In Gryffindor's girls' dormitory, all 3 of Hermione's roommates were there, the twin sisters and little green tea Lavender. "Yo, why didn't our know-it-all lady go to the library today?" Seeing Hermione returning to the dormitory, the twin sisters and Lavender were very surprised, the latter being more yin and yang. Lavender was usually stupid, so he was very jealous of Hermione, who knew the answer to any question. However, the twin sisters are good people. They didn't say much but asked worriedly, "Are you sick?" "No, just today." Hermione glanced at Lavender, pursed her lips, and said, "It was my birthday today and Ardell gave me a present, so I wanted to come back and see." "So it is." The twin sisters suddenly realized, smiled, and sincerely wished Hermione, "Happy birthday. You should have told us earlier, but it's not too late." Hufflepuff Sr. said that you can order a cake from the house elves, and we can celebrate it for you tonight. "Thanks." Hermione and the twins also had a good relationship and nodded lightly upon hearing this. "Humph," Lavender snorted. "I advise you not to make fun of yourself. Maybe people will eat cake with their little Slytherin boyfriend." Lavender murmured, "Gryffindor students all know that their Miss Know-It-All has a very good relationship with a little Slytherin wizard named Ardell, and most people even think that the 2 of them are lovers." Of course, Lavender also remembered Ardell, the little wizard who was on the boat with them at the time. She only remembered that Ardell was handsome, elegant, calm, and seemed to be a nobleman, so that makes Lavender even more jealous. Hermione ignored her and just glared at her. She didn't want to completely tear up her face with Lavender. This little green tea had a good relationship with many seniors and seniors in Gryffindor, and those people had some opinions on Hermione. "Didn't you say that the little snake gave you a gift? Take it out and see." Hermione didn't want to talk about Lavender, but Lavender took the initiative to come up. She wondered what gift Ardell had given Hermione. The twin sisters on the side were definitely not good and persuaded Lavender a few words, but she didn't listen, and in the end there was nothing she could do. "Look at it if you want, and there's nothing to hide." Hermione snorted and took out the palm-sized gift box. So small. What could it be? Lavender burst out laughing. The twin sisters looked at each other and said, "Maybe a ring or a necklace or something. A pocket watch, I guess that Ardell always had a gleaming gold pocket watch." Lavender stopped talking and looked at the box nervously. Hearing the twins say that, Hermione was also a little nervous. Is it really a ring? No way. Hermione took a deep breath, feeling a little hot on her face. She clenched her fist and gently opened the gift box. Inside the box is a leaf. Emerald green leaves. Ha ha ha, a leaf. That's it. How dare he send it a leaf, ha ha. Lavender laughed. "What are you laughing at? Anything Ardell gave me, whatever." Before Hermione could finish her words, the leaves in the box suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the dazzling emerald green instantly occupied the entire bedroom. When everyone came back to their senses, the four corners of the bedroom were already covered with vines, and there were also beautiful flowers blooming by the windows and corners. A strange scent appeared in the bedroom, and the four little wizards in the bedroom felt clear-headed and relaxed, as if all troubles were gone. Lavender opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't say anything, her face contorted with jealousy. Why is Ardal so good to Hermione? I was in the same boat with him back then. What is this? On the contrary, the younger sister of the twins asked curiously. I have no idea. Hermione shook her head. Although she had read a lot of books, she didn't know what such a magical leaf was. The leaves in the box were still emerald green, and there seemed to be magical light flowing on them. Hermione stretched out her hand and gently held the leaf in her hand. With the exclamations of the twin sisters, the leaf turned into a green light, wrapped around Hermione a few times, and finally turned into an emerald green leaf shape. The earrings landed on Hermione's hands again. Hermione thought for a while, and gently hung the earrings on her ears. An indescribable throbbing spread throughout her body. What a wonderful feeling! Hermione only felt an inexplicable force pouring into her body. This force seemed to make her smarter, more awake, more peaceful, and she seemed to be closer to the nature outside. Hermione, you seem to have changed. The twin sister looked at Hermione and said something curiously. I feel the same way, it's more beautiful, and it's more intimate. The two chatted and discussed. Hermione didn't know how happy she was. She held her head up like a proud swan. She glanced at Lavender, and Tsundir snorted. Lavender also snorted, but she looked a little exasperated. She didn't have the face to stay in the dormitory, and without saying a word, she opened the door and went out. This must be a precious magic item. Maybe it's worth thousands of galleons, I've never heard of it. The twin sisters were talking, and Hermione suddenly felt that the gift was too expensive. She thought about it, carefully took off the earrings and put them back in the box. Miraculously, after the earrings returned to the box, they changed again. Leaf. It's too expensive, I have to give it back to Ardal. Hermione pursed her lips. Although she was a little reluctant, Hermione still planned to return it. Just like the twin sisters said, this leaf should be a very precious magic item, just a birthday present. She didn't want Ardal to spend so much money, although Hermione was very happy. Hermione glanced down at the leaves in the box, her face flushed slightly. She carefully closed the gift box and took a deep breath. The air in the bedroom is very fresh, with a special magic that makes people relaxed and clear-headed. I don't know where Ardal is now, give it back to him at lunchtime. Hermione put the gift box back in her bag, sat beside the bed, took out a book from her bag and started to read. There was a vine crawling on the railing at the head of her bed, with a pale pink flower blooming on it, exuding a faint fragrance. For the first time, Hermione felt that reading in the bedroom seemed better than the library. Ardal, of course, didn't know this. He was looking at his self-stirring cauldron right now in the room of requirement. The primary orc potion can be refined about 1,000 bottles, and the basic material for the strong orc potion is about 400 bottles. The blood of centaurs can be obtained in the Forbidden Forest, but the monsters. One troll's heart tendon is only enough for 10 bottles of strong orc potion, 500 trolls. Where can I get this? Ardal sighed. Difficult. It is really difficult to gather a strong orc army of 5,000 people. First, he has to refine 5,000 bottles of primary orc potions. Then make 5,000 ordinary orcs, absorb their souls, and then use orc souls, troll heart tendons, centaur's blood, and other raw materials to refine strong orc's pharmacy. I have to say that the exchange conditions for those main fetters are too harsh. However, once the exchange is successful, the harvest is also huge. A 20% unlocking degree can allow him to directly unlock the special ability of a Supreme Lord of the Rings. We can only find a way to start with the Wizarding family. The Malfoy family should have a lot of collections, right? or simply find a way to loot Gringotts and buy them directly with money. Anyway, the wizarding world is not limited to London. I can go to other countries to buy while I'm on vacation. Ardal looked at the bubbling cauldron and thought of Hermione again. Although it's just a leaf, it's Rivendell's moon oak. Although it's not uncommon in Middle-earth, it's a unique magic item here. That leaf was traded by Ardal for 20 plot points, and it was a leaf from the Rivendell moon oak. Rivendell is the kingdom of the elf, where the moon oak tree has grown for thousands of years, and has been baptized by an unknown amount of life magic and natural magic, and each leaf has a special magic power. It can make the wearer not stained with dust, close to nature, full of energy, mental focus, and so on. It is a good gift for Hermione, who loves to read. After refining a few more bottles of orc potions, Ardal put away the cauldron and prepared to go to the Great Hall for lunch. There was a history of magic in the afternoon, and Ardal was ready for sleep. In the Great Hall, Ardal saw Hermione. The girl waved at him excitedly, for fear that she would not be able to see her. Ardal came to sit next to Hermione, who looked at him shyly, and took out the small gift box from her bag. "Thank you for the gift, but it's too expensive for me to have." "Precious, just a leaf." Ardal's mouth twitched. "No," Sister Petal said, "it's a magic item worth at least thousands of galleons, and it's really amazing." Hermione Barbara said a lot. Ardal then understood and smiled lightly. "It seems that they have misunderstood. This thing is not worth thousands of gold galleons. It is just a leaf that has been enchanted, and it does not work very well for ordinary people." Ardal opened the box and took out the moon oak leaf. This leaf turns into an earring when touched. This thing is the leaves of the moon oak tree. When it is touched by the moonlight at night, it will change into the shape and color of the moon. When worn on the body, it will be baptized by natural magic, making the mind clearer and more energetic. In addition, there is no other effect. By the way, the leaves that are picked for the first time will affect the surrounding environment because of the accumulation of more magical power, which is probably equivalent to casting a natural magic that promotes the growth of plants. Now Hermione really didn't know what to do. Even with Ardal saying this, Hermione thought the leaf was worth a lot, since she had never introduced such a magical moon oak in any book. But looking at Ardal, if he insisted on returning the gift, would it make him unhappy? So, does our Hermione still want this gift? If not, I'll give it to someone else, Ardal said with a smile, and Pansy's eyes, who had been watching here not far away, suddenly lit up. She didn't know what a moon oak was, only that Ardal gave Hermione a birthday present today. "Don't, Tilda." Hermione's heart tightened when she saw Pansy's small movements. Then she glanced at Ardal, gave a low voice, and turned her head blushing. Ardal smiled and put the earrings on Hermione's ears. He saw Hermione's hands unconsciously fiddling with the wizard's robes. Because of her shyness, her ears had turned red. Ardal put her earrings on, and Hermione looked up cautiously, only to find someone watching them not far away, still whispering. "Thanks," Hermione whispered to Ardal. "Just a thank you." Ardal looked at Hermione, the first time he saw Hermione so shy, and suddenly wanted to tease her. Hermione was stunned for a moment, and with a soft snort she asked, "Then what do you think?" Ardal didn't speak, just pointed at his face lightly. Hermione's eyes widened. She stood up with a thud and called out inaudibly, "I ignore you." Hermione ran to Gryffindor quickly, and Ardal saw her blushing sitting next to his roommates and sisters. The three were murmuring, not knowing what they were talking about. Sister Hua smiled happily and glanced at Ardal from time to time. After a neat lunch, Ardal went to the magic history classroom on the second floor, found a corner seat, and got ready to go to sleep. Ready to start class. After a 2-hour break, Ardal left the classroom refreshed. Hermione didn't eat with Ardal that night, but she blushed and gave Ardal a cake. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not. The strawberry cream on the cake formed a red heart. Of course, Ardal didn't have any other ideas about the 11-year-old girl, even though European children matured earlier. Ardal feels like he's playing a development game, and he's enjoying it. The days just passed by. 2 weeks passed in a flash, and Hogwarts was once again calm. Since Professor Snape was back in class, the cloud over the students had dissipated, but the Hogwarts professors were still on the lookout for a dark hand. Dumbledore is also planning how to use the Philosopher's Stone to find the little mouse hidden in Hogwarts. Hermione hasn't played with Harry and Ron since she was deducted 50 points last time. Hermione would sit with Ardell when they were in class together. When the two colleges were not together, Hermione would sit with Ardell. Min is with twin roommates, and Harry and Ron didn't know that they had drifted away from their supposedly very close partners. These two guys are still sitting in the hero's dream, and they are focused on inquiring about what the three-headed dog is guarding. In the afternoon, Ardell came out of the room of requirement. So far, he has refined more than 300 bottles of orc potions. Seeing these dark green potions neatly placed in the system space, Ardell feels a great sense of accomplishment. Today is September 30th, and soon, the summoning authority of the system will be updated. I ate afternoon tea in the auditorium for a while, and the system prompted this month's summoning permission update. Ardell drank the black tea, clapped his hands, and chose item summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the item Smaug's gold cup. Huh, what is it? Ardell glanced curiously, and his expression turned a little weird. This thing is useless to the Lord of the Rings, and it has no fetters at all. But for him, if he can draw Smaug, it will be of great use. Smaug is the last recorded dragon in Middle-earth. Unlike the dragons in Harry Potter, the dragons in Middle-earth are very powerful, and Smaug is among the best. With a body length of 141 meters, the two-winged fire dragon not only possesses an incomparably powerful dragon body, but also possesses terrifying dragon magic, and this golden cup is also Smaug's property. To prevent Bilbo Baggins from stealing one of Smaug's gold cups, Smaug used magic to leave magical marks on all of his collections. Once these collections are stolen, Smaug can use magical markers to locate them. No matter how far, Smaug will fly over. Then, destroy everything. The golden cup drawn by Ardell is the golden cup that has been marked with magic. It's useless right now, but once Ardell has summoned Smaug to the world, the golden cup will attract Smaug no matter where it is placed. Good. Ardell didn't expect himself to be able to draw elf rings, dwarf rings, and other bond items, and to draw Smaug's gold cup, it was better than quills, parchment, and human cutlery. Strike while the iron is hot. System, summon characters. Asterisk ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shelob. The unlocking degree of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has increased by 1%. 1% increase. Who is this person? Ardell glanced at the area to be summoned in the space and shuddered with fright. Isn't this Shiluo? The mother spider Shiluo, so her name is Shelob. Ardell only knew that this thing was guarding the entrance of Mordor Volcano. When Frodo and the others escorted the One Ring to Mordor Volcano, Gollum led them over and wanted to use this big spider to kill them. However, Frodo and Sam carried the thorn sword and the crystal bottle of the elf. Although she stunned Frodo, she was finally beaten away by Sam. This has to say about the protagonist's halo. If there is no protagonist's halo, Frodo and Sam must have become Shiluo's meals. After all, Shiluo's mother was a fallen evil god in ancient times. She was also an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. She was also a neighbor recognized by Sauron. In order to keep her outside Mordor Volcano, Sauron often even sent her an orc as a gift. Food. In general, much stronger than Hagrid's eight-eyed spider Aragog. Ardell remembered that Aragog died of old age after only a few decades, got cataracts when he was in his 40s, lost all 8 eyes. An F*CK was outrageous. Why don't you just throw Shiluo into the Forbidden Forest? Then find an opportunity to write another Gandalf's diary focusing on Shiluo. Ardell became aware and began to pray for Aragog in his heart, because he remembered that Shiluo would eat his mate. Although Aragog was weak, he was big enough. Shiluo was delighted to see him, so he might give it a try. Lao Ji, do you want a daughter-in-law or not? Open your mouth and I'll bring it to you. Ardell murmured in his heart, and chose to put Shiluo in the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. Tonight's forbidden forest is destined to be restless. The moment Ardal dropped the corpse in Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore in the headmaster's office suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the forbidden forest. A very evil force suddenly appeared in the forbidden forest. It seems that many people can't bear it anymore. Dumbledore murmured, glanced at Fawkes, and disappeared with a snap. In the hut outside the forbidden forest, Hagrid was eating rock cakes with Fang when Dumbledore's sudden appearance startled him. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, it's so late. I mean, do you want a rock crust?" "Thanks." Dumbledore took the rock crust and sat down across from Hagrid. In front of him was a small bonfire with a cauldron hanging from it, which seemed to be cooking something. "Hagrid, I remember you told me 2 weeks ago that the Forbidden Forest wasn't very peaceful." "Oh, yes. If you ask about it, the Centaur tribe went to war with the eight-eyed spider, and it is said that the eight-eyed spider ate 2 poor centaurs, but I don't think it's that simple." Hagrid took a bite of the rock skin cake, looking very serious. Aragog said that the 2 centaurs were sent by the Inferi and the blood had been drained when they were sent. Infernal corpse. Dumbledore's brows jumped. Yes, it's that kind of terrifying thing. The horse people also said that they have seen it. The number is probably around a few hundred. The strength is not very strong, but I think behind this thing. Hagrid did not go on. Dumbledore knew what he meant. When Voldemort was on the rise, he murdered tens of thousands of Muggles. It is said that he used black magic to make them into infernal corpses. But until Voldemort had an accident and the Death Eater group fell apart, those infernal corpses were of no use. Many people think this is just a legend, but Dumbledore thinks it is true. It's just that those things don't know where Voldemort is hiding. After all, Voldemort didn't expect that he would have an accident at the beginning, so many methods were not used in time. I understand, Hagrid. It's best not to go to the Forbidden Forest recently. Be optimistic about this place, and don't let the students sneak in. I can feel that a remarkable creature has appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore warned and stood up. He didn't eat the food that Hagrid handed him, and it was a bit embarrassing to let an old man eat the hard rock cakes. "I have to go. Thank you for your hospitality." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he disapparated and left. Hagrid opened his mouth, scratched his messy hair naively, and continued to eat rock cakes. And Dumbledore appeared again, and he had come to the Forbidden Forest. Is it him, or something else? There was a hint of hesitation on Dumbledore's face. He could clearly perceive that the guy who appeared in the Forbidden Forest had a very powerful and evil power. Even Dumbledore had no clue. If it was Voldemort. With the perception of Shiluo's power, Dumbledore quickly came to the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider. Dumbledore obviously knew that Hagrid was raising the eight-eyed giant spider here. He used the illusory body charm to hide his figure, and came to the hinterland of the eight-eyed giant spider family. Asterisk right here. Dumbledore approached cautiously, and a strange sound gradually came from his ears. He approached suspiciously, then widened his eyes. He saw a gigantic female spider gnawing at an equally gigantic eight-eyed spider, the eight-eyed spider that Dumbledore knew, the king of all eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's friend, Aragog, the eight-eyed spider king. But now, it has been reduced to a food. What is this? Dumbledore confirmed that he had never seen or heard of such a magical creature. Although it was also a spider, it was completely different from the eight-eyed giant spider. It emanated from the body of this spider. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that what was in the Forbidden Forest was not Voldemort. I don't know how or why this giant spider appeared in the Forbidden Forest, but a spider is always better than Voldemort. Get out of here first. Seeing Shiluo nibbling on Aragog, Dumbledore felt a little uncomfortable, but he just took a step back when he saw Shiluo, who was nibbling on Aragog, slowly raising his head. Humanity. With a scream, a woman's voice came from Shiloh's huge mouth parts, and it jumped to Dumbledore's side suddenly, and a sharp, poisonous thorn appeared at its tail, facing the invisible Dumbledore. Lido stabbed in the past. At the same time, 2 cobwebs were also ejected from its abdomen, blocking Dumbledore's retreat. Dumbledore's face changed suddenly, but he was ready when he came here, and he didn't panic when he saw it, but quickly raised his hand and circled his wand around him. Golden flames spewed out from the tip of the wand, turning into a wall of fire that surrounded Dumbledore tightly. Shiluo was startled by the sudden flame, and the two ferocious spider legs jumped out of the flame with a slight force. "Who are you?" Shiluo did not attack again but looked at Dumbledore with 8 eyes and asked, "Albus Dumbledore, I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. How about you? Why are you in the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore held his wand without the slightest relaxation. Forbidden Forest. Sure enough, this is no longer Chili's Yugo. How far is it from Mordor? Are you also Maya? Or are you Sauron's servant? Shiluo stared at Dumbledore's wand. Dumbledore just summoned the flame. Shiluo thought he was a wizard, and most wizards were Maya. Sauron. Dumbledore's pupils shrank suddenly, and he remembered the parchment that Hermione had given them earlier. The self-report of the wizard named Gandalf. He seemed to mention Sauron's name, saying that it was a terrifying and evil dark wizard, and the thing they escorted seemed to be the key to defeating Sauron. "You know Sauron?" There was a hint of doubt in Dumbledore's heart. According to his speculation, the parchment was at least thousands of years old. Why did the spider mention the name Sauron? Or is this also a conspiracy? "Of course I know Sauron. Since he came to Mordor, few elves and humans have passed by Chili's Ungo. For so many years, I can only eat those filthy orcs. Sauron left behind magic in Chili's Wugu, so I can't leave easily. I didn't expect." Quack, quack. Shiluo let out a sour laughter. Her spider legs kept rubbing together, and the ferocious barbs on the top made a rustling sound. "I want to eat people." Shiluo roared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was digesting and analyzing the hidden information in Shiluo's words. Hearing this roar, he immediately tightened his body, and his wand burst into a dazzling light. A magic spell like lightning rushed toward Shiluo, but it was knocked aside by one of her forelimbs, and a few 8-eyed giant spiders were blown away. "Wizard." Shiluo's excited mood gradually calmed down, and she just ate the big man of Aragog, and she is not very hungry now. "Leave here. This will be my place in the future, and next time you come again, you won't be so lucky." Shiluo stared at Dumbledore with a solemn tone. Dumbledore took 2 steps back slowly and then disappeared. Shiluo's excited and terrifying laughter echoed in the Forbidden Forest. She quickly subdued all the 8-eyed spiders and then weaved a maze-like giant web array in the depths of the spider nest. Forbidden Forest. Quack, food, elves. Humans. Quack, quack. Dumbledore left the Forbidden Forest, his face a little heavy. He still hadn't figured out where the big spider came from and who brought it here. And what is it about Sauron, Mordor, and Cirith Ungol? Does this matter have anything to do with Voldemort? Anyway, the Forbidden Forest will be even more dangerous in the future. Dumbledore sighed, and he unleashed a magic outside the Forbidden Forest, forming an enchantment here, which could prevent students from entering the Forbidden Forest. "This matter. Do you want to tell the Ministry of Magic?" Dumbledore thought that he wanted to inform the Ministry of Magic about this matter, but he felt that the people of the Ministry of Magic might take the opportunity to intervene at Hogwarts, thus causing things to develop uncontrollably. A troubled autumn. In the end, Dumbledore couldn't make up his mind, and he planned to go back and study it with other professors. Ardell doesn't care what impact Shiluo will cause. This guy is very comfortable living in the Forbidden Forest. When Ardell unlocks the Supreme Lord of the Rings, he can control any dark creature in the world. Shiluo is also included. Now he is just a freelance subordinate. The next morning, when Ardell came to the Great Hall, he saw a huge notice posted outside the door. The general meaning is that new dangerous creatures have appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. From now on, little wizards of any grade are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest without permission, and if they are found, they will be severely punished by expulsion. You know, if a young wizard who has not graduated is expelled from the school, his wand will be broken, and the use of magic will be banned from now on. Compared with the painless deduction of points, This punishment is enough to make all the little wizards stay away from the Forbidden Forest. Even after the Weasley twins saw the notice, they had no intention of sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Ron looked at each other. They were going to find out about Hagrid. As the guard of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid must know something that others don't know. Although Hermione was also curious, she didn't plan to explore with them. She just thought that if Harry and the others knew the reason, she would go and find out and tell Ardal about it. After finishing the morning class, Ardal returned to the dormitory and exchanged an ancient parchment from the system space. This thing is a set of parchment that recorded the weather last time. It was used by a certain elf to record the weather data. It took Ardal 10 plot points to replace it. Then Ardal took out the automatic quill, covered it with mental power, and started making up the story. Recorded on June 18, 3019, of the Third Age of Middle-earth. Today, we escorted that thing to the pass of Chili's Ungo, through which we will reach the territory of Mordor. Perhaps I was about to arrive in Mordor and I was getting more nervous. Along the way, we have encountered many enemies, including Balrogs, giant dragons, water monitors, etc. Many companions have left us permanently, but we have not given up. What I didn't expect was that we met him slash her again today. Shelob. She is the last child of the ancient evil spirit Ungoliant, born in the First Era, a spider-shaped evil spirit. Like me, she's an antique that has lived for 3 eras. Fortunately, when Frodo left Rivendell, the elves presented him with a short knife and a crystal bottle of starlight. We defeated her in the end, but she escaped into the pothole, and to be safe, we had to leave the pass and go to Mordor. In order to pass the patrol line of the orcs, we chose to use animal medicine. Although he betrayed us, it has to be said that his achievements in the field of alchemy are unmatched. Call. Ardal wrote for a long time until he had filled the entire parchment, and then stopped. He recorded Shelob's origin and experience in detail on the parchment, and also revealed some things about Gandalf. Of course, he also vaguely mentioned Saruman, but he did not say his name, but he introduced the effects of animal medicine in detail. He planned to find an opportunity to let Snape get the refining method of animal medicine. In this case, there is both evidence of the existence of Shiluo and animal medicine, which is enough to prove the authenticity. It can also lead to Saruman, the evil wizard who betrayed justice. Perfect. How is this parchment going to be sent to Dumbledore? As soon as Shiloh appeared, someone discovered the parchment that recorded him. It's a bit too coincidental. Ardal pondered, thinking of Quirrell. Maybe hide this thing in Quirrell's office, and when his case is revealed, Dumbledore will definitely search his office, and naturally he will find this parchment. And even if Dumbledore had doubts about the origin and trickiness of the parchment, he could throw the blame on Voldemort. Hey. Ardal laughed maliciously. He was still too weak to hold on. With the parchment back in the system space, Ardal decided to find a suitable time to hide the parchment in Quirrell's office. There are also plot points. After changing things a few times, I only have 50 plot points now, but the main quest will have to wait for the end of this semester to issue rewards, and the side quest has not been triggered yet. I should try to see the conditions for triggering the side quest, but it will always be related to the plot. Ardal glanced at the calendar next to him. Today is October 1st. Because of Ardal's random entry, the plot of Harry's entry into the Quidditch team has disappeared. Last time, Ardal caused Harry and the 3 of them to deduct points and did not get plot points, so he guessed that if he wanted to obtain side plot points, it might be related to the Philosopher's Stone. Drama related. In this case, the most recent one should be the Halloween party on October 31st. There's still a month left and I still need that troll. Ardal pondered for a while and decided to wait for Halloween to see if there are additional side stories. If not, he can only add more points and wait for the settlement at the end of the period. Speaking of which, 2 months into the school year, Ardal has now scored an extra 105 points. While thinking about it, the door to the bedroom was suddenly pushed open. Ardal looked up and saw the 3 of Malfoy walking in laughing. *NG Ardal in the dormitory. The expressions of the 3 of them froze, and the movements of their speech became less. But compared to those days when I was just starting school, I was too scared to speak, but it was much better. "You are also in the bedroom." Malfoy smiled awkwardly and said hello to Ardal. At this time, Ardal should be refining potions in the room of requirement, usually not in the bedroom. Ardal looked up at Malfoy, suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Malfoy, I remember you said the other day that your family has some business in Liechtenstein, right?" "Oh yes, that's right." Malfoy remembered what he had complained to Goyle the previous 2 nights and didn't expect to be heard by Ardal. "But my father has already planned to change the business there, because there is a huge tribe of mountain trolls there, and they will attack wizards from time to time, and my father's business has been affected a bit." Malfoy replied with a smile and then asked curiously, "Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" "My family is planning a trip to Switzerland for Christmas, which is very close to Liechtenstein, and wanted to ask what's going on there." Ardal whispered, "Well, then you don't have to worry. Trolls are also intelligent. They won't attack muggles easily. But it's best not to stay there for too long after all. Those stupid creatures have no brains. Maybe they will be killed at any time. It's over the limit." Malfoy shrugged. He didn't think he would ever go to a small place like Liechtenstein anyway, and there are too many trolls there. "According to my father, there are at least hundreds of mountain trolls living there." "A few hundred." Ardal pondered for a while and didn't speak again. Malfoy made eye contact with Goyle and Crabbe, thinking it was better not to stay in the dormitory. "Well, I suddenly remembered that Pansy seems to have something to tell me. I have to go out." After Malfoy finished speaking, he turned his head and left the bedroom, followed by Goyle and Crabbe. Ardal smiled softly, then took the Supreme Lord of the Rings and left the bedroom. He plans to go to the Forbidden Forest again. If nothing else, the Forbidden Forest will be Shilluo's territory in the future. That thing seems to have a lot of appetite. Ardal is afraid that he will eat the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, so he plans to collect the centaur's blood first. After leaving the Slytherin common room, Ardal left the castle and headed towards the Forbidden Forest. When passing Hagrid's house, he found Harry and Ron inside. "I really don't know what happened to the Forbidden Forest, Harry. Dumbledore didn't tell me. He just said that there was a dangerous creature in the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid gulped down a mug of tea and glanced apologetically at Harry. "Could it have something to do with that 3-headed dog? Since last time?" Harry and Ron discussed in a low voice, while Hagrid shook his head. "This has nothing to do with Mau Mau. Dumbledore asked Mau Mau to protect that thing. It will not appear in the Forbidden Forest. Harry, don't think about these things. It has nothing to do with you." Hagrid persuaded, but it was clear that Harry, who had been trying to prove himself, didn't take his words to heart. Ardal listened for a while and left, and when he came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, he stopped his steps. Did someone release the enchantment here? Ardal closed his eyes, and he could perceive an invisible magical barrier in front of him, which contained a complex and huge power, which should have come from the handwriting of a certain professor. It's even possible that Dumbledore himself set it up. A terrible power. Ardal can clearly recognize the gap between himself and the person who casts the magical barrier, of course, not in talent, but in the level of mana. If his mana is a stream, then the mana of the other party is rivers and lakes. As for the other first-year little wizards, they should be little blisters. Ardal took out a bottle of light gray potion from the system space and took a sip. The entrance was slightly bitter, with a bit of fishy smell. Soon, Ardal was transformed into a purebred Doberman Pinscher. If anyone from the Shelby family was there, they would have recognized it as Charlie, Ardal's Doberman Pinscher. The animal potion can turn the user into an animal in a short time, similar to the effect of **CK Gus, and the enchantment left by Dumbledore is mainly to prevent the wizard from entering and the big spider in the Forbidden Forest from coming out. There are no restrictions on ordinary animals, and Ardal also came up with the idea of animal medicine when he saw many spiders going in and out there. Ardal, who turned into Charlie, passed through the barrier unimpeded, without causing the slightest fluctuation, and then followed the route he remembered and came to the place where he encountered the Centaur Patrol last time. This is already the territory of the horse people. Because Ardal only took a sip, he changed back in less than 10 minutes. Then Ardal took out his wand, drew a strange trace in midair, and poured out all his magic power, created by the intermediate undead. Death Knight. As Ardal's voice fell, a black death energy stirred up around him, and in the death air there were faint screams. Immediately afterwards, 2 undead creatures with a height of 10 feet appeared in front of Ardal. These are 2 Death Knights, shrouded in pitch-black enchanted steel armor. The helmets are sealed. Only 2 scarlet ghost-like eyes are exposed, and behind them are 2 huge one-handed swords placed crossed, faintly posing black gas. And their mounts are skeleton warhorses, also in battle armor, and their 4 hooves are still burning with flames. This is an intermediate undead creature Death Knight. With Ardal's ability, he can only summon 2. Go and kill as much as you like. Ardal whispered. The 2 Death Knights slammed their legs together, and the nostrils of the skeleton horse spurted 2 black air, and then the flames under their feet burned all over the body and rushed out. With the ability of the Death Knight, he quickly sensed the location of the nearby centaur tribe. Because the centaur tribe fought with the A-Tide giant spider some time ago, in order to prevent the A-Tide giant spider from sneaking up, there were many centaurs outside the tribe. Patrol. Ronan, did you see Fyarns? It's about to change the guard. Where did that guy go? He was called away by the sacrificial priest. I heard that the sacrificial priest saw something bad from the stars. Ronan replied. He shook the bow and arrow in his handshake and said nervously, Bane, I don't know why, I have a bad, damn it, what is that? Ron exclaimed. The bow and arrow in his hand instantly turned into a full moon, and he shot one in the distance. Bane turned around when he heard his exclamation, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. In the depths of the woods, 2 warhorses blazing with flames rushed out, and behind them were 2 warriors who were covered in armor. Enemy attack! Bane shouted. Ronan's arrow had already flown in front of the enemy. The other party did not dodge or evade, and still maintained a charging state. But what shocked him was that Ronan's arrow was only on the enemy's armor. A small white spot remains. This is impossible. The arrows of centaurs have magical power, and it is not easy for ordinary wizards to resist them. How could they be blocked by ordinary armor? Ardal didn't have any surprises about this. Anyway, it was enchanted armor, and the arrows of ordinary centaurs were impossible to penetrate. Otherwise, wouldn't the undead knight be too rubbish? Get out! Ronan began to retreat after seeing his arrows collapse. Their lower bodies were horses, and they ran very fast. However, Bane was a step behind because of shock, and when he reacted, 2 Death Knights had come to him. One of the Death Knights drew a large sword from behind and slashed towards Bane. Bane held up his bow and arrow, hoping to block the blow. Unfortunately, the big sword cut off Bane's bow with ease, and in his terrified eyes it slashed Bane's throat, and a strange black light flashed on the sword, and then Bane's wound quickly gray and rotten. Do not! Bane snorted and fell straight. 2 Death Knights chased Ronan and rushed into the centaur tribe. A row of footprints appeared on the ground for no reason and came to the dead Bane. Then a collection bucket appeared out of thin air. Then scarlet blood gathered from the wound, turned into a blood column and fell into the collection. In the barrel. It's a pity that there is not enough time, otherwise we can collect some blood of happy emotions. Ardal was afraid that if he delayed too long, Dumbledore's attention would be attracted, so he didn't waste time. Even the method of collecting, he chose to use magic to forcibly collect. Although the quality of the materials would be somewhat degraded, it was still within the acceptable range. Within the centaur tribe, screams and shouts were heard one after another. Dozens of centaurs were besieging the Death Knight, and 2 centaurs dressed as priests were casting healing magic on them. As for the foal and the mare, they were guarded by 2 warriors and began to move. Ardal didn't care about the foals and mares because his target was not them. According to Saruman's experimental notes, the blood of the warriors will make the strong orcs stronger, and the strong orcs will inherit fighting skills of warriors. It has to be said that centaurs can live in the Forbidden Forest as well. Dozens of centaur warriors joined forces to restrain the two Death Knights abruptly. Centaurs were originally very tall, and some of the powerful warriors were even similar in size to Death Knights. After finding that bows and arrows could not harm Death Knights, they also took up weapons such as spears and swords. Although the Death Knights are powerful, there are only two, so they have been attacked many times and the armor is even tattered. Of course, the centaurs also paid a heavy price, with at least 10 centaurs having lost their lives. Go to hell. Fezzelin roared, his muscles knotted, looking very terrifying. He held a sharp spear high and inserted it into his eyes along the gap of the Death Knight's helmet. Nice job, Fazzarin, the other centaurs shouted excitedly. Fezzelin was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Before he could speak, he heard the other centaurs exclaiming again. Could it be? Fezzelin was stiff all over, feeling a deadly danger coming, and before he had time to turn his head, he saw the Death Knight with a spear on his head slashed with a sword. Then Fezzelin seemed to see a headless centaur. They are undead. They are dead creatures. The priest on the side shouted, and the centaurs reacted. At this time, the Death Knight also pulled out the spear on his head, and the scarlet ghost fire rekindled. His helmet was torn apart because the spear was pulled, revealing the head inside. Let's call it a brain. Dried and rotting flesh hung on the pale skull, and two fiery eyes were burning violently, as if they could devour a person's soul. The stars have long told us the answer. The centaur tribe will be destroyed by death. The priest murmured, and the other centaurs were also chilled. They finally broke the enemy's armor, but found that under the enemy's armor, there are undead who are not afraid of pain and ignore damage. Moreover, most of the undead are controlled by humans. Even if they tried their best to kill these two undead, so what? How to deal with those who control the undead? Could it be that he sacrificed so many soldiers just to kill two undead? Retreat. Run away. Leave here. The centaurs shouted loudly, and some centaurs ran back in a panic and even retreated a distance. Enjoy death with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will turn you into the most powerful warriors. A childish voice, but without the slightest emotion, came from the void. Immediately afterwards, all the centaurs saw a translucent light wave sweeping in. Aura of fear. The hearts of all centaurs trembled violently, and an indescribable fear spread from the bottom of their hearts, even making their hands and feet sore and losing the courage to escape. However, the two Death Knights were not affected in any way. Instead, the flames of the skeleton warhorses burned more intensely. They sucked the fear of the horsemen and made a neighing like bone friction. The centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest was destroyed like this. Ardal used magic to take away the blood of all centaur warriors, then called back two Death Knights, rested for a while, and summoned 100 low-level skeletons to carry them. The centaur corpse went to the location of the spider's lair. After all, Shiluo was his default subordinate, and he usually had to feed him. Eat my food, but you have to work for me. Ardal hummed a song, came to the barrier of the Forbidden Forest, took another sip of the animal potion, passed through the barrier and headed towards Hogwarts. During lunch, dozens of owls flew into the auditorium. Ron's owl brought him a new issue of the Daily Prophet, and he glanced over and let out an exclamation. "Oh my God, look at this!" Ron pointed to the largest page of the Daily Prophet, where the photo was of Dumbledore and Lupin, and Ardal glanced at it and saw the photo and probably guessed what was going on. Harry and Ron read the newspaper together, and from the few words in their mouths, the people next to them also understood what was going on. So this guy named Lupin turned out to be a werewolf. Headmaster Dumbledore used a magic called Area of Light to completely cure Lupin's lycanthropy. During the last full moon, Lupin did not transform into a werewolf again, which means that the problem of lycanthropy is a problem. Centuries of magical disease in the wizarding world can finally be cured. In addition to this, Area of Light can also treat most of the damage and sequelae caused by black magic and dark creatures, and it may also treat blood magic spells. The International Federation of Wizards has decided to award Dumbledore. After reading this, Harry clapped his hands happily and shouted, as expected of Headmaster Dumbledore, "He is the greatest white wizard of all time." Ron was also excited, but soon his face showed shock. It turns out that this magic was not created by Headmaster Dumbledore. The creator of this magic is Gandalf, an ancient wizard, a first-year wizard at Hogwarts, Hermione. Oh my God, Hermione it turned out to be on the Daily Prophet. Ron exclaimed, and the little wizards around looked at Hermione, who was eating beside Ardell, in surprise. Hermione Tsundere snorted, looking like she didn't care. However, the smile on the corner of her mouth still showed that the little girl was in a pretty good mood now. Hermione Granger was sorting through the Hogwarts library when she discovered Gandalf's journal, which recorded this powerful magic. Headmaster Dumbledore has handed over the Area of Light to the Ministry of Magic for research, and donated it to wizard hospitals in various countries for free. However, scholars have not found Gandalf's name in recorded history, and reporters suspect that he is a fictional character. The real creator of magic may be Dumbledore or some wizard associated with him. Harry and Ron finished reading and put down the paper. Harry glanced at Hermione with envy in his eyes. "Humph, she's just lucky if I was punished to sort out the books." Ron murmured that, like Harry, he was very envious of Hermione's name being published in the Daily Prophet. "I didn't expect that Headmaster Dumbledore would be able to successfully cast the Area of Light so quickly, and also cured a werewolf." Hermione calculated the time. The last full moon was mid-September, which meant that Dumbledore could successfully cast it within 2 days of getting the parchment. And Hermione has not been able to perform this magic until now. After all, it's our headmaster. You have heard Harry say that he is the greatest white wizard in history, and he should have such strength. Ardell thought of the giant barrier outside the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore might be stronger than he thought. No wonder Voldemort was so afraid of him. If it weren't for the injury to Voldemort's Horcrux, I'm afraid Dumbledore wouldn't have died so easily. In fact, think about it, the original Grindelwald almost burned down the entire Paris with a fierce fire spell, and Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald's existence, and his strength is naturally very powerful. Moreover, he was still middle-aged at that time, so there was no such thing as a sorcerer's old age. Anyway, it's a good thing. There was a smile on Hermione's face. If it wasn't for me, how long would those old books be piled up there? But I found that one among tens of thousands of old books at a glance. Yes, we Hermione deserve the most credit," Ardell echoed. Hermione's cheeks rose a layer of red, and she gave him a light white glance. Although her face was very immature, Ardell felt an inexplicable smell of sexiness. "What about us?" Hermione muttered, then stopped talking, bowed her head, and pulled her fork back and forth across the mashed potatoes. The tips of her ears were a little red. Neville, who was next to Ardell, pursed his lips, suddenly feeling that he had no appetite. "At noon, before I was full, I was filled with dog food. School days are really hard. I miss Grandma." In this way, the days were dull again, and the Quidditch teams of the various academies started training every day, because after Halloween, the Quidditch game of the academy was about to start. The other little wizards, under the leadership of the prefect, began to prepare for the Halloween banquet. Ardell is still refining orc potions these days. He has sorted out the centaur blood he collected a few days ago, which is enough to make 400 bottles of potent orc potions. The rest of the materials haven't been collected yet, but Ardell isn't in a hurry. After refining 3 more bottles of orc potions, Ardell left the room of requirement, and when he came out from here, he accidentally ran into someone. Looking at the other party's appearance, Ardell had a guess in his heart. Hello. Zhang Qiu obviously didn't expect to meet Ardell on the 8th floor and greeted Ardell a little overwhelmed. She obviously knew Ardell. In fact, many other wizards in the other grades knew Ardell. The talented little wizard of Slytherin, but a little maverick, is a little muggle wizard, and is said to have a close relationship with a little wizard of the same muggle family in Gryffindor. The Weasley twins say they are a school couple. "Hi, my name is Ardell." Ardell looked at Zhang Qiu. He had never seen her before, but there didn't seem to be many Asians at Hogwarts, and the beautiful one seemed to be only Zhang Qiu. My name is Qiu Zhang, a Ravenclaw second-year wizard. Compared with Zhang Qiu in the movie, this Zhang Qiu is much better looking, at least worthy of the description in the book. Ardell looked at her and thought that she might have some blood from the western regions. After all, she actually looks like a certain star of later generations. That's the punch. Tilde isn't Ravenclaw's lounge here. Are you in trouble? Need help? Ardell asked curiously. Ravenclaw's lounge is in Ravenclaw Tower, which is a separate tower of the castle. Of course, he was mainly trying to find out what Zhang Qiu was here for, and whether she saw herself coming out of the room of responsiveness. No, I'm here to find friends. Zhang Qiu doesn't seem to be very good at talking to strangers and seems a little cramped. Lee Jordan of Gryffindor, he's the Quidditch Cup commentator. I'd like to ask him about the preparations for the Quidditch Cup. After Zhang Qiu finished speaking, he added another sentence. I'm an alternate for Ravenclaw Quidditch and can only do simple things like this. Ardell knows that Zhang Qiu seems to be a Ravenclaw seeker later, but it seems that the fourth grader officially played. It was also in that game that he met the third grader Harry. It was the first time the two met. So it is. Ardell nodded, not caring as long as the guy didn't notice he came out of the room of requirement. Then I won't bother you. I'll go first. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. Oh, okay, thank you. Bye. Zhang Qiu didn't know what he was talking about, but he saw Gentleman Ardell smiled and then turned his body a little, and Zhang Qiu walked over in a daze. The Gryffindor lounge is on the 8th floor. It wasn't until he walked out a distance that Zhang Qiu came back to his senses, quietly turned his head and glanced, and found that Ardell was still smiling at her there. Unable to help his cheeks get hot, he nodded and ran away in a hurry. He's a real gentleman, but he's here to find that little Gryffindor witch. Thinking like this, Zhang Qiu patted his hot cheek and let out a long breath. Watching Zhang Qiu disappear around the corner, making sure she didn't find the room of requirement, Ardell turned and left. A pretty good encounter. After living here for 11 years, Ardell was the first to meet an Asian, and this familiar feeling made Ardell in a good mood. At dinner, Hermione gave Ardell a large package. What is this? Ardell squeezed twice, and the contents were light, probably some kind of clothing. It's a white sheet, and I've cut a few holes in it. There are 2 days left until the Halloween party, and then you'll just have to put it on your head. Hermione explained it to Ardell. This is how she spends Halloween every year, putting on a grimace mask, putting on a fancy dress, and knocking on neighbors' doors. Trick or treat. Hermione taught Ardell so. I think Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and Headmaster Dumbledore should give us candy. Especially Headmaster Dumbledore. They said that Mr. Headmaster loves sweets. Forget about Professor Snape. I don't dare to go. I may only be scolded when I go there. When I was at home, my father didn't let me eat too much candy. He is a dentist, you remember. But this time, I plan to ask for more. I have become a wizard, so I shouldn't be afraid of tooth decay. Hermione started talking to herself as she spoke, and Ardell smiled, feeling that Hermione was still very cute at this time. Do you want to go with me or not? Hermione looked up and saw that Ardell was looking at him with a smile on his face. For some reason, he felt that Ardell's smile just now looked a bit like her father's. I'd actually like to, but wizards don't seem to have the customs of muggles. Hermione was startled by Ardell's words. She thought about it and sighed depressedly. No wonder my roommates and the others are not prepared, and the professors just made some pumpkin heads and they don't have any ghost clothes. Forget it, then give it to me. Hermione stretched out her hand, intending to take the white sheet back. It's a Halloween gift. If you want to eat candy, you can actually try it with Headmaster Dumbledore. I think he should like this kind of game. Dumbledore is still very kind to children, and if Hermione really wears a ghost mask to ask for candy, he should be very happy. Then you go with me. Hermione rolled her eyes and looked at Ardell pitifully. Ardell agreed with a smile. He turned his head and glanced at Quirrell in the professor's chair with an inexplicable smile in his eyes. The second day is Tuesday. In the morning, Slytherin and Gryffindor will have a transfiguration class together, and in the afternoon Gryffindor's first-year wizard will have a history of magic. This transfiguration lesson was easy for Ardell, but more difficult for others, because this transfiguration involves animals. Professor McGonagall asked them to turn the slugs into rings. The more elaborate the pattern on the ring, the higher the deformation rating. With just a little research, Ardal successfully turned the slug into a beautifully shaped hollow gold ring with the Slytherin logo on it, a circling snake. I have to say it again, Ardal, you are a transfiguration genius. 10 points for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall looked at Ardal with satisfaction, his eyes full of admiration. Now Professor McGonagall is not worried that Ardal will become bad, because after so long in the school, Ardal has never violated the school rules once, and has not shown any bad behavior after the conflict with Pansy at the beginning. Every teacher mentions Ardal. Not only will he praise his talent, but he will also greatly appreciate his courtesy and gentlemanly demeanor. The only thing that worries Professor McGonagall is that Ardal and Hermione seem a little too close. Although both of them were of Muggle origin, and although they had known each other before they entered school, they were too young. However, Professor McGonagall regarded this as a sequelae of Ardal's use of the wand. After all, Ollivander had told her that using a wand made of Dementor nerves would make Ardal yearn for better things. Is love a beautiful thing? Although Professor McGonagall has been injured, she has always believed that love is one of the most beautiful emotions a human being can have. Therefore, for this matter, Professor McGonagall believes that he can only guide carefully. Seeing that Ardal successfully turned the slug into a ring, Hermione could only sigh that Ardal's sorcery talent was too strong, and then cheered for herself. After a few attempts, Hermione took a deep breath, swiped her wand in an arc in the air, and chanted a spell at the same time. The slug turns into a ring. With a flash of light, the slug in front of Hermione began to slowly change, and finally turned into a gray-brown ring. The surface of the ring was very bright and had no patterns, more like a brass ring. It's been great. Ardal gave an encouragement, and Professor McGonagall on the side listened, with an ant smile on his face, and nodded, saying, Ardal is right to be able to complete the transfiguration so quickly. Hermione, your transfiguration talent is also great. 5 points for Gryffindor. Although Ardal and McGonagall both said so, Hermione was still not satisfied and kept trying to improve. By the time the get out of class was over, the ring Hermione had conjured had turned silvery white, and some patterns could be faintly seen on it. In addition to Ardal and Hermione, this kid Malfoy also succeeded, but it was not as good as Hermione's first time. The color of the ring he made was the same as the slug, but it was still a ring. As for Harry and Ron, the two of them could only make half the difference. Either the slug's head has turned metal, or the tail has turned metal, but that's been making them both happy for a long time. After class, Hermione was still a little depressed, because she felt that the gap between herself and Ardal was getting bigger and bigger. Are you going to go to the library to read a book later? Ardal put the textbook in the bag and looked at Hermione, who was still trying to swing her wand. No, the prefect asked us to help decorate the 6th and 8th floors of the castle, as well as the auditorium. After all, it's Halloween tomorrow. There will be a banquet tonight. There are actually not many students at Hogwarts, only a few hundred people. Although there is magic help, it is quite troublesome to dress up the entire castle, so the little wizards have to act. Slytherins are also assigned tasks, but they are responsible for the basement and parts of the 1st floor and the entire 2nd floor. Okay, see you at noon then. After Ardal left the classroom, he went straight back to the Slytherin lounge, which was also underground. Some senior students have already dressed up the lounge, which is located underground and adjacent to the Black Lake. It is usually gloomy, but now it has been decorated with pumpkin heads, ghosts, skeletons, etc., making it even more terrifying, like a big tomb. However, Ardal feels pretty good looking, at least much more comfortable than the snake logo before, which may have something to do with his necromancer attribute. When he returned to the dormitory, Malfoy and the others were already waiting for him in the dormitory. That. Ardal, the prefect gave us a task, except for the auditorium on the 1st floor, We Slytherin will decorate everything else on the first floor, and our first-year wizard is responsible for decorating the staff lounge and Filch's office." Malfoy said, muttering angrily. "That stupid Filch is a squib. He can't hang pumpkin heads from the ceiling, so it's up to us. Isn't it enough to use a floating spell? It's not too difficult." Ardal interrupted Malfoy. He didn't want to hear him complain here. Malfoy spread his hands and said, "Have you forgotten that we haven't learned the floating charm yet? We will only learn the floating charm in the charms class tomorrow." Hearing him say that, Ardal remembered. In the original play, it was because of the floating spell that Hermione and Ron had a conflict, then hid in the bathroom and cried all afternoon, and finally Quirrell released the troll, and Harry and Ron would go to her. However, these basic spells Ardal has long been able to cast without a wand, so he didn't remember it for a while. Neither would you. You little wizards from a wizarding family wouldn't even know such a simple spell, would they? In fact, Ardal has wanted to ask Malfoy for a long time. Since he entered the school, the first-year wizards he has come into contact with seem to be quite stupid, and many basic spells have been practiced many times and cannot be successfully cast. Have you forgotten that we can only go to Ollivander to buy our own wands before we enter school? Although we could use other people's wands when we were young, the magic power of little wizards is inherently unstable, and it's easy to use other people's wands. Something happened, so, Malfoy shrugged. Although I have seen it and understood it when I was a child, I really haven't practiced any magic spells. Simply put, theory is there, practice is not. So it is. Ardal suddenly realized and understood. Of course, he also knew that the advantage of these little wizards was during the holidays. During the holidays, they could learn from their elders and practice more and more powerful spells. And little muggle wizards can't use magic casually, and no one teaches them. Then what is our mission? We're going to help that old Filch move those decorations into his office and the faculty lounge, and then the seniors will help us hang them up with a levitating spell. The decorations are all in the basement storage room. There are jack-o'-lanterns, fake witch figures, black cat sculptures, stuffed ghosts and skeletons and monster models. Crabbe nibbles his fingers and tells Ardal about their mission as he eats the creme brulee. Ardal twitched the corners of his mouth and clapped his hands. "Then let's go gather." At this time, Ardal took on the appearance of the head of the dormitory. The three of Malfoy were very obedient, packed their things and left the dormitory in a file under Ardal's command. Ardal also left, and soon the first-year wizards were assembled in the lounge. Leading the team were two third-year wizards, a boy and a girl. Although Ardal had seen them, he didn't know their names. There were only about 20 first-year wizards in Slytherin. After they all gathered, the senior and senior took them out of the lounge. In the basement, the snakes from other grades are in charge, and the first grade is only responsible for moving things from the storage room in the basement to the first floor area. Ardal knew the floating spell, so he didn't need to exert any effort. With a little magic wand, a dozen jack-o'-lanterns and some other puppets, the sculpture floated smoothly, and then followed Ardal's back and floated up to the first floor. Malfoy and the others looked envious, but they didn't know the floating spell yet, so they could only do it themselves. Fortunately, the jack-o'-lantern is not heavy. The little wizard can take 2 at a time, and everyone can cooperate with other props, so there is no trouble. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. After Ardal completed his task, he watched happily. The other little snakes didn't think there was a problem either. After all, selfishness is a small sign of Slytherin. If it was the Lion House, there would definitely be many people who would accuse Ardal of not helping his classmates. Humph! Pansy snorted softly as she passed by Ardal. There was a fine layer of sweat on her forehead, and it seemed that she was very tired after several trips. Ardal saw fear, envy, jealousy, and a hint of hope in her eyes. "Do you want me to help her?" Ardal rolled his eyes and continued to sit there, happily watching the little wizards rush in and out. I don't know how long it took, but the little wizards finally brought up all the props they needed. After they were sorted into different categories, the 2 seniors started to work. Under their sorcery, jack-o'-lanterns floated up and hung from walls and ceilings. There are also some magic jack-o'-lanterns that fly around in the air after being casted, and props such as witch dolls and black cat sculptures are also placed on walls and corners. After being activated by magic, these things sometimes move suddenly and sometimes make scary sounds. After finishing everything, it was time for lunch. Ardal didn't really feel anything, but the other little wizards were tired and hungry and howled and rushed to the auditorium. The Great Hall was furnished by Gryffindor students. Generally speaking, they are almost the same. After all, the props are only those, but the magic sky in the middle of the auditorium has been replaced, and it has become a layer of thick clouds. From time to time, under the light of lightning, you can see terrifying ghosts one by one. Countless jack-o'-lanterns were floating up and down, because it wasn't night yet, and the pumpkins didn't glow. Gryffindor's first-year lion cubs didn't know how to float either, so they were only responsible for carrying props in the auditorium. Hermione was also sweating from exhaustion, and the bangs on her forehead were a little dreadful, but she touched the green on her ears. After earrings, the whole person becomes completely new. Even the strength has recovered. After dinner, Hermione went to the history of magic class. Ardal had nothing to do and went to the room of requirement to make orc potions. The next day is October 31st. There's a Halloween dinner at Hogwarts tonight, and Ardal's monthly summoning permissions will also be updated. Gryffindor and Slytherin would have a spell class together in the morning, and in the afternoon, Slytherin would have a history of magic class with Hufflepuff. Unsurprisingly, this spell's lesson is about floating spells. The spell is Wingardium Leviosa, but this time Hermione sat next to Ardal, so she didn't correct Ron, so there was no conflict, and the whole class was normal. The only abnormal thing is that Ardal's feathers turned into darts in order to add points, and he even made a cracking sound when flying in the air. So Professor Flitwick gave him 10 points, and Hermione's feathers simply floated up, and Professor Flitwick just complimented her, but didn't give her any extra points. In the afternoon, Ardal slept for 2 more classes without any accident. In fact, he really liked the history of magic. This class sounded like the philosophy he had learned before, which made him confused without realizing it. It's nighttime soon. Before the dinner party started, Ardal was resting in the dormitory, and the system prompted him to update his summoning authority. Today's holiday, good luck. Silmarillion, you can give it to me. Ardal closed his eyes and made a wish, then chose Item Summon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the item Issel Spar was successfully extracted. Issel Spar. What the hell is this? The corner of Ardal's mouth twitched, but he didn't hear the increase in the unlocking degree of the Lord of the Rings, so this thing may not have much to do with the Lord of the Rings. But after Ardal checked it, surprise flashed in his eyes. The Isilhedron was one of the 7 Palantirs brought to Middle-earth, and Palantir's other name is the Spar of True Knowledge. The 7 Palantirs are able to communicate with each other, and are used to observe the communication between the territory and the distant lands. Although this Issel Spar is not the True Knowledge Spar belonging to Saruman, it still has a very important role for Ardal. When things in the Middle-earth world are summoned, they will be transformed by the system to be more suitable for this world, and after the Issel Spar is transformed, it also has very powerful functions. Ardal is able to observe anyone and anywhere through the Spar, and it will not be blocked by other spells, and will not be perceived by others. Very powerful. Ardal took out the Issel Spar from the system space and placed it in front of him. Then when his mind moved, ripples like water waves rippled in the Spar, and then the picture appeared very clearly. At Shelby Manor, Sophia is having dinner with the other servants. In Birmingham prison, Freddie sat comfortably on the sofa, half-squinted with a cigar between her fingers. A woman who looked like a model was busy because Freddie was so angry. Ardal's mouth twitched. As expected of the leader of the Shelby family, he was so comfortable when he was caught. But that woman looked familiar, like a female manager of their family's shopping mall. Ardal was not in the mood to observe carefully. His thoughts moved, and the picture in the crystal turned into a large auditorium where many students were already waiting for the dinner to start. Hermione leaned her chin and pouted in boredom, looking at the door of the auditorium from time to time. Then the picture inside the crystal changed again. Professor Quirrell was rushing back outside the castle. With a faint smile on his face, he seemed to have encountered something happy. Tusk, tusk, poor Quirrell. Ardell took the Issel spar and glanced at the time. In 20 minutes the dinner will begin. System, summon characters. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning William Hudgens. Who is he? Ardell was speechless. There is no response to the unlocking degree of the Lord of the Rings. It seems that this month is a waste. Ardell opened the system space and saw a huge troll inside. Huh, another troll, or a troll with a name. There are many trolls in Middle-earth, but there are not many trolls whose names are mentioned. Ardell opened the introduction of the system, and then he remembered the identity of this William. Asterisk, he is the leader of the 3 trolls in the troll forest. His strength is stronger than the average trolls. At the beginning, the 3 trolls almost wiped out the dwarf expedition. If Gandalf hadn't passed by, the dwarf expedition would have turned into meat. String up. The cave troll wasn't found last time, and now there's another rock troll. Ardell had an idea in his mind. He was going to replace Quirrell's troll with this rock troll. In this way, Dumbledore can be made aware of the existence of the troll race, and secondly, it can lead the trouble to Voldemort. Trolls are also divided into different races. Rock trolls are more powerful than cave trolls. They are rough and thick, comparable to rocks, and ordinary weapons and spells cannot even break defenses. Have fun tonight. Ardell packed up, left the bedroom, and headed to the auditorium to prepare for a dinner party. There are a lot of things to do tonight. I need to eat more in a while. As soon as he entered the auditorium, Ardell was discovered by Hermione. Hermione, who had waited for Ardell for more than half an hour, stood up excitedly and waved her arms towards him. This way, Ardell, I've reserved a place for you. Hermione shouted loudly, and many little wizards looked at her. However, after such a long period of training, Hermione no longer cares about other people's eyes. She would be embarrassed before, but now she is only open and honest. Humph, don't be ashamed. On Slytherin's side, Pansy snorted coldly. Malfoy, who was beside her, was shaking all over and hurried to the side to hide. He was afraid that he would be implicated. Ardell walked over, sat down beside Hermione, took a sip of the juice she handed over, and asked, "Why did you come so early?" "It's no fun in the dormitory, so I came with my roommate. We just went to Headmaster Dumbledore to ask for candy, but you're not here. I wanted to find you, but I couldn't find the entrance to Slytherin's lounge." Hermione stuck out her tongue mischievously and grabbed a handful of candies from her bag. "Look, it was all given to me by Headmaster Dumbledore. He has a lot of candy there." Hermione peeled Ardell a sweet orange rainbow fudge and brought it to his mouth. "Try it." Ardell's expression was a little surprised. Why do girls get more courageous during the festival? Hermione was a little embarrassed by Ardell's gaze, but she didn't retract her hand. Ardell opened his mouth and ate the gummy, saying thank you. Laugh. Hermione's mouth curled into a smile involuntarily. She sneaked into Ardell's ear and said, "The Weasley twins plan to take some students out for a night out at night. They said they would wear ghost masks to scare Filch. I persuaded Harry and Ron, but they didn't listen to me. I think they want to be deducted again." Hermione expressed her concerns about the Gryffindor House Cup. Ardell wished they would deduct points. He was so happy when he heard that, and after eating the gummy, he looked at Hermione with a smile. "It's so sweet, I still want to eat it." "Want to eat? You peel it yourself." Hermione wasn't worried about the college split. She felt her cheeks were hot and she felt like she wanted to faint. "It's not sweet when I peel it myself." You. Hermione bit her lip, the expression on her face a little embarrassed and a little happy. "You haven't been able to speak for a long time." Harry and Ron on the opposite side glanced at each other, pursed their mouths, and felt a little lost for some reason. Ron, in particular, always felt that something important was missing. He looked down and saw that he had nothing. Old robe, broken wand. Could it be that there is something wrong with Banban in the bedroom? Ardell looked at Hermione like this and found it quite interesting, but he couldn't see it normally. Just when he was about to pursue the victory, Dumbledore's voice came from the front of the auditorium. "Quiet." Dumbledore's wand was in his throat, and he used a loudspeaker spell to be heard by everyone. In the sky above the auditorium, countless jack-o'-lanterns rose and fell. The magical sky was overcast with clouds and ghosts, and all the little wizards looked at Dumbledore. After Barabara talked a lot, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the 4 long tables were immediately filled with food. Now, the banquet begins. With the cheers of the little wizards, a group of ghosts also suddenly appeared in the auditorium, dancing and reveling. The little wizards who had been waiting for a long time grabbed chicken thighs and steaks without hesitation and began to feast on them. Ardal knew that Quirrell was about to come in a little while, so he didn't watch the excitement, put some bacon and sausages on his plate and ate it quickly. "Are you hungry?" It was the first time Hermione had seen Ardal eat like this. At every meal before, Ardal has been elegant and slow. "Yeah, I'm having an extraordinarily good appetite today. Try this dried fruit tart. It's delicious." Ardal drank the juice and handed Hermione a dried flan. "Thanks." Hermione took a small bite and nodded with her eyes wide open. "It's delicious. You can eat more if it's delicious." Ardal continued to cook, and after about 10 minutes of eating, the door of the auditorium opened with a bang. Asterisk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.